Chapter 131. Li Tsong panicked a little. He didn't expect that hammer-wielding dwarf to be so strong. If that hammer smashed his body, wouldn't he spit out blood? Not only would he spit out blood, but he would also spit out flesh. However, that one would be easier to deal with. Just by looking at the weapon, he knew what it was. Who was he trying to scare? Come. Li Tsong waved his hands. He was already prepared. Sorry for offending you. The guy holding the flying guillotine instantly attacked. That flying guillotine seemed to be weightless in his hands. Art. Right, it was art. It was really beautiful. The flying guillotine danced in his hands in a dazzling manner. One couldn't predict where it would attack from. The sound spread out from the flying guillotine like it was spinning really quickly, causing the item inside to give out a crisp sound. Be careful, my weapon specializes in taking heads. Touch it and you will die. Li Tsong panicked a little. He couldn't predict where the weapon would come from at all. When he heard that it specialized in taking heads, the nervousness in his heart grew thicker. Wait. Li Tsong stopped him. You are not bad. He turned his head and said, Young master, these two aren't ordinary and can protect your safety. Oh my God. Where did these people come from? Why didn't he bump into them in the past? The guy playing with the flying guillotine flipped his body and stretched out his arm. With a schwa sound, the flying guillotine flew towards the fake mountain not far away. Instantly, the top of the fake mountain was removed. Young Master Chun, I am sorry. When I use this technique, I have to take things off, otherwise I won't be able to stop. The guy said. Chun Xinyao clapped. Good, amazing. Li Tsong was unwilling, but he had to admit that these two were really amazing. He wasn't their match. He thought it through. 2 people fighting with him for the position was better than 3 people fighting with him. Li Tsong pointed at the scholarly guy. Now it is your turn. However, don't think about trying to bluff your way out of this. The guy smiled. He opened and closed his fan and stood there calmly. Li Tsong laughed coldly. He finally caught someone who was trying to take advantage of the situation. Attack. Li Tsong said. The guy said, You are already dead. Nonsense, you are the one who is dead. Li Tsong was furious. Did this fellow treat him as a fool? He then said, Young master, this person is just fishing in troubled waters. He isn't strong at all. Chan Xinyao stared at Li Tsong's crotch for a while and applauded. Amazing, truly amazing. The scholarly man cupped his fists. Thank you for your praise, young Master Chan. Li Tsong thought that the young master was praising him, but looking at the situation, that wasn't the case. Chan Xinyao frowned. Look at your crotch. Li Tsong lowered his head. He didn't know when, but there were 3 red dots on his crotch. Fuck me. What was going on? He was a little confused. Could it be that his status in the Chun family was going to get lower and lower? The scholarly man said, Young Master Chun, I'm good at using poison. If I had used poison needles just now, he would already be dead. Li Tsong was drenched in sweat. How terrifying. What the hell am I doing? Good, I Chun Xinyao can have the protection of 3 experts. My life will be safe. How about 300 taels of silver a month? Chun Xinyao was very satisfied. The 3 were overjoyed and cupped their fists. Thank you, young Master Chun. Li Tsong's expression darkened. 300 taels of silver a month, that was 20 times his salary. 2 days later. That night. Wolf Brigade. 4 people appeared. These 4 people were really terrifying. Their skin had cracked, and one could see the rotten flesh and blood within. Each of them held a stone box in their hands. They opened it and a black mist surged out. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood. I am too hungry, I want to eat flesh and blood. The moment the box was opened, the 4 of them instantly broke into pieces of meat and were eaten. However, it was far from enough. They smelled a fragrance in the distance. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the rage points he had accumulated recently. Rage points. 7258. At points. Physique jumped from 240 to 241. He consumed 300 rage points. It wasn't enough. However, he continued to add points. Physique. 264. Middle of Martial Path Grade 9. He had 58 points left. He broke through from peak Grade 8 to middle of Grade 9, close to the peak. His body changed a lot and endless power surged in. After fighting Old Master Chun, He noticed that his physique was not bad. At least in terms of staying alive, it was really effective. He took a blade and slashed his skin. There were no marks at all, not even a white dot. Normal weapons couldn't hurt him anymore. My strength has increased by a lot. What a headache. Sleeping was the most comfortable. Next day, Lin Fan brought cousin and Gozi to stroll around Jiang City. Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu followed. Dong dong. Suddenly, someone hit the gong with a panicked expression. He ran and shouted. Someone died in the prince's mansion. Everyone in the prince's mansion died overnight. Let's go take a look. Dong dong. The sound slowly faded into the distance. However, everyone was shocked by the news. Lin Fan frowned. The Wang Manor was the residence of a rich merchant in Jiang City. It wasn't much, but for everyone to die in one night, that was just too weird. Did Chang'e do it? That shouldn't be possible. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and rushed towards the Wang Manor. He had to see what was going on. Yuan Tianchu felt a little uneasy. A family being wiped out in a luxurious city. This was a really dangerous signal. Many people surrounded the entrance of the Wang Manor. They pointed inside, but no one dared to enter. It is too terrifying inside. There are corpses everywhere. I heard that the person who discovered the Wang Manor was terrified. Is that true? If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. It is so dark and terrifying. Lin Fan squeezed the crowd. The Wang Manor gate was half open. Through the gap he could see that someone was lying there. It was too far and he couldn't see clearly. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with us. It is best if we leave. Yuan Tianchu suggested. He really didn't want to face such a thing. When one faced danger, one had to hide. If one couldn't understand something, then one shouldn't try. Ignorance was safer than anything. If you want to leave, then leave yourself. Lin Fan walked to the front of the Wang Manor gate. The surrounding commoners retreated like they were afraid that something terrifying would charge out. He stood in front of the gate for a long time. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He slowly raised his hand and touched the red gate. He used strength. Creak, the gate was pushed open. Ah! Some commoners were too afraid and screamed. The surrounding commoners all fell to the ground. They thought that something was coming out. They were so terrified that they peed their pants. They tried to hide, and only after a while did they dare to sneak a peek. You are crazy, you scared me. Lin Fan patted his chest and stepped into the Wang Manor. Zhou Zhongmao and Gozi followed. Yuan Tianchu hesitated for a long while. There was a voice in his head telling him not to enter, but everyone was curious. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked in. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the Wang Manor, a gust of wind blew over and swept up the leaves on the ground. The atmosphere was good and it felt good. The Wang Manor was silent. There was no sound at all. Zhou Zhongmao protected by Lin Fan's side. Although cousin was strong, he still needed his protection. The corpse that he saw through the door gap was there. Gulp! This was the first time Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi saw such a corpse. They turned their heads and nearly vomited. Looking at his clothes, he should be a servant of the Wang Manor. His body was dry, and his stomach had a huge hole like someone ripped it open from the inside. One couldn't even see any organs. They were all hollowed out. His eyeballs were protruding like he was tortured before he died. Cousin, don't you find this familiar? Lin Fan asked. He thought back to what happened in the village when he was in Yu City. Yin demon, Zhou Zhongmao said. He didn't understand Yin demons, and what he knew was from what his uncle told him. That's right. Lin Fan knelt down and stabbed his fingers into the stomach of the corpse. He dug around and there was no blood at all. There was only a sticky liquid. He opened his fingers and pulled out a black liquid thread. The viscosity was okay, and then he wiped it on Liang Yongqi's pants. Ugh! Liang Yongqi couldn't accept such a disgusting scene, and he couldn't stop vomiting. Yuan Tianchu backed off silently. Lin Fan was confused. There were Yin demons around Jiang City? Let's continue to take a look, Lin Fan said. He walked in. He noticed signs of fighting. Those knife-wielding corpses should be the guards of the Wang Manor, and they died in a tragic manner. There were some who stabbed themselves to death. Who knew how intense the battle last night was? However, it was enough to show that there were many Yin demons here. He had fought with Yin demons before. That was it. If it was 1 or 2 Yin demons, it would be easy to deal with commoners, but it wasn't enough to slaughter rich families. He walked to the reading room courtyard. The scenes were more disgusting. A blade stabbed into the ground. The area where the green bricks cracked was a little black, like it was burnt black. However, the weird thing was that there were many pieces of meat scattered in the courtyard. It was different from the corpses outside. It was flesh and blood that wasn't sucked dry. Zhou Zhongmao stood there and looked around. The walls, the stone lanterns, the roof, like he was thinking about something. "Cousin, what happened?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said last night there was an intense battle here. The saber user was an expert and he fought at least 9 Yin demons alone. He nailed one to the wall and another to the pillar, but one of his arms was torn off by the Yin demons. He then came to the center of the courtyard, and the last saber descended from the sky, killing another Yin demon. But he wasn't strong enough, and he should have been exhausted, so he was dismembered by the Yin demons. Lin Fan found it weird. How did cousin see through that? He looked towards where cousin was talking about. There were indeed signs of fighting. There were many cracks on the wall, and there were also many scratches from sharp weapons. Especially the length of the blade in the center of the courtyard. Compared to other places, it was much shorter. Amazing. Really amazing. He understood now. Why did father nurture cousin? He might look simple and honest, but he was actually a martial path genius. He could rely on these clues to reconstruct the battle scenes. To Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianqiu, they didn't know what the two of them were talking about at all. Could they leave this place right now? It was too disgusting. Chapter 132. The massacre of the Wang family had plunged Jiang City into a state of unprecedented fear. To the Jiang City people, being bullied by rich families was the spice of life. Now that such a terrifying thing happened, it shocked them so much that they didn't know what to do. So Jiang City wasn't safe. This had broken their traditional beliefs and they were unable to adapt to it. Chen family. Chen Jiao didn't dare believe it. He even felt a little reverent as he said, "Steward, you are too ruthless. That fatty from the Wang clan fought with my Chan clan. I told you to do as you see fit, but you actually wiped out his entire clan. Amazing, amazing." Although he recruited an expert, he still stayed at home. When he found out that Wang family was wiped out, his first reaction was that manager you brought people to wipe out the Wang manor. Damn. Young master, what did you say? Manager you was confused. What did Wang manor being wiped out have to do with me? How would I have such ability? He even suspected that young master recruited an expert to wipe out the Wang manor. Young master, you can't say nonsense. When did I do such a thing? Manager, you cried out. It was really a great injustice. Li Tsong's status dropped quickly. The position beside young master wasn't his anymore, and was occupied by those three. He could only stand to the side. Wang manor being wiped out, he suspected whether or not it was manager Yu who did it. Vicious. Just too vicious. This matter was a warning to Li Tsong that he shouldn't be too arrogant, otherwise, he would die. Chen Xiao said, "It is okay, you did it. Who would dare to find trouble with you?" Young master, I really didn't do it. Manager, you wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could this happen? If he did it, he would definitely admit to it. Now that the blame was thrown at him, he was caught off guard. Chan Xiao saw that manager Yu's expression was really serious and didn't look like he was joking. He asked, "You really didn't do it?" "I really didn't." Manager Yu shook his head. Some things were done, but there were some things that he really didn't do. He was a little nervous. Such a huge murder case happened in Jiang City. Until now, no one knew who did it. To any family in Jiang City, it was like a knife on their necks. The cold air was pressing down on them, making them restless. It's good that he died. He dared to fight with my Chen family. Someone will take care of him. Chen Yao was very carefree. He didn't care if this matter would affect him or not. The destruction of the Wang mansion had caused many wealthy merchants in Jiang City to feel uneasy. During this period of time, they fought with Chen family. Old Master Chen died, so they became bolder and wanted to work together to swallow up Chen family's assets. But now, the prince's mansion was slaughtered in one night. This made them a little restless. Fuck me. Who did it? Couldn't be the Chun family, right? If that was the case, then it would be too lawless. Martial Path Mountain. Kid. Zhang Tianshan walked over. The moment he said that, Lin Fan interrupted him. Call him sect leader. You can't be rude. Lin Fan said. Fuck me. I'm your father's friend, so I'm your uncle and you're my nephew. Is there a problem? But forget it. Martial Path Mountain needs to develop. I respect your opinion. Sect leader, I looked at the stars. Something huge happened recently, so I think it is better to seal the mountain. Zhang Tianshan said. He looked at the stars. Wasn't that what the laborers who came to repair Martial Path Mountain said? The Wang mansion being slaughtered was really terrifying. Justine demons, what is there to be afraid of? Lin Fan didn't care much about it. He was thinking about something. Demons were fun to play with and were really intelligent. After playing with them once in Yu City, he had a deep impression of them and it was hard for him to forget them. However, it was hard to say whether or not there were experts among them. He was afraid that he would offend them and get killed instead. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed. Demon? He was really familiar with this. It was a really problematic existence. That wasn't right. How could there be demons in Jiang City? Weren't they in the East Forest of Yu City? Could it be that something had happened to him? Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. Sect leader, be careful and don't be careless. They were too young. They didn't know how terrifying the demons were. Normal cultivators killed a lot, but they were humans. However, demons weren't. They came and went silently, and only when they killed people would they notice them. Especially at night. The strength of the demons would become even more terrifying. Lin Fan was tempted to find demons and play with them to gain rage points. Yuan Tianchu guessed that following Lin Fan would make things more complicated, so he had to be careful. It was safer to sleep with Zhang Tianshan tonight. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had to get close to Zhou Zhongmao. Out of the 6 of them, only Zhou Zhongmao was strong, so it was best to get close to him. Zhang Tianshan knew that Lin Fan didn't listen to his words. He was helpless, but he knew what to do next. That night, be it Jiang City or Martial Path Mountain, a breeze blew. The night was really dark and there was no sound at all. That moment, something was jumping in the darkness like it was coming from the ground. The demon's eyes were like red lanterns, breaking through the darkness and allowing one to see things far away. Pung pung. Large amounts of demons appeared. Their limbs pushed off the ground and they swiftly struck into the distance. They turned into black smoke and then physical bodies. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. A demon passed the foot of Martial Path Mountain. He raised his head and saw a white glow shining on Martial Path Mountain. That white light made the demon uncomfortable. He hollered. He swiftly headed towards Jiang City. The demon sniffed and could smell the scent of meat and blood in the air. Since he woke up, he hadn't eaten such rich meat and blood. Zhou family was a rich merchant family in Jiang City. It couldn't be considered a family, but the old master of the Zhou family was good at business and succeeded at such a young age. Outside the Zhou manor, 2 guards stood in the night sky and looked around warily. The 2 of them should have returned home to rest. However, a calamity occurred in Jiang City, and everyone was in danger. They suffered a little and guarded here. At that moment, the guard who looked a little cunning looked into the black sky. You said that the killing demon wouldn't come here, right? It is so late at night, and if I am alone, I would be a little afraid. Don't you think so? The night was too cold. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a single person on the streets. Silence, no one replied. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? Say something, that way it will seem safer. There was still no reply. This fellow didn't say anything from the start, and that was a little weird. He looked towards his friend and noticed that he had turned around and was facing the wall. Who knew what he was looking at? Oi, what are you doing? He went forward and patted the man's head lightly. It was scary not to speak, but suddenly, the man's head cracked open and rolled down the stairs. He then stopped and stared at him with a pair of eyes that were rolled back into his head. This. His body trembled as he stood there. His hand trembled as he wanted to pull out the blade. However, instantly he felt like there was someone blowing cold air onto his neck. Who? He slowly turned his neck to see what was standing behind him. Suddenly, He lowered his head and noticed that his legs were grabbed by a black hand. No, instantly there was no movement at all. At this moment, the gates of the Zhou mansion were slowly opened. Everything appeared very strange. Outside of Jiang City. Cousin, why didn't the Yin demon come to Martial Path Mountain, causing us to have to come to Jiang City? Lin Fan grumbled. He thought that Martial Path Mountain could attract the Yin demon over, such that his cousin and him could only open their eyes wide and wait in a daze. Who knew that there was no one at all? They could only come to Jiang City to try their luck. However, Jiang City was just too huge, and the Yin demon's methods were too weird. There weren't any intense fighting sounds, so it was just too tough to find them. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, I don't know. Maybe we don't have enough people and there aren't enough. Maybe that was the only reason to explain it. There were too few living people on Martial Path Mountain, and they weren't able to attract the Yin demon's attention. Shush, I heard something. Lin Fan told his cousin to be quiet. He saw a Yin demon strike from afar. It wasn't quick and was a little small. The little Yin demon was furious. He slept like a log, and when he woke up, he noticed that most of them had set off to enjoy good food in the city. This made him furious. Just at that moment, the little Yin demon smelled a thick scent of meat and blood not far away. He turned around and saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. The little Yin demon opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth like he was laughing viciously. Who knew that he was late and would bump into such delicious food outside the city? Cousin, he treated us as food and charged towards us, Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan loved Yin demons, and the rage points they gave him were decent. That moment, the little Yin demon's limbs left the ground and pounced towards Lin Fan. Slash! Lin Fan pulled out his blade and struck. Lightning blade 4 strokes contained the lightning element, lighting up the terrified face of the little Yin demon. Poochie! One blade struck the little Yin demon's body. It directly sliced open the little Yin demon's stomach. The black mist wrapped around the little Yin demon became much dimmer. Damn! What happened? I was slashed. The little Yin demon fell to the ground and rolled about. The lightning wrapped around his body made him feel really bad. The connection between the flesh and blood slowly collapsed. CSI. The little Yin demon gave out a weird sound, twisting his body at a weird angle. Lin Fan slashed a few more times. He showed mercy with each blade. However, each blade had to see black blood. Lightning blade 4 strokes cultivated to the returning to true realm. It was enough to use the lightning element to suppress the restless power in the little Yin demon's body and suppress it. Very quickly, the little Yin demon stopped moving, but he didn't die. He just didn't have any strength to move. Not bad, I got one. Lin Fan didn't think about taking the little Yin demon's life. It still had some value, so he had to bring it back and slowly torture it. Rage points plus 111. Maybe because it was small and didn't have enough strength, the rage points it provided were slightly less. However, this was where it was. At the same time, the appearance of this little Yin demon was enough to show that there were other Yin demons in Jiang City. Cousin, tell me if there are any movements. I will play with this little Yin demon. Lin Fan said. To other people, Yin demons were terrifying things. However, to Lin Fan they were such cute things. Especially when they laid on the ground and couldn't move. When they showed rage in their eyes, they were really cute. Chapter 133. Zhou Zhongmao turned his head and looked at cousin playing with the little Yin demon. He felt a little helpless. In his eyes he saw thick vengeful blood boiling in the distance. It was obvious that the Yin demons were killing people. There were many of them. Because of this, once the number of Yin demons reached a certain level, it would bring some problems. If an expert was surrounded, the outcome would be serious. Once the number of Yin demons reached a certain level, it would bring about some problems. If an expert fell into the Yin demon's encirclement, the outcome would be severe. Although it was a little risky to wait here for the Yin demons to come out. However, if he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he could leave right away to ensure cousin's safety. The little Yin demon was really weak. Where did this human come from? Why wasn't he afraid of them and knew their weaknesses like the back of his hand? He knew how to use lightning element moves to suppress them. Yin demons were really strong. One needed lightning element or yang element cultivation techniques to harm them. If not, no cultivation technique would be able to harm them. Little brother, are you happy? Lin Fan patted the little Een demon's face. He was really casual and asked, "Rage points plus 123. Happy your head." The little Een demon's heart was really vulgar, and his thoughts were really evil. After a long while, "Cousin, there is movement," Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan came beside cousin and looked into the distance. In the night there were black things running. They were really quick and were about to head out of the city. It seemed like they had eaten their fill and wanted to leave. Zhou Zhongmao released his senses to sense the Een demons. It was easy to sense the strength of the Een demons. They weren't like martial cultivators who could hide their strength. The thickness of the black mist around their bodies represented their strength. Just what he saw today. He didn't see anything that exceeded their limits. However, there were too many of them. If he and cousin went to fight, they would be asking for trouble. Luckily, these Een demons were full and were a little smug. This is a good chance. Scatter and run, it is much better than gathering together. Let's capture as many as we can. Lin Fan said. The Een demons that appeared around Jiang City gave Lin Fan hope to take a shortcut. He just wanted to enjoy and didn't want to cultivate. However, he had to cultivate too. Slowly accumulating rage points was a little slow. He needed a month to raise his physique and internal strength to martial path grade 9. However, the chance was here. Dummy was a Een demon with a ferocious appearance. He often stared at flesh and blood in a daze, so it was suitable to call him Dummy. Just now, he had seized 3 extremely rich pieces of meat from his clansmen. It was very delicious and now my stomach is a little full. He loved to see the terrified expressions of humans. That kind of expression was too much to his liking, and it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Looking at his fellow tribesmen who had eaten their fill, they were running so happily. He also gradually became cheerful. His 4 limbs landed on the ground, his buttocks swaying as he happily ran towards the base camp. Suddenly, Dummy's expression changed. Who the hell grabbed my leg? Because he was too fast and didn't notice, he fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He was furious. Who is it? Even if you are from the same clan, I will never forgive you. Not bad, it is easy to catch when it is alone. Lin Fan smiled. This Een demon was not bad. Dummy was shocked. What did I just see? He actually saw a human. But what is this human doing? He is actually grabbing my leg. What is he trying to do? He wanted to struggle. Poochie. Dummy's red eyes widened as it slowly lowered its head. There was a knife in his body. Poochie. A white knife entered and a black knife came out. There was also the power of lightning suppressing him. He wanted to roar out, but he had no strength at all. He allowed the human to grab his leg and toss him back. He then habitually rolled around. The moment his consciousness blurred, Dummy thought about something. Dummy was defeated. The Een demons were immersed in the joy of eating their fill. They didn't notice that their fellow tribesmen were being captured by humans. Zhou Zhongmao's methods were really simple. Big Dipper Silence Palm was really strong. The lightning element was really explosive. Basically, the Een demons caught by him had no way to fight back at all. It was still okay for them to fall into Lin Fan's hands. At least they were called little treasures. Those that fell into Zhou Zhongmao's hands were basically struck by overbearing internal strength. Although Een demons were weird, they were a type of living being. 1 Een demon fell into the net. 2 Een demons fell into the net. 16 Een demons. Suddenly, a Een demon sensed that something wasn't right. He stopped and turned his head. His pupils constricted. What did he see? There was actually a human who attacked them. See? A low voice spread out like it was a special communication method between Een demons. All the Een demons stopped. We were noticed. Lin Fan looked at the Een demons in the distance. He waved the blade in his hand and was about to crazily slash them. Zhou Zhongmao's Big Dipper Silence Palm was really overbearing. Lightning wrapped around it, forming a really strong aura that threatened the Een demons. "Oh, your partner is behind, are you coming to save me?" Lin Fan said calmly. He had a basic understanding of his own strength. Although he wasn't really strong, the people he faced weren't strong either, so he didn't fear anything. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. Rage points weren't stable, they jumped up quickly. One of the Een demons was wrapped in a thick black mist. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He then looked at the human who used lightning element cultivation techniques. He hollered, turned around and ran. He was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air. The other demons were unwilling and followed behind. Reality. What a bunch of realistic demons. They actually didn't save their partner when they were captured. Their gains were not bad. They captured 16 demons. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan turned his head, tied up the demons, and dragged them back to Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain. The sky wasn't bright yet. Yuan Tianchu and the others didn't dare to sleep in their own rooms. They brought their blankets and slept outside Lin Fan's room. To them, sleeping here was the safest. They were terrified. The slightest movement would alert everyone. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi both opened their eyes. They were a little afraid. Feng Feng. Like something was being dragged on the ground. What was that thing? Damn. It was so late at night, could they not scare them? The two of them were terrified. They didn't dare to move. Zhang Tianshan didn't sleep. He walked around Marshall Path Mountain, moving the stones on the ground and arranging them in a certain pattern. Feng Feng. He also heard a weird sound. What is going on? Demons can't be here. He frowned and muttered. He felt that it was impossible. He walked towards the sound. What are you all doing? Zhang Tianshan saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao return from the foot of the mountain. His expression changed and he asked. Shortly after, when he saw the demons that were tied up with ropes, he couldn't keep his calm anymore. You all, he didn't dare to believe it. These two fellows actually went down the mountain to find demons. They didn't care about their lives. Don't ask so much, come and help. I caught 16 demons. There is no part for you, they are all mine. Lin Fan said. Damn. Lin Wani, didn't you tell your son what demons were? He actually brought this thing back. Were they trying to go against the heavens? Zhang Tianshan looked at these demons. Some were strong and some were weak, but at this moment their auras were weak. It was obvious that they were suppressed by the two of them. Moreover, the two of them weren't dumb and knew to use lightning element internal strength to suppress demons. After all, it was nighttime when demons were at their strongest. Without using special internal strength, no matter how heavy the injuries were, they would instantly heal up. This was how terrifying demons were. What are these things? Liang Yongqi opened his eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. Yuan Tianchu and him heard someone speak. The voice was familiar, so they rushed over. Who knew that they would see such disgusting things? Yuan Tianchu was shocked, but his expression was really calm, like he wasn't afraid at all. Actually, he panicked more than anyone else. Not simple, really not simple at all. He thought that he had seen through Lin Fan's true ability, but now it seemed like it was just the tip of the iceberg. Just one look and he knew that these things were terrifying. Without strong strength, one wouldn't be able to suppress them, even if his cousin was strong. However, the two of them went out just like that and even captured so many. That meant one problem. Lin Fan wasn't weak at all. He was even really terrifying. The more one interacted with him, the more terrifying it was. Those who couldn't see through him were the truly dangerous ones. Zhang Tianshan thought about it for a moment. Follow me, don't leave them here. On the way back, you weren't followed by demons, right? Zhou Zhongmao said no. That's good, that's good. Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. He had already brought them back, so what else could he do? As long as they weren't followed by demons, it was good. Zhang Tianshan brought Lin Fan and the others to an abandoned house. The house was old and there was a stone table in the courtyard. He slowly turned it. Kachi. Like something was opened, the ground split apart, and a pitch-black stairway appeared. Lin Fan found it weird. Marshall Path Mountain actually had such a secret place. He looked at Zhang Tianshan. He was a little amazing. He hid it really well. Yuan Tianchu cried out. Amazing. All of them started to show themselves. He knew that Zhang Tianshan wasn't such a simple person. If he was, why would he leave such a thing in Marshall Path Mountain? Now it was exposed. However, it was just the tip of the iceberg, like Lin Fan. More secrets needed to be discovered in detail. Yuan Tianchu looked at the stunned Liang Yongqi. He was filled with disdain. Out of everyone here, Liang Yongqi was the most trash. What kind of gaze is that? Liang Yongqi noticed that Yuan Tianchu's gaze wasn't right, like he was mocking him. He was unhappy. What was he looking at? They were all the same, and he even had a sense of superiority. Yuan Tianchu didn't reply. He felt that Liang Yongqi asked that on purpose. Such a direct plan. It wasn't worth mentioning, he just didn't reply. Any schemes would be useless. Moreover, compared to Lin Fan, Liang Yongqi was too weak. He was too lazy to bother about him. Zhang Tianshan didn't explain the background of this secret place. Instead, he told Lin Fan to lock the Yin demons here. Yin demons had a special way to communicate with one another, and they could tell their own kind where they were. If they exposed themselves in Martial Path Mountain, maybe on the second day, Yin demons would charge over. Chapter 134. Morning. Everyone in Jiang City panicked. Yesterday, Wang Manor was wiped out, and this morning they noticed that Zhou Manor was wiped out too. Some people spread rumors that evil demons came to Jiang City, and that they would all die. If it was in the past, no one would believe it. But it was different now. Many people believed that it was done by evil demons. Some bold people saw the corpses and found it terrifying. Their blood was sucked dry, their stomachs were opened, and the organs inside were all gone. Huang Manor. Father, the city is in a mess. Wang family and Zhou family were killed in one night, and they looked really terrifying. Do you think it was done by Chun family? Huang Boren asked. One couldn't blame him for thinking that way. Not long after Old Master Chun died, the merchants in the city started to fight for Chun family's business. Chun family was forced to such an extent, so there was a high chance that they would kill. Cough cough. Old Master Huang coughed. No, it was Yin demons. When he mentioned Yin demons, Old Master Huang's eyes were filled with terror, like he hadn't recovered from what happened in the past. Huang Boren was foreign to Yin demons and had never heard of such a thing before. Didn't you always ask me why my body was like that? It isn't a disease, but when I was young I met Yin demons. They attach themselves to people's bodies, sucking blood and eating meat. People who are targeted by them have no way to live. I was lucky and met someone. He was Zhang Tianshan. He saved my life, so I repaid him by renting Martial Path Mountain to him for 700 silver a year. Martial Path Mountain wasn't small, and if one was smart, as long as one used it well, they would earn more than 5,000 silver a year. However, what made Old Master Huang helpless was that Zhang Tianshan didn't have a business mind. He didn't develop in a good direction and instead developed in a bad direction, causing them to go bankrupt. Even if they went bankrupt, Old Master Huang didn't rush them to pay the rent. Ah! Huang Boren opened his mouth. That fellow who didn't keep his word and ran without paying. He didn't dare to believe it. Such a person who didn't keep his word actually had such ability. Head to Martial Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan and ask him to help. If it is Yin demons, Huang family won't be safe. Old Master Huang said. Huang Boren nodded his head. He only knew that the methods used to wipe out the two families were cruel. As for Yin demons, he hadn't seen them before, so he didn't know much. Chanxiao was very uneasy. Yesterday it was the Wang family. Today it was the Zhou family. How did they kill him? Although he was happy in his heart, he was also afraid that it would be their turn. If it really was their turn, what should they do? At the city gate, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the city. At that moment, the people in the carriage opened the curtains and saw people leaving one after another. They were quite curious. Ask if something happened in the city and why so many people are leaving. Yes, young master. Soon that person returned. Replying to young master, this servant has inquired and found out that there have been 2 consecutive murders in the city in the past 2 days. 2 wealthy merchant families were slaughtered overnight. And not a single chicken or dog was spared. Their deaths were extremely tragic. They suspect that demons have entered the city, so they want to leave and hide. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with an upright appearance. His eyes were spirited like an eagle's, but his eyebrows were as white as snow. Go to the government. The voice in the sedan was calm, but there was a hint of surprise in its tone. The Jiang City government was just like that. The imperial city would set up government offices in cities apart from Yu City, and some other border cities to maintain the laws and culture of the city. But Jiang City was too far away from the imperial city. The emperor was far away, so the government basically didn't exist. It was pretty much just a figurehead for the aristocratic families. When it concerned the aristocratic families, it wasn't up to the government to decide. Instead, they would ask the aristocratic families how to decide. Very quickly, the carriage arrived at the Jiang City government office. The person in the carriage got off. He was handsome and had an imposing appearance, exuding the aura of a noble. This is the government office? Xiaoqi didn't dare to believe his eyes. If not for the words on the door, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Shabby, very shabby. Just like that, how could they show the power of the government and spread the might of the imperial family? The white-browed male lowered his head. Young master, this should be it. Xiaoqi's face was cold as he walked towards the government office. There were no bailiffs at the door, and after entering, he didn't see a single person. Who are you? Why did you come in? At that moment, a middle-aged male carried a basket and asked, Who are you? Xiaoqi asked. The male said, I am the Jiang City prefect, what do you want? Xiaoqi was lazy to talk nonsense. He hooked his finger towards the white-browed male behind him. Make him kneel down and talk to me. The white-browed male took out a token from his waist and passed it to the Jiang City prefect. What is this? The magistrate of Jiang City was about to say what it was, but he suddenly froze. The basket fell to the ground and he knelt on the ground. Magistrate of Jiang City, Zhu Nianqing, greets your highness. His forehead was covered in sweat. Oh my god. Jiang City was so far away from the imperial city, and the royal highness actually came. Xiaoqi scoffed coldly, you look like a prefect? I think you look more like someone who cooks. Zhu Nianqing wailed and cried. His face was full of tears. Your highness, I feel bitter in my heart. I've been in Rivertown for 10 years. I wanted to fulfill my ambitions, but I didn't expect the number of aristocratic families in Rivertown to exceed my imagination. In just a few days, I'm just a figurehead. Trash. Xiaoqi nearly wanted to kick this prefect to death. A good official appointed by the imperial family actually ended up like this. Young master, it is better to take a look at those corpses. The white-browed male reminded. Xiaoqi asked, I heard that there were many murders these 2 days. Especially 2 where entire families were wiped out. Where are the corpses? Your Royal Highness, please follow me. Zhu Nianqing said in panic. He had already called people to transport these corpses back to the manor. Such things had to be recorded in case they needed to be overturned in the future, and there were clues to be found. Autopsy hall. Before they even entered, there was a stench that made people stop and not want to enter. Young master, I will go in. The white-browed male said. It is okay, let's go in together. Xiaoqi said. As a prince, he loved to show off to his brothers. This time he was going around in disguise and hoped to achieve some results. He also heard about King Wutong's rebellion and hoped to find some clues. Without doing anything to King Wutong, he would kill all his supporters. Now that such a thing happened in Jiang City, he felt like he had to investigate it. At this moment, even if he wore a mask, the smell made him feel bad. Within the room, there were many corpses laid out. When the white-browed male saw the corpses, he frowned. He had some clues, but he wasn't sure. He nodded towards the prince and started to investigate the situation of the corpses. He hoped that he could find some clues from the corpses. He came to a corpse and put on his gloves. He checked while saying, This is a dried corpse. There is no drop of blood in the body. It was all sucked dry. The organs are gone, only pieces are left. The chest split open, it was ripped from the inside. Slowly, the white-browed male didn't say anything, like he thought about something. He changed one corpse after another. In the end, he came to Xiaoqi's side. Young master, it was done by the Yin demons. Xiaoqi found it weird. With his age, naturally he didn't see schemes, but the imperial family records had records of the Yin demons, so he was clearer than anyone else about their existence. However, why would there be Yin demons in Jiang City? Forget it. No matter why they were here. At least he was here now. The white-browed male said, Young master, it is a problem. We don't have enough people, so we can't deal with them. Xiaoqi didn't say much and then asked, Are there any sects nearby? Zhu Nianqing said, Yes, it is not far from the city on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain Secret Room. Lin Fan temporarily called this secret room. Although he didn't know why Zhang Tianshan dug it out, it wasn't important anymore. Cough cough. Lin Fan stepped on the black tiles and slowly walked in. The 16 demons he caught were locked there. They struggled, but they were unable to escape. You might not understand me, but don't worry. I have no bad intentions towards you. At most, I will just cut off your limbs. I won't go too far. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Oh, the rage points came in really calmly. There were no fluctuations at all. It just jumped between 222 and 333. The Een demons that were captured were furious. They wanted to roar out. You bastard! Are you even a human? You even dared to offend Een demons. You didn't know how terrifying we were. Human, you better let us go, otherwise it won't be good for you. At that moment a Een demon opened his mouth. He was different from the other Een demons as he could speak. He wasn't the kind that bared his teeth and only knew how to be fierce. Although a lot of the black fog around him had dissipated, the remaining black fog was much stronger than the other Een demons. The Een demon said, although I don't know who you are and why you locked us here, but very quickly Lin Fan calmly pulled out his blade and stabbed the Een demon. Rage points plus 888. Rage points plus 333. Oh, this wave of rage points was well earned. He only wanted rage points and didn't care about anything else. He pulled out the blade and the blade was covered in black blood. Thin lightning flowed around the Een demon's stomach, torturing it. He noticed that the Een demons were really durable. They were already sliced to such a state, but they still didn't die. Did he have to slice them into pieces or chop off their heads to kill them in one strike? The surrounding Een demons struggled. It was like this Een demon had a high status, which was why they were furious. They bared their teeth and roared out in rage. Poochie! Lin Fan stabbed once more. The Een demon that Lin Fan stabbed did have a high status. However, he cursed out in his heart. He didn't speak, so why did he still stab him? Those Een demons continued to roar. Continue to roar, I will continue to stab. Lin Fan said. See, those Een demons understood and continued to roar out in rage towards Lin Fan. What the Een demon that Lin Fan stabbed felt in his heart wasn't something that could be expressed with just one sentence. Can you guys stop yelling at me? I was the one who stabbed him, not all of you. Chapter 135. Lin Fan didn't like trouble. He liked to be like this every day. Playing with the Een demons was the best. Although the Een demons were ugly, red eyes, jet black body, sharp teeth, bald head without hair, but overall he was not bad. Lin Fan placed his blade on the Een demon's neck. Speak. Where did you come from? Where is your base? If there were Een demons around Jiang City, then things wouldn't have happened until now. As for the Een demon base, he just asked. He couldn't personally head over as it was too dangerous. If he faced danger, then it would be problematic. The Een demon was stubborn and didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with rage. Like he was saying, if you have balls, then kill me. He wouldn't tell the human about his base. Cousin, someone came to Marshall Path Mountain to find you. Cousin's voice spread in from outside. Lin Fan placed down his blade and looked at the Een demons. He had decided to treat this place as a Een demon farm to develop relationships with them. He believed that one day the Een demons would be honest with him. Outside. Who came to find me? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. I don't know him, but he seems arrogant. He has an expert beside him. He isn't weaker than me and might even be above me. Of course, this was cousin's humble thoughts. So amazing. Lin Fan was thinking about who it was. He didn't offend anyone recently, so who would come to Marshall Path Mountain to find him? He even brought an expert over. Was it possible that he came to challenge the mountain? Zhou Zhongmao said, Don't worry cousin, with me here, no one can bully you. Lin Fan patted cousin's shoulder and praised. What a good cousin. Mountain entrance. Zhang Tianshan warmly welcomed him. When he looked at him, he knew that this young man wasn't a normal person. The white-browed male behind him was so young, but his eyebrows were all white. What did that mean? It meant that he was hardworking, that his body had problems from cultivating. This young man wasn't a normal person. What made Zhang Tianshan unhappy was that this young man didn't pay enough attention to him. Who is looking for me? Lin Fan walked over and saw a few people standing there. The leader wasn't much older than him, but he didn't care about the ones behind. One look and he knew that they were lackeys, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. You are the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? Xiaoqi looked at Lin Fan. He was really young. To be able to become the sect leader at such a young age, he really wasn't normal. He was a man. When they saw it, they would habitually compare it with each other. But no matter how they compared, the other party was not as powerful as him. Because he was a prince. From the moment he was born, he stood at the peak of his life. I am the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Who are you? Lin Fan asked. This fella seemed to be a little pretentious. There was a questioning tone in his words, but this questioning tone seemed to be very arbitrary. Xiaoqi said, I am the Imperial City Prince Xiaoqi. Martial Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan, listen up. Demons have appeared in Jiang City, and we need Martial Path Mountain disciples to help fight against them. The white-browed man took out the token and showed it to everyone with a serious expression. Commoner Zhang Tianshan greets your Royal Highness. Zhang Tianshan's heart surged. Oh my God, so it was the prince. This was an amazing person. He had to coax her well. It would be best if he could swindle her out of it. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi both knelt on the ground. They weren't as strong as Lin Fan and naturally had to kneel when they saw a prince. Of course, Zhang Tianshan was really stubborn and didn't kneel. Xiaoqi was a little unhappy. His identity as a prince was revealed, so why didn't the three of them kneel? But forget it. Thinking about how one of them was the sect leader and the other was the deputy sect leader, it was good to give them special privileges. After which, he looked towards Zhou Zhongmao, who was beside Lin Fan. He looked really dumb and honest. Maybe he wasn't that smart. Forget it, he would give him special privileges. Xiaoqi said, Sect leader Lin, we are in a special situation. The people of Jiang City are in danger, and we need sect leader Lin's help. Once we deal with the demons, I will report to the Imperial Court to give Martial Path Mountain a title. Sect leader Lin, please call out your disciples and borrow some elite disciples to solve this matter together. The white-browed man nodded his head. His Royal Highness had a heart for the people, and he was happy. When he followed His Royal Highness, he was afraid that the prince he followed was someone who fought for power. Now it seemed like his luck was good. And Prince is right. Our Martial Path Mountain will go all out to help. Lin Fan said. Xiaoqi waited silently for the Martial Path Mountain disciples to appear. He had to choose a bunch of elites, otherwise even if they found the demons they would just die. He waited for a while. Xiaoqi frowned and was a little unhappy. Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? He felt that this sect leader Lin was a little unreasonable. Didn't he agree to go all out to help, but what about him? Why didn't he have a single disciple? Nothing much, they are all here. Lin Fan said. Ah, Xiaoqi was stunned. Damn, he wasn't bragging to him, right? What were they all here? Was he playing with him? Or did he see that he was a light emperor so he used words to provoke him? Lin Fan pointed at the commoners. Those aren't Martial Path Mountain disciples. They are workers hired from Jiang City. There are a total of 6 of them. This is the deputy sect leader. He was the sect leader in the past, but he made him bankrupt, so I came to take over. This is the young master from my old home, Martial Path Grade 4. He has no strength at all, and is the grand disciple. This is also from my old home, Martial Path Grade 3. He is also a young master and has no strength at all. He is also the grand disciple. The few of them were used really well, rhyming well. This is my cousin. The other one isn't here and doesn't have any cultivation. He just takes care of us, so Martial Path Mountain has a total of 6 people. When Lin Fan said those words, Xiaoqi's expression changed. Oh my God. This was a sect? Stop kidding me. The white-browed male didn't know what to say. He had never seen such a tragic sect. Lin Fan said, Don't worry, Prince, I am not afraid. I am determined. The 6 of us will follow Prince to find the demons, and we won't fear anything. Damn. Xiaoqi looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. The situation wasn't about whether or not they were afraid, but that he was. How were they supposed to find it with 6 people? Even if they found the demons, they would die without a grave. He was a prince, why would he go crazy with them? Did they think he was sick in the head? Of course. He couldn't say that. Sect leader Lin, we can't do that. 6 is too few. Although I am a prince, for the safety of the people I can even give up my life. However, I can't harm sect leader Lin. We can only report this matter to the imperial court and let them send experts, Shao Qi said. His words were so beautiful. It was really artistic. Yuan Tianchu looked at the prince and saw through his words. He was just afraid, so why did he have to find so many reasons? His expression and emotions weren't conveyed well at all. Lin Fan said, Prince Shao, we are not afraid. Demons threaten the people of Jiang City. Even if we can't defeat them, we don't fear anything. Under your leadership, I believe that even if we die, we can heavily injure them. Damn! Shao Qi nearly fainted. Did he have to argue with him like that? Even if he wasn't afraid to die, he didn't want to die for no reason. With his estimation, with a few hundred disciples heading together, they would be safe. Now that there were only 6 of them, even if they went, they would just be sending themselves to die. What was the point? Not good, not good. How can I let sect leader Lin die? Shao Qi said. Lin Fan said, it is okay. I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself. Not good, sect leader Lin, you don't need to say anything. I understand your intentions. We have to have a plan to deal with demons, so how can we die in their hands? Shao Qi waved his hands and rejected. White Brow couldn't take it anymore. Sect leader Lin, my master is right. Although demons have to be wiped out, we can't just die without any confidence. Shao Qi looked at the sky. It is late, I have something to do, so I will take my leave. Once I find more people, I will find sect leader Lin for help. He didn't wait for Lin Fan to say anything, bringing his men and leaving. Bad start. This Martial Path Mountain was so disappointing. They actually had so few people. He had nothing to say, he didn't know what to say. On the way down, how can this Martial Path Mountain be so useless? Just 6 people and they can form a sect? Shao Qi didn't dare to believe it. If he didn't personally witness it and someone told him that there was such a sect, he wouldn't believe it. Young master, the world is huge, and there are all sorts of things. No matter what, Jiang City can't be compared to Zhua City. The sects in those places are the true prosperous ones. However, we can't drag on the demon matter, otherwise it will be a huge problem. White Brow said. Shao Qi's head hurt. Gather experts to wipe out the demons? White Brow shook his head. No, it isn't so simple to wipe them out. Only by finding experts to negotiate with them can we ensure the safety of Jiang City. The places wherein demons lived were dangerous, and normal martial path experts would be killed if they weren't careful. Who knew how many demons there were? If there were too many, to wipe them out, one would have to pay a huge price. This was why they could only find experts to negotiate with them, and not disturb one another. Lin Fan didn't understand where this prince came from. Recently, there were so many things happening in Jiang City. Where were the demons? He really wanted to know. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't head to their territory as it was too dangerous. Actually, he just wanted to capture some demons to develop a relationship with them. After which, he eagerly headed to the secret room. The 16 cuties were still waiting for him there. Huangborn listened to his father, and came to Martial Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan. He told him that his father wanted him to come here and hoped that Zhang Tianshan could help prevent the demons from invading the Huang family. Zhang Tianshan's relationship with the Huang family wasn't that good. He just saved his life once. The Huang family old master was not bad, but this Huangborn was a little dishonest, asking him for money. However, he still followed Huangborn to the Huang family. He didn't have much ability to fight the demons head-on, but he did have some ability to defend against them. Chapter 136. Within the inn. Shao Qi paced back and forth thinking about what he should do. The trip to Martial Path Mountain disappointed him. These few people weren't the demons' match, and they might even become their food. He didn't care and just left Jiang City, acting like he didn't face this matter at all. To be honest, this method was indeed very good. He could leave without anyone knowing, and in the end only a few people would know that he had been here. As for what would happen to Jiang City, it had nothing to do with him. When something huge happened, naturally someone would deal with it. No. As the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, how could he have such thoughts? However, he had no choice. Resources were limited, and he didn't have many experts by his side. If he knew that such a thing would happen, he would have brought more experts by his side, and it wouldn't have been so problematic. There was an intense battle in his heart. All of a sudden he found it tough to choose. Should he give up the city and leave? The aristocratic families of Jiang City disappointed him. He was the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, and no one came to welcome him. He was even staying in such an inn. If this was in other cities, how could this happen? Of course, he was just grumbling about such a situation. Your Highness can actually reveal your identity, and let the Jiang City aristocratic families work together to gather experts. Even if you don't wipe out the Yin demons, you can protect Jiang City and form a threat, such that the Yin demons retreat. That would be a success. White Brow looked at the crown prince in deep thought, and one knew what he was thinking about. Shao Qi said, "The idea you mentioned is what I thought of just now." White Brow blinked. "Your Highness, can you not do that? If you really thought about it, you wouldn't have hesitated for so long." "Your Highness is intelligent, I respect you," White Brow praised. Chen family. Chen Xingyao's life was quite comfortable. There was one less person in the family, but there weren't many changes. The 3 experts he recruited were great, and they gave him a sense of security. At that moment, Manager Yu brought Shao Qi and White Brow in. Manager Yu bowed and bent his knees, and he was showing signs of licking his boots. Chen Xingyao was drinking tea in the courtyard. When he saw Steward Yu bring a stranger in, he was a little displeased. Was he the one in charge of the Chen family? Or was Steward Yu the one in charge? No matter who it was, they had to at least inform him. "You didn't even inform me and brought people in. Do you still have any respect for me, the young master?" It seemed like it was time to establish his own dignity. Although 2 wealthy merchant families in the city had been wiped out, he did not panic at all. In fact, he was even grateful to the murderer for killing them well. At this moment, Chen Xingyao's face was cold. Just as he was about to reprimand Steward Yu for not following the rules, Steward Yu quickly ran to the young master's side and muttered in a low voice. How could he not know the young master's personality? He would definitely scold him in front of outsiders. But the current situation was not right. These 2 strangers were not ordinary people. They were big shots, big shots. Even if the master was here, he would have to kowtow to them. When Chen Xinyao heard Steward Yu's muttering, his expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed, a sign of shock. "Oh my God, this is the eldest prince of the Central Dynasty. My mother, father, open your eyes and look. My Chen clan has welcomed the crown prince." Instantly, Chen Xinyao hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. "This commoner Chen Xinyao greets your Highness the first prince." Chen Xinyao was temperamental. He might have smiled at you, but in the blink of an eye, he could take your life. But that was to normal people. If you let him test the crown prince's temperamental personality, maybe his head would be removed right away. Chen Xinyao was bad, but he wasn't a fool. Who he could offend and who he couldn't, did he not know? "Get up. I am traveling around Jiang City and don't want to reveal my identity. However, I have something to do, so I can only reveal my identity to you. However, your Chen family has to keep it a secret," Shao Qi said. White Brow sighed. "Keep it a secret?" Jiang City Prefect, Marshal Path Mountain and Chen family already knew, so what was there to keep it a secret? Just make it public. "Yes, don't worry, your Highness, my Chen family will keep it a secret. If anyone dares to leak it out, I will teach them a lesson," Chen Xingyao said. Chen family's identity wasn't clean, so they weren't treated well. That situation of being looked down upon was really uncomfortable. But now a chance had appeared. If they could get close to the crown prince, then they would be able to soar. Their Chen family would be able to wash themselves clean and walk to the peak of life. However, all of this needed hard work. "Your Highness, please take a seat," Chen Xingyao invited respectfully. Their identities were switched, and he was more like a servant. Shao Qi said that he didn't need to be polite, but his body was honest. This kind of treatment was more like the style of a prince. When Chen Xingyao learned that the crown prince was actually staying in an inn, his expression changed. He cursed that he deserved to die. How could he let the crown prince stay in such a place? He immediately ordered Manager Yu to leave the most luxurious room for the crown prince. Li Tsong witnessed everything. He didn't expect young master to suck up to him so well. Manager Yu was really happy. He thought that young master wouldn't be able to support the Chen family, but it seemed like he was wrong. Young master's actions towards the crown prince was enough to prove that the Chen family wouldn't fall, and would instead become stronger. Even if old master was here, he definitely wouldn't be able to do what young master did. Xiaoqi had a good impression of the Chun family. They knew how to conduct themselves and he was satisfied. He told Chen Xingyao about the culprit of the recent murders, and for the first time Chen Xingyao knew what the Yin demon was. It sounded a little terrifying. But the crown prince said that he wanted to get rid of the evil, to solve the Yin demon problem in Jiang City. He didn't hesitate and unconditionally supported the crown prince. In front of the crown prince, he ordered manager Yu to increase the bounty and find experts to help the crown prince solve his problems. His Chun family was willing to give up all their wealth for the crown prince. Xiaoqi was satisfied. This was a loyal subject. However, looking at the current situation, they were still weak and didn't have the ability to fight the Yin demons. Xiaoqi continued to head to the other aristocratic families and merchant families to persuade them. He had to travel a long distance. However, he wasn't tired at all. He felt good, like he was telling everyone how responsible he was as the crown prince. For their matters, he went all out to persuade them. Not long later, everyone in the city knew about it. The crown prince of the central dynasty came to Jiang City to deal with the culprit who killed the two merchant families. It was undoubtedly a huge boost to the hearts of the Jiang City people. The commoners cheered on the streets. Those who were prepared to leave Jiang City to find a way to live all returned home. To them, how could they leave? The crown prince was here, so what did they have to fear? Their Jiang City was totally safe. Chun family banquet. Xiaoqi was in a tough spot. I just wanted to solve this matter behind the scenes, but I didn't expect everyone to know about it. I don't want such a situation. Chen Xingyao said respectfully, the first prince has shown mercy to Jiang City. How can we remain silent? The people of Jiang City will remember the first prince's kindness and never forget it for the rest of their lives. Hei's brother Chen is joking. As the crown prince, how can I not do anything? Forget it, why do I have to remember it? Xiaoqi waved his hands. He said it like it was true. He went to the various families in the day to show his identity. He just opened his mouth and said that he was the crown prince. That would scare them so much that they would worship him like he was their ancestor. If too many people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Moreover, he didn't want to hide it. If no one knew how tough it was for him to do such a huge thing, then what was the point of doing it? It would be better to just leave quietly and save a lot of trouble. Huang Boren was at the banquet and stared at Chen Xingyao. This fellow actually knew how to suck up. He really didn't expect it. In his heart, Chen Xingyao was such a person. He could be strong, but he couldn't act strong in front of him, otherwise he would slap his face. He was arrogant and had a violent temper. But looking at the current situation, there wasn't any shadow of the past Chen Xingyao. He was just a bootlicker. Looking at the surrounding merchants, they were the same. They were all sucking up to the crown prince, saying that they would support him. If he had anything, they would ask for it and they wouldn't delay it. Huang Boren wasn't such a person. No matter how noble your identity was, I wouldn't suck up to you. Young Master Huang, you and Young Master Chen are top families in Jiang City. I hope that you can put down your grievances and cooperate with me to solve this matter. Xiaoqi said. Huang Boren cupped his fists. Since your highness has spoken, my Huang family will naturally listen. Don't worry, your highness. I believe that under the leadership of the wise and mighty his highness, this matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. How fragrant. Felt really good to lick. To lick someone with power, one wouldn't know if they didn't lick, but once they did, they couldn't stop. Good, although Jiang City is far, I have sensed your hearts. Very good, very good. Xiaoqi nodded his head in satisfaction. Martial Path Mountain. In the secret room there were many low roars. The 16 Yin demons suffered physical and mental injuries. The human in front of them loved to stab them. He stabbed them so crazily that black blood flowed out. He also loved to use words to attack their minds. Some Yin demons couldn't take it and cried out like they were in a frenzy. Lin Fan wiped off the black blood on the blade and said calmly, "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any thoughts towards all of you and have no ill intentions. However, please cooperate. At least before you are of some use. I won't abandon all of you." Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 222. Oh. He had nothing to do now, so he exchanged his insights with the Yin demons. Raise them. He had to raise some demons. These demons were really friendly and cute, especially when they bared their teeth and revealed their sharp canine teeth. They were just too cute. It wasn't early. Maybe he could continue to act tonight. But it was a little dangerous. Within the room, Lin Fan looked at the fruits of his hard work. Rage points. 19610. A decent number. His martial path cultivation could increase once more. That was great. He spent 1,800 rage points. He raised his physique to 270, and his physique cultivation reached the peak of martial path grade 9. Power surged in his body. This wasn't internal strength but physical strength. See, it hurt. Suddenly he felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. There were bugs crawling in his skin and it looked really terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem somewhere? Chapter 137. Pain. Pain. Damn. At the start it was waves of pain and now it was intense pain. That pain was tough to bear with, like his body was being burned by flames. Small bumps appeared on his skin like something was crawling under his skin. Did a bug enter my body after spending so long with the demons? Lin Fan bore with the pain and used a knife to cut open the small bubble. Poochie. The bubble burst, boiling blood flowed out. The blood was really hot, the temperature was really high. What was going on? The temperature of the blood was so high, could he still be alive? Didn't he just raise his physique to peak grade 9? Was there a need to do that? See. He thought that if he persisted for a while it wouldn't hurt, but it was obvious that this wasn't a pain that would disappear. Pooh. His skin tore open, boiling fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fan's back was drenched in sweat, his heart filled with fear. Did something really happen? If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have been prepared to cultivate and have a good life. Why did he have to find such a troublesome matter? He couldn't think so much now. For such a situation to occur when he raised physique meant that his body was raised too high. There was nothing that could support such a strong body. Maybe that was the reason. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand cleared the realm. Unmovable king body rose to returning to true realm. In an instant the pain gradually lessened, and there was a wave of inner energy in his body that was feeding back to his body. This is the internal strength cultivated from unmovable king body. It belongs to physique. Lin Fan felt another type of internal strength appear in his body. It was obvious that it was the internal strength used by the unmovable king body. Like a balloon it swelled up a lot, but if the air within was sucked dry the balloon would shrink. This problem didn't appear in the past. It was probably because his physique hadn't reached a certain level. There are some problems with the previous arrangements, I have to rethink it. Lin Fan adjusted his mindset. He thought that cultivation was simple and could be completed with rage, but now it wasn't so simple. If he didn't cultivate any cultivation technique and just raise physique and internal strength, there would be problems. He had two types of internal strength in his body. One was the internal strength of the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture, and the other was the unmovable bright king body. These two types of internal strength were different, one focused on the inside, the other focused on the outside. They had nothing to do with one another. But they were all nourishing his body. To prevent any accidents from happening, he decided to upgrade the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture. This cultivation technique was not bad and should be a top-notch cultivation technique. What assassin? What had he missed out? It was all bullshit. He knew that his father had left it for him. Now that the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture was at grade 10, he needed 2,000 rage points to raise it. At a point, Purple Sun for Sacred Scripture, 11th Heaven, Purple Sun for Sacred Scripture, 12th Heaven. He raised it all the way to grade 14, spending 8,000 rage points. The inner force in his body was strong, so it should be very safe. Increase inner strength. Internal strength. 270 martial path grade 9. It was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. His physique and internal strength had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the martial path. On the contrary, he only had 810 rage points which were instantly cleared. However, the mixed elements broken jade hand had once again become unlearned. It was truly regrettable. His combat strength was slightly weaker, and the strength of the refresh points was once again weakened. Perhaps it was sending a signal. Want to become stronger? If he could, he should cultivate a few more cultivation techniques. As for not relying on adding points to cultivate the mixed elements broken jade hand, stop joking. Which one of those cultivation techniques didn't require many years of hard work to succeed? He didn't have the time and energy to do so. Or was it that the demons weren't fun and wanted to cultivate? He sat cross-legged and started to calm down the restlessness that came from his strength increasing. This was the first time he was seriously cultivating. It was worth praising. Wolf Brigade. Since the bandits here were wiped out, it became really dark and terrifying. The demons lived in the forest near the Wolf Brigade. Because of their arrival, the forest changed. The trees grew thicker. They covered the sky. Even in the day, the sunlight couldn't shine in. It was dark, sinister, and terrifying. That moment, a terrifying sound spread out from the forest. Then there was a rustling sound as something appeared in the forest. In the pitch-black forest, a red light shone. Many demons came out from the darkness. They crawled on the ground and roared out viciously. A stone coffin was really eye-catching, but it was really simple. It was just pieced together from a few pieces of stone. At that moment, the stone coffin shook, and small pieces of stone fell off. With a pong, the coffin was opened, and a thick black mist spread out from within. This black mist was much thicker than the other demons. Damn humans! A demon stood up from the coffin. This demon was different from the others. It was 3 meters tall, and he had 4 pitch-black arms. A long tail hung from his spine. This tail seemed to be made of black metal. The surrounding demons retreated. They were afraid of the demon in front of them. In the demon world, there was a hierarchy. Normal demons like them didn't have coffins to sleep in. They could only dig a hole to bury themselves and come out at night. King, I will teach these humans a lesson. The big demon opened his mouth. His voice was thick and hoarse. He then turned into a black fog and headed towards Rivertown. The small demons followed closely behind. They were going to eat people. Following the big demon, no one could stop them. They felt that their lives in the East Forest of U City weren't good. They were forced to sleep for 20 years. And when they woke up, they weren't even given enough to eat. Some brothers went out to eat 1 or 2 people, and then they were attacked. They didn't dare to fight back. And even the king was beaten until he was injured. However, things were different now. They moved to a foreign environment. Moreover, they were close to a human city. Their lives were really good. Eating and drinking was really good. Of course, demons didn't only know how to eat. If they all headed out at once, then how long could the people in the city eat? How long could the people in the city eat? Only by eating slowly could they eat for a longer time. Chun Manor. The fan-holding scholar sat in the courtyard and drank wine. He looked at the moon in the sky. It was really beautiful. He waved his fan casually. It felt good to be an expert in Chun family, and his salary was high. The key was that the crown prince of the imperial dynasty was in Chan family, and that gave him hope for the future. If Chun family could tie the crown prince to them, then as helpers of Chan family, they would be able to rise, and their status would rise to a certain level. The moon is really good, and I really want to recite a poem. Unfortunately, I will wear whatever I lack. The fan-holding scholar shook his head and smiled. He was illiterate, but he wouldn't tell others. That was because his style and aura gave people a feeling that he was a cultured person. A gust of wind blew over. It was a little cold. The scholar frowned. Why did he feel a little cold? Suddenly, he noticed that a shadow on the stone table was getting bigger and bigger. This shadow was moving, and it seemed a little vicious. He was shocked, but he acted like he was calm. Just at that moment he rolled and opened his fan. Shwa shwa. A few thin needles shot through the air and struck him, giving out a crisp clanging sound. He smiled. If he was hit, then he would die. There was a really strong poison on it. However, when he raised his head, his pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. These things Poochie. Chun Jiao was in a good mood. He drank alone and occasionally smiled. He felt that his luck had come. The crown prince staying in the Chun family was something that others wished for. During the banquet, when everyone learned that the crown prince was staying in Chun Manor, their eyes turned red. Damn! Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? It was actually taken by the Chun family. Was there any justice in the world? If they brought the crown prince back, they would definitely treat him like an ancestor. They even thought of a plan. They would get the crown prince drunk and then let their daughter do something with him. They didn't ask for much. Just being a concubine was enough to bring glory to their family. If the crown prince had a special hobby, they could personally do it to make the crown prince happy. Chen Xinyao was thinking about finding a few beauties to accompany the crown prince. But manager, you said that women weren't attractive to people like the crown prince. Unless he could find the most beautiful woman in the world, could he? Of course he couldn't. If he randomly sent a few normal beauties over, it would cause the opposite effect. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow standing outside the door. Who is it? Chen Xinyao asked. He didn't reply, but the shadow was still there. He got up and thought that something had happened. But suddenly he stopped and searched for a weapon in the room. Wait, I am wearing my clothes. I will be done soon. Wait, don't come in. Very quickly, Chen Xinyao found a sword that was specially used to kill servants who didn't listen to him. He held the sword and didn't open the door. He pierced through the wooden door and stabbed the body of the person outside. He kicked the door open and didn't even see who it was. He ran to the courtyard and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" At that moment he looked at the person who was stabbed. It was the scholar and expert that he had just recruited. From the back there was a long crack on his back. The crack opened and one could see the white spine. However, there was no flesh and blood at all. A black mist surged out from the scholar's body. Damn! Damn! Chen Xinyao was so frightened that he peed his pants. What was that? Why was it so terrifying? He raised his voice and shouted with all his might. "Save me, come save me." Someone charged out from the courtyard next door. "Young Master Chen, we are here." The short guy with the hammer and the guy with the flying guillotine ran from both sides and protected Chen Xinyao in the middle. What is this? The short guy was shocked and didn't dare to believe his eyes. He had never seen such a weird thing. There were weird things attached to the house and walls. Let's go, let's head to the crown prince. Chen Xinyao rushed. In another place, Li Tsong and manager Yu hid under the bed and shivered. The two of them were talking about how the Chen family would go in the future. They even said that they would do anything for young master to ensure the prosperity of the Chen family. Even if they had to give up their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. But now, bullshit. It was best to be alive. Chapter 138. Your Royal Highness, not good. When Chen Xinyao and the others ran to Shao Qi's side, they noticed that there were demons here too. There were many of them. Many of the guards by the prince's side died. Only that white-browed man was really fierce. He held his spear and fought with the demons. An eye-catching light exploded out from the spear and stabbed through a demon. With a sizzling sound, the demon's flesh and blood started to evaporate before falling apart. It laid powerlessly on the ground and didn't move at all. Shao Qi acted like he was calm, but in truth he was panicking. Demon, were these demons? He had only seen portraits of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now that he saw one, that was completely different from a portrait, alright? If he returned to the imperial dynasty, he would teach that artist a lesson. What did he draw? It was so terrifying. Protect the prince. Chen Xinyao came to Shao Qi's side. He opened his arms and blocked in front of him fearlessly. The hands of the two helpers were trembling. This was the first time they faced such a thing. All of a sudden they didn't know what to do. Chen Xinyao said, "Your Royal Highness, follow me. I will bring you to a safe place." No need, as the prince of the imperial dynasty. No matter what danger I face, I won't take a step back. Today I will fight to the death with these demons. Shao Qi straightened his back. His gaze was sharp and he didn't fear the situation in front of him at all. Actually, he wanted to leave too. But he knew that this place was the safest. As for leaving with Chen Xinyao, what a joke. Did he have any experts beside him? If I follow you, I won't even know how I died. What are you talking about? Chen Xinyao wanted to leave, but since the prince didn't, what else could he say? Okay, I will accompany the prince to fight these demons to the end. Help me, as long as we survive this, I will give you all rewards. Chen Xinyao said. White Brow's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the demons to be so bold and actually charge all the way here. An extremely bright light exploded out from the spear and killed another demon. He looked towards the prince. He was under huge pressure. Not only did he have to kill the demons, but he also had to protect the prince. All of you are useless. You have to use lightning and pure yang elements to hurt them. They won't fear normal attacks. Whitebrow hollered. The person playing with the flying guillotine beside Chen Xiao used the flying guillotine to pick off the demon's head. However, the demon's head turned into black smoke and grew back once more. Ah! The flying guillotine expert was dumbfounded. Brother, what are you talking about? Thunder attribute cultivation technique? Yang attribute? I don't really understand what you're saying. I'm just playing with the flying guillotine. Once the flying guillotine is used, I'll split my head. As for what you're saying, I really don't understand. On the other hand, the short man with the hammer was very fierce. The hammer smashed the demon viciously onto the ground. The friction between the hammer and the ground caused sparks to appear, causing some damage to the demon. The demon cried out and retreated into the distance. In the future, your monthly allowance will be raised to 500 taels of silver. Chen Yao was overjoyed. He did not expect this short man to be so amazing. He gave him a lot of hope. Then, he looked at the girl playing with the flying guillotine. Seemed to be saying, "How can you be so useless? Look at how powerful he is." Ah! Suddenly a scream spread out. Chen Xiao shuddered. He saw the short man being grabbed by a few demons, torn into a bloody mess. His organs were all dug out. Damn! I just praised you and now you're so useless. That was just so embarrassing. The short man cried out. How did this happen? He was already injured, so why did it become like this? No, I was just passing by, it has nothing to do with me. The face of the guy playing with the flying guillotine was ashen white. This exceeded his expectations. This wasn't something he could go up against. He didn't say anything at all. He just ran outside. Don't run, don't run. Chen Xiao was filled with despair. Why are you running? Didn't you pay? Come back. The demons cried out and then chased the guy. Not long later, screams spread out. It was really tragic. Chen Xiao covered his eyes in despair. Did it end just like that? At that moment, a demon struck towards Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi stood on the spot and didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the situation made him so terrified that he didn't know how to move. Your Royal Highness. Whitebrow struck and killed the few demons that charged over. There were too many of them. He couldn't be distracted at all. But no matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to His Royal Highness here. Your Royal Highness, let's go. Whitebrow grabbed Xiao Qi and wanted to leave Jiang City, to let the innocent civilians become cannon fodder to escort His Royal Highness away. Suddenly, Whitebrow's expression turned serious. He turned around and stabbed forwards with a spear. A tail stabbed over and clashed with the spear. Pung! Expert. There was an expert amongst the demons. He was finished. The big demon appeared. He grabbed a leg and bit it in his mouth. The thick tail landed on the ground. Human, stop resisting, let me eat you. The big demon said with a sinister tone. Whitebrow protected in front of the prince and said warily, demon, you are so bold to actually dare to kill people in the city. Do you know who is behind me? The demon in front of him was really strong. Moreover, his form was different from other demons. He was one of the stronger ones. It was okay if there weren't other demons around, but there were many. If they really fought, he wasn't confident in protecting the prince. The big demon's red eyes spun. Oh, someone important? Scoff, this is the Imperial Dynasty Crown Prince Xiao Qi. If you dare to hurt him, you demons won't have a place to stand. I think you should think about it. As long as the Imperial Dynasty experts come, you will have nowhere to hide. Whitebrow hoped to use the identity of the Imperial family to suppress the demons. This was their only hope. Ha ha ha, Prince, I haven't eaten before. People without strength, no matter how high their status is, we demons don't fear them. We will eat them. The big demon hollered. The climbing demons charged towards them. Chen Xiao was so frightened that he peed his pants. Oh my god. Was Chen Xiao going to die here? No. He still wanted to live. He could only follow closely behind Xiao Qi, unwilling to let go. At least that Whitebrow had to protect the prince, and he would be dragged along. The battle was intense. Demons crazily attacked, giving Whitebrow huge pressure. Especially that big demon who would occasionally attack like he was playing with prey. Not long later. Pung! White Brow was smacked by a tail and flew backward, smashing into the wall. The wall cracked and was covered in spider patterns. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The spear in his hand fell to the side. Human, you aren't strong. The big demon gave a playful smile. Bullshit. White Brow looked on coldly. That dog, using the prince to restrict him and distract him. This big demon wasn't weak and sneak attacked from all directions. How despicable. Prince, I can't protect you anymore. White Brow said. Shao-Chi held on to White Brow. It is okay, you have tried your best. If I die, the imperial dynasty will take revenge for us. He knew that there was no hope. Rather than crying out in pain, why not face everything head-on? However, his heart was filled with sadness. He died just like that for no reason at all. Chanjiao sat on the ground. There was no life in his eyes. Damn. He was going to die. The big demon slowly walked towards the three of them. The delicacies tonight were a little rich. The meat of an expert was fragrant, the blood was sweet. It was a huge supplement that could increase one's strength. Suddenly, a voice spread out. Wow, so many demons. Cousin, you have to work hard tonight. Which bastard killed so many demons, what a waste. Cousin, I told you not to wait, but you didn't believe me. His tone was filled with complaints. On the roof, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao appeared. They waited outside the city for a long time. They didn't find anything. He was a little anxious. He noticed that the Chun Manor was a little lively. Didn't that mean that the demons came to the Chun Manor and that there was a huge battle? He didn't want too many demons to die. Those were all good things. He directly brought his cousin over. As expected, many demons died, what a waste. Lin Fan hugged his blade and jumped down from the roof. Zhou Zhongmao followed beside him. He looked at the demons around and locked onto the big demon. Sect leader Lin. Shao-Chi looked at Lin Fan and was delighted. Maybe there was still hope. Don't worry, with me here you will be fine, Lin Fan said. White Brow's eyes were swollen. He squinted and looked at Lin Fan. The two of them weren't enough to deal with the demons. Save His Highness and leave. He only hoped that he could save Shao-Chi and leave. Suddenly, a demon charged towards Lin Fan under the instructions of the big demon. You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao opened his fingers, grabbing the demon's head and smashing it onto the ground. Lightning flashed in his palm. With a pung, the demon didn't even have time to cry out before turning to dust. Cousin, stop killing, there is one less. Lin Fan felt pained. Didn't he know that his cousin needed demons? He even had the energy to kill. Cousin nodded. He couldn't take it and attacked. Lin Fan counted. 1, 2, 3. He turned around and looked at White Brow. You are amazing, a total of 32 demons, you killed half of them. There are still 10 left, amazing. He was really impressed. Your demon is interesting for arms and a tail. It seems like he has some status among them and is worth me studying. Lin Fan's eyes were shining as he looked at the big demon. The big demon felt that something wasn't right. The way the human looked at him was a little weird. It was like how the demons looked at humans, like they were looking at their prey. Little ones, eat him. The big demon hollered in rage. The remaining 9 demons hollered in rage and struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly placed his palm on the handle. When the demons appeared above him, he squatted down. He pulled out his blade. He closed his blade. Shwa shwa. Pung. Pung. The demons fell to the ground. Each of them had wounds on their bodies, and there was lightning internal strength wrapped around them. When speed reaches a certain level, you won't even be able to see the blade, Lin Fan said calmly. Chapter 139. His posture was really handsome. White Brow and Shao-Chi's mouths were agape. Sect leader Lin was so strong? Shao-Chi really didn't dare to believe it. When he learned that Martial Path Mountain only had 6 people, he was extremely disappointed in Martial Path Mountain. But now, Sect leader Lin was really infuriated. Weak, really weak. Since you are so weak, then you should be well behaved, Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao took out a rope from his waist and tied up the 9 demons. Some struggled, but cousin slapped them silly, unable to fight back at all. Amazing, sect leader Lin is amazing. I was wrong, Shao Qi said. He really was wrong. What a joke. How quick was that blade? He didn't even see the blade just now. With a schwa, the terrifying Yin demon fell. The big Yin demon stared at Lin Fan. Human you. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop the big Yin demon from speaking nonsense. He raised his head and said, Yin demon, your mysteriousness makes me tempted. Don't destroy it in my heart. Your mysteriousness attracts me. To pay respect to it, I will let you see my blade. At that moment, Lin Fan slowly pulled out the blade and then tossed the sheath into the air. He opened his arms and the blade tip slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked at the blade sheath that was spinning in the air. A voice rang out in their hearts. When the blade sheath landed, a miracle would happen. Pata! The blade sheath landed on the ground and gave out a sound. Just at that moment, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and struck with his blade. Mountain River move. Lightning blade 4 strokes. First stroke. An eye-catching blade glow exploded from the blade. The surrounding air shook like the mountains and rivers were shaking, affecting the space within. Pung! The big Yin demon raised his hand. A thick black mist gathered in his palm, his fingers pinching the blade. My saber isn't something that just anyone can pinch. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Second stroke, gold jade shattering. The blade energy exploded. Its strength increased. One blade smashed the big Yin demon's palm and then it slashed towards him. The big Yin demon blocked with its 4 arms. The thick black mist turned into a physical form and clashed with the blade. The blade light scattered. The strong blade energy was enough to slice everything. This strong blade energy didn't leak at all. It was all gathered on the blade. This was the effect of upgrading the Thunderblade 4 styles to return to simplicity. There would be no overflowing saber chi. Bang! Bang! The big Yin demon wasn't weak. His 4 arms and tail blocked quickly, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Not bad. Your sense of mystery matches your strength, but it's far from enough. The third move, Shock of Gods and Ghosts. Ha! Lin Fan growled. Poochie, the sound of his muscles expanding could be heard. The hand that was holding the knife seemed to have become a size thicker, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. A gust of wind suddenly rose in the courtyard. In everyone's eyes, the blade light around the big Yin demon had already covered him. Blade energy was all around like a ghost was using a blade technique that didn't exist in this world. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared. It was as if the indistinct saber light was his figure. It was getting faster and faster. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Each stroke consumed a terrifying amount of energy. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel tired at all. Each stroke was his strongest stroke. At least for now. He had already lost count of how many times he had slashed. To prove that his blade wasn't something that anyone could casually pinch, each stroke used his strongest strength. After 81 cuts, pung! There was a deafening explosion. The saber light dissipated. The wind and the phenomenons also dissipated. Lin Fan appeared. He stabbed his blade into the ground, his hands behind his back facing the big Yin demon. I still have one more blade that I haven't used, but you have reached your limit. I am a little regretful. Lin Fan said calmly. He was really handsome. Shao Qi's mouth was agape. He was so strong. Even Zhou Zhongmao was astonished. Cousin was so strong. If he knew that Lin Fan was already a peak grade 9 expert, he would know that there was a reason why he was so strong. The big Yin demon stood there and didn't move. Suddenly there was a crisp sound. Only to see that there were many blade marks on the big Yin demon's body. Each mark was the length of a thumb, not short nor long, it was just nice. The big Yin demon knelt on the ground. His limbs drooped, and he fell into endless darkness. At the same time, he saw that the big Yin demon's tail was covered in wounds. There were numerous blade wounds on it. Cousin so strong, Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan closed his eyes. His head was a little dizzy from all the spinning just now. So uncomfortable. But he definitely couldn't show it. Shao Qi and the others didn't dare to make a sound. It was really quiet as Lin Fan's impact on them was too huge. He thought that he was just a useless sect leader who knew that he was so strong. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. After a long while, Lin Fan still felt a little dizzy. This should be the first time he used it, so he wasn't used to it. It was best if he returned to the mountain. Let's go. Lin Fan said, letting cousin bring the demon away. When they reached the door, Lin Fan thought about how he didn't take the blade to return and pick it up. What a joke. Blade come. Lin Fan waved his hands, the blade stabbed in there buzzed. With a crisp shio it flew towards Lin Fan and entered the sheath. Slowly, the two of them left into the distance. Demon was stuck at the door, only to see that demon knock towards the door like someone was using violence to drag it. Pung! Pung! Black blood flowed from the demon's head. In the end he was finally dragged out. Xiaoqi reacted and wanted to chase. Sect leader Lin, Your Royal Highness. White Brow's voice was a little weak. Xiaoqi thought about how White Brow was injured and turned around to help him up. In his heart he was thinking about how majestic sect leader Lin was. He was too handsome. Huge waves rose up in Chan Xingyao's heart. That Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so strong? Previously, if the other party had been a little more serious, wouldn't that mean that this young master would have been unlucky? Young master, are you okay? Li Tsong ran over. When he heard that there was no movement outside, he snuck out. When he saw that young master and the prince were there, he headed forwards. Where is the enemy? Don't worry, young master, with me here, you will be fine. Li Tsong opened his arms and blocked in front of young master. His gaze was firm like he wouldn't blink for young master's safety. Scram. Chan Xingyiao smacked Li Tsong away. What the fuck were you doing earlier? Everything had ended. Li Tsong felt wronged, he was just afraid. Your Royal Highness, I didn't protect you well, please forgive me. Chan Xingyiao knelt on the ground and asked for forgiveness. Xiaoqi was frightened to death, but he couldn't blame Chan Xingyiao. He helped him up. It is okay, you protected me and I will remember it. Once this matter is solved, I will reward you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Chan Xingyiao kowtowed. He was a person who was corrupted by power. He was such a violent person, but in front of true power, he was willing to be a dog. White Brow, I will help you to heal up. Nothing can happen to you. Xiaoqi said. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, nothing will happen to me. White Brow said. Xiaoqi couldn't let anything happen to White Brow, otherwise something would happen to him. It wasn't good to head to Martial Path Mountain tonight, but he had to head tomorrow morning. To Chan Xingyiao, he was already thinking about moving out of Jiang City. Demons had their eyes on Jiang City. If the prince couldn't solve this matter, he could just leave. What about him? If he stayed here, who knew when the demons would come? So the best choice was to leave with the prince and move Chen family away from this place. The next morning, when Huang Boran learned that demons came to Chen family last night, he was astonished. They came every night, who could take it? Luckily, Zhang Tianshan had already laid out something to defend against demons, so he didn't have to worry. After learning that the prince headed to Martial Path Mountain, he headed out right away and headed towards Martial Path Mountain. Chan Xingyiao didn't sleep at all, thinking about whether or not to move out of Jiang City. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. If he moved, what about his fixed assets? Find someone to take over? Who would take over at such a time? As long as Chen family wanted to move, everyone would know why. Martial Path Mountain on the steps. Your Royal Highness, I think that we should leave Jiang City as soon as possible. The demons here aren't something we can deal with. White Brow rested for a night and recovered, but he was still terrified. That four-armed demon was a big demon and was really strong. They might have a chance of winning one-on-one, but there were too many of them. There wouldn't be a lone demon. It was just too difficult for him to protect the prince with his ability. Xiaoqi was tempted. He also wanted to leave, but he couldn't say it so directly. To leave just like that and not care about the lives of the Jiang City people, that was a little. White Brow said, Your Royal Highness, I understand what you are thinking. We can't blame you for this, we can only blame ourselves for not knowing about the demons here. If not, we would have brought the Imperial Dynasty experts over to crush them. Let me think about this. Xiaoqi said. What was there to think about? He had already thought about it. After visiting Martial Path Mountain, he would leave right away. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care, but he wanted to return to the Imperial Dynasty and bring a bunch of experts back to wipe out these demons. Last night he was really frightened. His soul nearly left his body. On Martial Path Mountain, Lin Fan knew that the prince would definitely come, so he was prepared to welcome him. Sect leader Lin. This time Xiaoqi was really warm. He came to Lin Fan's side and cupped his fists. Thanks to sect leader Lin last night. Otherwise I would have lost my life there. Small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan smiled. It was indeed a small matter. Last night after the Big Een demon was captured, he was locked in the secret room and was unconscious. Till now he still hadn't woken up, which made him a little anxious. After he sent the prince away, he had to have a good chat with the Big Een demon about life and about ideals. Although he and the Een demons weren't the same species, each species had ideals. Xiaoqi said, Sect leader Lin, there are Een demons outside of Jiang City. That is a problem for Jiang City. Does sect leader Lin have a solution? Yes. Lin Fan said. What is it? Xiaoqi asked curiously. Lin Fan said, very simple. We will charge in and wipe out all the Een demons to end all future problems. Xiaoqi blinked. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. He was dumb enough to ask that question. That method was no different from asking to die. Chapter 140. Lin Fan didn't want to continue. Xiaoqi didn't know how to continue. For example, how could this method be called a method? More like it was asking to die. Sect leader Lin, I am being serious. Xiaoqi's expression was solemn. His meaning was obvious. He wasn't joking, he was going to run. But before he did, he wanted to ask whether or not there was a good idea. If there was a good idea, then he could take the risk and try. I'm telling the truth. Was the level of trust between people so low? Did Prince Xiaoqi really think that he was joking? Wrong. I never joked. Bringing all of us to charge at the Een demons. Don't ask me why I was so stubborn. To be more direct, my ego was inflated. Xiaoqi was speechless. Forget it, even if he was serious he couldn't. Without a perfect plan he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Based on the records of the royal family, the Een demon chaos wasn't serious anymore. It was serious a long time ago. The day was the world of humans, and at night it was the paradise of the Een demons. After sacrificing numerous experts, they chased the Een demons far away. Now that the Een demons appeared around Jiang City, that wasn't a good sign. Yuan Tianchu looked at the prince. He guessed that the prince came to Martial Path Mountain for a simple reason, which was to ask whether or not there was a way. If there was, he would definitely stay and solve this matter. After all, this was a huge merit that would be praised by the people. If there was no way, he would definitely run. However, Lin Fan's idea was too dumb. Anyone with a brain wouldn't think that it was a good idea. Now he wanted to leave this place and return to Yu City. He wanted to hug his father's leg and cry that he didn't want to go out. He wanted to stay in Yu City. Whitebrow thought about it. No matter what, he had to bring the prince away. As for the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, he admitted that he was strong, but he felt that he wasn't reliable. To say that he was strong. He was indeed very strong. But to say that he was really strong. Just the few of them heading to the Een demon's nest, that was a joke. He was really afraid. That moment, noises spread out from the entrance of Martial Path Mountain. There was also the sound of dense footsteps. How lively! Lin Fan looked out. It was the Jiang City commoners surging over. From afar, he could hear the commoners shouting for His Royal Highness. Oh no! Whitebrow's heart twitched. For some reason he had a bad feeling spreading in his heart. Please don't make that kind of request. Please don't be. Xiaoqi saw that there were many commoners and it was a little crowded. He shouted right away, citizens, slow down, walk slowly, don't push. Let's talk about things later. Pay attention to safety and don't get trampled. Although he was only a prince, he immediately displayed the demeanor of a wise monarch. Fuck. Your Royal Highness, please don't say that. Otherwise it will be hard for you to back down. Whitebrow panicked. He already had some understanding of what was going to happen next. But looking at His Royal Highness's current situation, it seemed like he hadn't seen through it yet. This was a bit of a trap. True enough. As expected of a prince. With these words, the commoners stopped fighting and paid attention to their surroundings. There was no stampede. Very soon, the commoners came in front of the prince. There were at least 1,000 of them, and many of them were on the steps of Martial Path Mountain and didn't squeeze up. Walala! The commoners knelt on the ground and shouted, Your Highness, please save us. Their shouts shook the heavens. Xiaoqi's expression was solemn as he reached out. Please rise, I am here. If you have anything, just tell me. Lin Fan looked on calmly. These commoners really came at the right time. He didn't believe that someone was manipulating things from behind. Of course, he had to see what the situation was in case he guessed wrongly. If the prince abandons us, we will kneel here and not get up. The commoners cried out. Lin Fan was helpless. If the prince abandoned them, they would kneel here. This was Martial Path Mountain, my territory. If they really knelt to death, I would be the one to collect their corpses. Shao Qi panicked. What was going on? How did the commoners know that he was going to run? But he said calmly, as the prince, you are all my people, so how can I abandon you? Stand up and speak. The commoners looked at one another and then someone stood up. Your Royal Highness, recently there have been many tragedies in Jiang City. Someone said that evil demons came. We are all normal people and have no choice. If your Royal Highness leaves Jiang City, then we have no hope of living. We, the people of Jiang City, beg your Highness to save us. White Brow winked at the prince. He couldn't agree, he definitely couldn't agree, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave this place. If he didn't have any status, he could just say whatever he said. If the situation got bad, he could still leave. However, princes were different. With their status, if they went back on their word it would greatly affect their status. Shao Qi felt a trust that he had never felt before. He looked at the commoners in front of him. They trusted and loved him so much. Could he leave? Actually, he really wanted to leave. Commoners, don't worry, I definitely won't leave Jiang City. I will solve the threat to Jiang City. Shao Qi said. Oh my God. White Brow wanted to say something but stopped. Your Royal Highness, why did you say that? There were no benefits for you at all. Did you forget about what happened last night? You need to pay attention to your status and identity. You can't casually promise others, especially in front of so many commoners. If you fled halfway, then the Crown Prince's reputation would be totally bad. Shao Qi calmly calmed them down, but he was shouting in his heart. What am I saying? Why did I say that? I can't take it anymore. Let me return to the Imperial Court. I will bring you experts. Actually, there is no point for me to stay here. Go back, I'll go back. I promise that I will solve the Jiang City matter. Shao Qi waved his hands and told the commoners to leave. It wasn't good for so many people to gather here. Be careful when you go down, don't step on anything. The commoners were easy to deal with. Since the prince promised in front of them, naturally they believed him. After all, he was the prince, so how would he lie to them? Very quickly, the commoners went down the mountain. Shao Qi stood there. His expression was a little dejected. He knew that he had done something very stupid. But he had no choice. His personality was like that. As the prince, when he saw the commoners in danger, how could he retreat? He had to raise his head and charge forwards bravely. He didn't say anything, just promise and then think of a solution. Your Royal Highness, you were rash. White Brow said softly. Shao Qi nodded, and I was rash. He admitted that he was rash, but he had no choice. How could he not be rash when facing such a thing? Your Royal Highness, consider my idea. Lin Fan said. Shao Qi looked at Lin Fan. Consider what? Even if he died in Jiang City, he wouldn't die in the Een Demon's nest. Sect leader Lin. Do you have any other ideas? Shao Qi asked. He felt that in Jiang City, in terms of strength, only sect leader Lin was reliable. Although his words were a little unreliable. But he didn't care. If he used another method, they could still continue to talk. Lin Fan shook his head. No. Damn. Shao Qi was helpless. You are forcing me to a dead end. Can't you say that you have a way? Just at that moment, Huang Boren came. He didn't have much use in coming to Martial Path Mountain. Huang family was a rich merchant family, just a slightly stronger existence in Jiang City. Now, he came to Martial Path Mountain to ask about the latest situation. Chun family being attacked by Een demons was unexpected. Moreover, he panicked. Last night, the prince was in Chun family. If anything happened to him, the outcome would be catastrophic. At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking to himself, my dear brothers, you guys have pretty much finished what you need to talk about. Can you guys leave now? I am really anxious. There is also a bunch of cute Een demons waiting for me in the secret room. All of you are wasting time talking nonsense here. Sect leader, come over. Zhang Tianshan stood not far away and waved towards Lin Fan. He looked really cunning, like he was hiding something. Lin Fan walked beside Zhang Tianshan. What is it? Zhang Tianshan got close to Lin Fan's ear and said softly, I have an idea. Originally, he wasn't interested in what Zhang Tianshan said at all, but his words were a little different. It was like he was a guy who often went to places of pleasure. When his friend asked him whether or not he was a virgin, he was as shocked as when others said that he was a virgin. Don't look at me like that, I really have an idea. Do you think that I am weak? I have a lot of experience in defending against demons. Zhang Tianshan said. Really? Lin Fan had an idea. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head, of course, but I have a condition. I will help Jiang City solve this matter, but you have to let me enjoy the same treatment as you. I also want to renovate everything in the house. Damn. That's all you've got? Marshall Path Mountain deserved to go bankrupt because of him. Okay, head to the foot of the mountain to see whether or not the commoners have left. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He had an idea in his heart. He walked in front of the prince. Actually, there is another way. This is the safest and won't cause any problems. Xiaoqi was really depressed. When he heard those words, he was delighted. Sect leader Lin, what is it? I have an idea to block the demons and not let them enter the city to harm people. However, it consumes too much energy and materials. If we protect Jiang City, we will need 5,000 silver a month. Lin Fan said. Huang Boran found it weird. 5,000 silver, 60,000 a year. That isn't a small sum. That was indeed not a small sum. To Lin Fan, one tael here was like 1,000 on Earth, maybe even more. This was why 5,000 a month was 5 to 6 million, 60 to 70 million a year. Zhang Tianshan was delighted. He finally convinced this kid. As he walked down the mountain, he felt elated. Happy. Chapter 141. Haze, actually this isn't a problem of money. To me it is a huge burden. The main thing is that the prince loves the people, so if I don't sacrifice something, how can I do it? Lin Fan said. Huang Boran, please remember that you are investing in Marshall Path Mountain and actually said that it wasn't a small amount. You fellow White Brow had never heard of a way to defend against demons. However, looking at sect leader Lin, he didn't look like he was spouting nonsense. Okay, I agree. I will also thank sect leader Lin on behalf of the Jiang City people. Xiaoqi cupped his fists. Sect leader Lin, please do it quickly. I will send the silver over. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. There was a plot. There was definitely a plot. He didn't believe that surnamed Lin would be so kind to help others. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. A bunch of stupid mortals. They were sold and still counted the money for others. Even the way he looked at the prince changed, like he was saying that the prince was just so-so. His brain wasn't working as fast as mine. Don't worry. No demons will enter Jiang City tonight. The prince doesn't have to worry. Lin Fan said. Xiaoqi heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little doubtful and wasn't sure whether or not this matter would succeed. Jiang City. Chan Shengyao looked at the faces of the people who returned and heaved a sigh of relief. They were all smiling and it was obvious that the prince agreed. Manager Yu told him that he couldn't let the prince leave. If not, Jiang City would be in danger. After which, Manager Yu ordered people to spread the news that the prince wanted to leave. If Jiang City didn't have him, then everyone would die. How would the people want to die? They would definitely gather together and beg the prince to stay. Manager Yu, you did well. Chan Shengyao said. Young master, we can only do that. As long as the prince is in Jiang City, then there will be a way. Manager Yu said. In times of danger, when everyone was helpless, if there was someone with a high position, then everyone would have a thought to believe in him. As long as they followed him, they would be able to get through this. Chan Jiao muttered. Prince, don't blame me, I had no choice. White Brow, who left Marshall Path Mountain, frowned helplessly. Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't have agreed to those commoners. White Brow, there is no need to speak of this matter anymore. I have already made up my mind. As a prince, no matter what danger I face, I cannot abandon the common people. The ancestor who founded the dynasty still fled with the common people when the enemy chased after him. How can the current me abandon them? Xiaoqi deeply respected the old ancestor who created the dynasty. That was benevolent and he was working hard to learn. White Brow was speechless. If he had to say something disgraceful, he would definitely say, "Your Highness, do you think you're protecting your people by running away with them?" The truth was that there was an ulterior motive. It could be summed up in a few sentences. Win over the hearts of the people, stabilize the morale of the army, carry resources and act as a shield. In the end it was just like that. Your Highness is benevolent. This servant admires you. White Brow was filled with respect. However, Your Highness, the 60,000 silver that sect leader Lin mentioned, was it personally given by Your Highness? I don't have money, Xiao Qi said. Let's go find those Jiang City merchant families and let them split it. It isn't much anyway. To Xiao Qi, to let him stay and take money, did they really think he was a fool? He didn't have money. Even if he did, it was given by the Jiang City merchant families themselves. After Xiao Qi returned to Jiang City, he saw Chen Xiao waiting at the city gate. He told him to call all the merchants in the city over as he had something important to discuss. Chen Xiao was delighted. It was okay as long as His Highness didn't leave. If he really had no choice, to have His Highness accompany him was a huge gain. There were many merchants in Jiang City, but there were basically none who could reach the level of Chen family and Huang family. The rest were mid-sized merchants who didn't have much power, but they were really rich. I have a way to protect Jiang City. Xiao Qi opened his mouth and said. His first sentence made everyone very happy. What happened in the last few days made everyone panic. Now that His Highness confirmed it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, to protect Jiang City we need to pay 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain. Xiao Qi continued. Some merchants were moved to tears. His Highness is kind, not only going through thick and thin with Jiang City, but also paying. We are grateful to His Highness. That's right, that's right. His Highness is a wise ruler in the future. Xiao Qi waved his hands. These merchants were about to die and still wanted to take advantage of him. Did they really think that he came out from a bunch of fools? This money isn't paid by me but by everyone here, split it equally. And some merchants were shocked, split it equally? That was a little terrifying. This was different from what they thought. Xiao Qi said, "Don't think that I am stingy. Actually my royal family is proud of being thrifty. Don't think that I am a prince. Actually all my wealth added up can't even be compared to a fraction of all of you. Do you believe me? Who would believe you? You are such a bad prince." But how could they say that? All of them nodded their heads. They definitely believed him. Who had the balls to say I don't believe you? His Highness, isn't 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain a little too much? Moreover, we aren't sure if Marshal Path Mountain can protect Jiang City. A merchant asked weakly. His aura wasn't strong enough and he felt a little weak. He was facing the Royal Highness. For a commoner like him to be able to sit here and talk to the Royal Highness, it was already a blessing to his ancestors. Xiao Qi said, "I will tell you the truth. The evil demons outside aren't anything else but demons. They specialize in eating human blood and flesh. No matter where you hide, no matter how deep you hide, they can eat you up unknowingly. So it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You can wait for me to gather the Imperial Dynasty experts to wipe them out. When that happens, you don't need to pay." These fellows really made one feel despair. At such a time they were still thinking about money. If not for the pleas of the Jiang City people, he wouldn't have stayed here. All the merchants sucked in a deep cold breath. How terrifying. His Highness's words were just too terrifying. Chen Xiao stepped out and said, "What are you all thinking about? Do you want money or your life?" "My Chen family agrees." Huang Boren said, "My Huang family agrees too." The rest of the people looked at each other and agreed one after another. How should they split it equally? If they gave too much, they were a little reluctant. If they gave too little, naturally they couldn't. Outside of General City. "Is your method reliable or not?" Lin Fan asked. He hoped that Zhang Tianshan wouldn't disappoint him. This was a long-term business. Did he know what a business was? It was to lay at home and not do anything. Every day, he would count money until his hands cramped. Of course it is reliable. When have I not been reliable? Zhang Tianshan pushed a small cart. There were many stones in it. There wasn't anything special about these stones. The surface was red like it was dyed in blood. To Lin Fan, these stones looked like the Hailuo red stone. Zhang Tianshan walked for a while and stopped. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He acted like he was calculating with his fingers. He picked up a stone and dug a hole at the corner of the city wall before burying it. Lin Fan followed behind and found it weird. What stone is this? Zhang Tianshan smiled. You don't understand, right? This is a red flame stone, a normal stone. It isn't worth much and doesn't have much use. But nature is magical. Everything counters one another. This red flame stone counters demons. Our Martial Path Mountain's back mountain is filled with these stones. So many that it is a little scary. Actually, this red flame stone is just a support, the key. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, so let's not talk about it. Zhang Tianshan actually knew how to keep him in suspense. Lin Fan squinted. If you don't say it, then I won't buy anything for you. No, if you don't buy it for me, then I won't do it. Zhang Tianshan had thoughts of dropping everything and going home. He actually knew how to threaten. However, it was really useful. Okay, I will give you 50 silver, say it. Lin Fan didn't want Zhang Tianshan to drop everything on such a small amount of silver. He still had to do what he had to do. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and said proudly, 50 silver is not enough, I calculated it for you. You spent over 100 in the market. As the deputy sect leader, even if I lower the conditions, it will still be 100 silver. Without this number I won't agree. You fellow. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Tianshan. What a useless fellow. He thought that it would cost a few thousand, so it was 100. One's knowledge determined one's height. It wasn't without reason that Martial Path Mountain went bankrupt because of him. Okay, I will give you 100 silver. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. He suddenly noticed that this kid was a good person. He had wronged him in the past. Once Zhang Tianshan was satisfied with the money, he would have more motivation to work and he would talk more. Actually, I am using the red flame stone to connect the yang power that Jiang City has accumulated for hundreds of years. Demons are most afraid of two types of power. One is lightning and the other is yang power. Now that I have drawn out the yang power, the demons won't dare to come. Zhang Tianshan said. The city also has yang power? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said yes, as long as there is a sun, there will be yang power. Every day the sun shines high. Who knows how much Jiang City has absorbed? We just lack a catalyst. As for the location of the layout, it is really important. Without decades of research, it is tough to understand. He even started to be arrogant. He had some ability. I take back what I said before. My father's friends, even if they weren't strong, they had some specialties. How long can it last? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said forever. As long as the sun exists, the yang power will be replenished. Also, these stones can't be dug out. If they are, then they are useless. Sounded so simple. If one really wanted to do it, it would be really difficult. Zhang Tianshan was a skilled person. The location to bury the red flame stone had to be chosen carefully and couldn't be casually buried. Chapter 142. Jiang City wasn't small. It took a lot of time to circle around the city walls. Since the big demon was captured, he had been locked in a dark and damp secret room. No one cared about them and no one loved them. Just the thought of it was too horrible to look at. He was finally done. Zhang Tianshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy to earn 100 silver, but he was really happy. After so many years since Martial Path Mountain went bankrupt, this was the biggest amount of silver he had gotten. When the sun was about to set, Shaoqi brought Whitebrow up Martial Path Mountain. Even if he trusted Lin Fan, he wouldn't dare to stay in Jiang City. No one knew if Jiang City would be safe tonight. Those commoners believed that Jiang City was safe, but that was their belief. To Shaoqi, this matter needed to be observed. He could not risk his life with the commoners. This was why when the sky was about to turn dark, he came to Martial Path Mountain as this place was the safest. After all, sect leader Lin was the strongest. Did he really think that Shaoqi was dumb? Actually, he wasn't dumb at all. Instead, he was really smart. Young master, are we really heading to Martial Path Mountain? Li Tsong asked. We have conflicts with Martial Path Mountain. Young master, you sent Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain, and now you want to stay at Martial Path Mountain. That doesn't feel good. Just how thick was his skin? If it were him, He wouldn't have the face to do so. Chen Xinyao said, let's head to Marshall Path Mountain to hide for a night and take a look at the Jiang City situation tomorrow. Li Tsong said, but are they willing to accept us? Why not? His Royal Highness is definitely on Marshall Path Mountain. Let's find him to drink and then get drunk. Won't we stay on Marshall Path Mountain? Chen Xinyao said. Manager, you nodded. Young master's idea is a good one. Let's not talk about it for now. In any case, there shouldn't be any problems with good food and wine. Chen Xinyao didn't want to head to Marshall Path Mountain, but there was no other way. He didn't dare to stay in Jiang City. He would only dare to return to Jiang City after confirming that everything was fine the next day. On the mountain, Zhang Tianshan was in Yuan Tianchu's room. Actually, sect leader Lin is not bad. Shua. Yuan Tianchu stared at Zhang Tianshan. Fuck me. What kind of medicine did you have up your sleeves? And what kind of magic potion did Lin Fan feed you for you to actually speak up for him? You're the one who speaks ill of me the most. Hihi, are you wondering why I said such nice things? This matter. Forget it, let's not talk about it. If I say too much, you might not be able to accept it. Sometimes jealousy is the most vicious of all emotions. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands and didn't say much. Fuck. Yuan Tianchu wanted to hear what happened for Zhang Tianshan to actually speak up for Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who hid so deeply. If you didn't finish what you wanted to say, your butt would hurt for half a day. Liang Yongqi scoffed, too lazy to bother with Zhang Tianshan. To him, Marshall Path Mountain didn't have many good people. Especially this liar, he felt like he wasn't a good person. It had been a long time since he left U City and came to Marshall Path Mountain. Who knew what he did every day? Every day he was just idling away. His head was hurting. Outside, Shao Qi brought White Brow up the mountain, and the moment he arrived, he saw a person standing there. He recognized that it was sect leader Lin's cousin. He had seen his skills that night and he was a strong expert. Is sect leader Lin here? Shao Qi asked. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about the prince. My cousin is busy. What matter do you all have? Jiang City is airtight. The air is filled with fire energy and is really hot. Breathing isn't smooth, so I want to spend a night on Marshall Path Mountain. Shao Qi said. When he said those words, his face turned red. How embarrassing. A prince was actually so frightened by the Yin demons that he wanted to hide in Marshall Path Mountain to feel safe. He even wanted to lie. However, he had no choice. Humans were magical. The higher one's position was, the more embarrassing the things one did. Wait, there are still people. Zhou Zhongmao continued to wait. Cousin told him before he entered the secret room. Tonight there would be 2 waves of people. The prince had already arrived. Next would be the Chun family. They should be here soon. Shao Qi found it weird. There were still people coming? Not long later, Chen Xinyao brought people over. He carried dishes and wine. When he saw the prince, he was slightly stunned and then said anxiously, Your Royal Highness, I finally found you. Shao Qi acknowledged it wasn't natural, like a secret was found out. His gaze and Chen Xingyao's eyes exchanged glances. Like the 2 of them had a tacit understanding that neither of them would expose the other. Zhou Zhongmao was lazy to bother. My cousin said that the prince can stay on Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain was not bad. Although the sect was small, their ability made him feel good. In the future, if he had the ability, he would support him. Manager, you said. We aren't staying here, we just brought food and wine to visit your Royal Highness. Once it ends, we will leave. If they really entered, this meal would last for a long time. They would at least have to eat until dawn. Zhou Zhongmao opened his hands. You can enter, but hand over all the silver on you. My cousin said that Marshall Path Mountain is a quiet place. And if you enter, it will damage Marshall Path Mountain's reputation. If you go past midnight, then the silver will be destroyed. Nonsense. Chen Xinyao cursed in his heart. What destruction? Couldn't he just say that he took it? How fake. However, he had no choice. For the sake of his life, he had to give them the money. Li Tsong muttered in his heart. Those who took advantage of the situation were beasts. In the secret room, when Lin Fan entered the secret chamber, there was a gust of cold wind blowing at him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it was definitely not a hallucination. Maybe the Yin demons are thinking about me. Lin Fan was really eager. The research value of the big Een demon far exceeded that of normal Een demons. In the distance, a hoarse roar spread out. It was like the Een demons were talking to each other. Oi, I am here, I have made all of you wait. Instantly. There was no movement at all in the darkness in the distance. Those low growls that seemed to be whispers disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to normal. Lin Fan smiled. They were really a bunch of shy things. They knew that he was here and were embarrassed to speak. Deep within the secret room, the surrounding environment was really bright. It wasn't a jail, so naturally there was no need to make it so terrifying. When Lin Fan stood in front of all the Een demons, the fierce wind and torrential rain came. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. It was too violent. Soundless anger represented true anger. Don't be so passionate, we still have a long way to go. Lin Fan waved his hands. These Een demons were too passionate, and he nearly couldn't get used to it. Cousin would use special internal strength to suppress these Een demons at a fixed time. Naturally, he didn't need to worry that they would run. Human, let us go. The big Een demon hollered in rage. He had always felt that Een demons were the most terrifying existence, but now he understood that Een demons weren't terrifying. What was terrifying were these humans. In the east forest of U City, a human suppressed the Een demons such that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, he met another human here who tied him up here. Once I am sick of playing with you, I will let you all go. Lin Fan was really calm. He felt that the Een demons were really pure, their emotions were so obvious. They didn't hide anything. Rage points plus 444. The big Een demon looked at all the Een demons. His mouth moved and gave out a sound that one couldn't understand. The sound sounded like the special language of the Een demons. Then the Een demons raised their heads and roared. The sound wasn't sharp, but it was really penetrating, like they were asking for help. Lin Fan shook his head. Stop shouting. It is useless even if you break your throat. Although he said that, the Een demons didn't believe him and continued to shout with all their might. Lin Fan didn't stop them from roaring. Shouting was their freedom. Moreover, the sound was not bad. The Een demons were really unlucky to fall into Lin Fan's hands. If it was a normal human, it was already not bad that they weren't frightened to death. How would they be so relaxed like this? Lin Fan moved a chair over and placed a cup of tea on his left. He sat there and drank it leisurely. He didn't have many dreams. He just wanted to live the life of a rich family young master. Although his strength didn't allow him to, he suppressed it. The 3rd of August was a memorable day. That was because before Marshall Path Mountain opened, they found a long-term business. As long as they maintained it, they would be able to earn money in the future. Their living conditions were greatly improved. After a long while, the Een demons stopped roaring. Their red eyes stared at Lin Fan. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 555. Oh, he didn't do anything and just sat there drinking tea. The Een demons were furious. Whether or not he treated them was the same thing. Drinking tea? Leisurely? The Een demons felt that they had suffered a huge insult. Lin Fan placed the half-empty teacup to the side. You can continue to shout, I won't stop you. I told you that you are free here. In just a short while, his rage points increased by 5,000. Although it wasn't much. But this was like cultivation. It wasn't something that could be achieved in one go. It was often slowly accumulating and then slowly getting stronger. Human, you are too arrogant. The big Een demon was so furious that it wanted to explode. It had never seen such an arrogant person. Haze! Lin Fan got up, picking up the blade and walking in front of the big Een demon. You are tall and different from the other Een demons. Let me tell you, I can treat them well, but your mysteriousness makes me curious. Let me tell you, I was the nephew of a biology research assistant in a university, and I had some attainments in biology. What was he saying? What the fuck are you talking about? The big Een demon didn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. University biology research lab? What was that? He tried to contact his race members, but he didn't expect this secret room to block their shouts. Fellow brothers, we are here, come and save us. Your tale is special, other Een demons don't have it, only you do. Lin Fan walked behind the big Een demon and said. That voice caused the big Een demon to shiver. It felt like something terrifying was about to happen. Poochie. His blade was so quick that it couldn't be captured. Screams spread out. Rage points plus 666. The big demon's tail was directly sliced off. Chapter 143. They panicked. The other small demons panicked. What was going on with this human? Why did he slice off the tail of the big demon just like that? Actually, when they ate him, they didn't speak at all. Lin Fan was much better than them, at least he only attacked because of a disagreement. In terms of overall quality, he was much better than the others. This was also the difference in education. Did demons read before? They definitely didn't, maybe they were all illiterate people. The wound on the big demon's tail had circles of meat patterns. If it was cooked, it might taste good. Damn! How could he have such disgusting and perverted thoughts? Lin Fan picked up the tail of the big demon and grabbed it in his hands. It felt like metal. The entire tail was made up of an inverted triangle of metal. However, it wasn't metal. Instead, it was really soft. Maybe only when the big demon was furious would it become really tough. Lin Fan didn't bother about the cries of the big demon. He looked closely at the tail. There was nothing special about it, it was really normal. Just that it looked a little weird. He shivered. The small demons were stunned by the humans' methods. Who said that demons wouldn't be afraid? Someone once said that demons wouldn't be afraid because of your strength. Actually, that was nonsense, but it depended on whether or not one's methods were strong. He looked for a long while. Lin Fan tossed the tail in front of the big demon and said regretfully, along with the process, your mysteriousness is slowly weakening. How did the demon manage to turn into a black mist? The tail that was sliced open was obviously flesh and blood. This place was filled with many mysteries. The night sky was high. The Wolf Brigade forest that was mutated by the demon aura gave off a dark and terrifying aura. Suddenly, a huge wind blew. The entire forest was restless. Many things surged out from the dark forest. Shwa! Instantly, many black shadows broke through the night sky and charged out. The night demons that crawled on all fours raised their heads and roared. They were sending some sort of signal. Translation: damn. Big Brother didn't return for a night. What happened? Brothers move out to search for Big Brother. Humans are so annoying, didn't we just eat a little of them? How can they be so stingy? The appearance of the demons meant that a storm of blood was about to happen. In the valley, two confused wild boars were having an affair. Their families were against them, so they couldn't be together. They could only find an uninhabited place under the night sky to have their fun. Suddenly, in the face of danger, they forgot themselves. Only in such a tense and exciting atmosphere could they achieve true schwa. Black fog covered the two wild boars, and in the blink of an eye, the two wild boars were reduced to skeletons. They maintained their previous postures, as if they were going to die. The demons were too hungry. They wouldn't even spare flesh and blood. Looking down from above, demons covered the land. Using the night sky, their red eyes were like rubies, really eye-catching. There was even a peculiar sense of beauty to it. They passed by Marshall Path Mountain and just took a look. What was the point of making it so bright? It was really eye-piercing. Rivertown was just ahead. They wanted to eat their fill. The fragile hearts of those humans were enough to make up for their hungry stomachs. Very soon, when the demon army was close to Jiang City, they all stopped. Fuck! What was going on? In their eyes, Jiang City was as eye-catching as the sun. That white glow was what they hated the most. It irritated their eyes. The demons hissed at one another. What should we do? We can't enter this city. Humans are really cunning to actually block our way. You knock it and see whether or not you can break it open. My leg is broken, I can't run. They came out to search for food, but they didn't expect that they would face such a situation. On the city walls, a guard got up to pee. The numerous red eyes in the night frightened him so much that he peed in his pants. What were those? But very quickly, he noticed that the numerous red eyes disappeared. He sat on the ground and panted. Were those the demons that people in the city were talking about? He actually saw demons. However, they didn't enter, which meant that Jiang City was safe, and the demons couldn't enter. Thinking about that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. Next day, the first thing the Jiang City people did when they woke up was when they realized that they were still alive. They were so excited that they jumped onto the roofs. Who knew which merchant spread the news about demons, causing the entire city to know that there was a type of demon called demons. They ate human flesh and were terrifying life forms that sucked blood. Now they were alive. What did it prove? That Jiang City was safe, and they didn't need to worry in the future. The people cheered. The streets were filled with people talking to each other. Prince is good, Prince is amazing, Prince is in Jiang City, we are happy. Actually, what did they know? Your prince was so frightened that he ran to Marshall Path Mountain to stay. When those merchants heard that, they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Could they have any face? They spent money for Marshall Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. However, no one dared to say that. Who dared to say that this had nothing to do with the prince? Who dared to tell the people that they were the ones who spent money, that the prince didn't even pay, that he was so stingy? It had nothing to do with him. However, they were sure of one thing, that Jiang City was really safe. Last night, the guards on the city wall said that they saw demons. There were many of them and they were really terrifying. They had 3 heads, 8 eyes, teeth as long as thighs, and mouths as big as water tanks. The commoners all believed them. As for the merchants, who would believe them? They were exaggerating a little. Marshall Path Mountain. Xiaoqi was in a good mood. He received news that Jiang City was really safe last night, and the demons didn't attack. At this moment he saw Lin Fan walk over slowly. He smiled. Sect leader Lin, your methods are amazing. I respect you, I really respect you. Lin Fan said, Prince can think for the people of Jiang City, so naturally, my Marshall Path Mountain can't sit still and not do anything. That moment, Xiaoqi waved his hands. White Brow took out a thick stack of bills. Sect leader Lin, this is a year's fee. Yesterday, Xiaoqi collected the money. If Jiang City was fine, then naturally the money would belong to Marshall Path Mountain. If it failed, then the money would be used to collect the corpses of the dead. As the prince, there were some things that he had to take care of. Lin Fan took the money and placed it well. He couldn't let Zhang Tianshan see it, otherwise this fellow would cry for his parents. Every year we have a business worth 60,000 taels of silver, but they only gave me a key figure 100 taels of silver. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it. The person who felt the most fortunate was naturally White Brow. He had been protecting the crown prince and was under huge pressure. If anything happened to the crown prince in Jiang City, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. No, if the crown prince died, then it meant that he died too. Your Royal Highness, if demons cause chaos in the future, you have to find me. Lin Fan said. This was a long-term business. As long as other people didn't know how to defend against demons, then it would be an endless source of wealth. Of course, sect leader Lin's methods are amazing. Without using a single soldier, he blocked the demons outside the city. What a godly technique. Xiaoqi said. He said softly, Sect leader Lin, let's make a deal. Tell me the method. Xiaoqi's thoughts were beautiful. If he knew a way, he could return to the imperial dynasty and let him offer it to his father. Then, the sun is a little hot. Lin Fan raised his head and said. Xiaoqi nodded, and it is indeed hot. Daydreaming. It was a good daydream. That moment, Chen Xingyao came out. They were drunk last night and then slept in the broken room. That bed was so hard that his butt hurt. But he had no choice. He could only bear with it for his life. Sect leader Lin, you really paid a lot for a night's stay. Chen Xingyao said. No one forced you. Lin Fan said. Chen Xingyao looked at Lin Fan. This fellow was so annoying. Forget it, he couldn't offend him. If he didn't know that he was so amazing, he would have killed him. Li Tsong and manager, you felt fortunate that they were still alive. Your Royal Highness, did you have a good night? Chen Xingyao walked beside Xiaoqi and asked caringly. And very good. Xiaoqi nodded his head. The Jiang City matter could finally come to an end. As a bootlicker beside the prince, it wasn't embarrassing for Chen Xingyao. Normal people couldn't even lick him if they wanted to. Xiaoqi didn't want to stay in Jiang City. This time he was using his life to protect his reputation. If not for Marshall Path Mountain helping him, the outcome would have been unimaginable. He was too rash, too rash. Such a bad habit had to be changed. To stay just because the commoners begged him, he was sick in the head. Sect leader Lin, I still have things to do, so I won't stay in Jiang City, Xiaoqi said. Lin Fan cupped his fists. Have a good trip, Prince. If you have any business in the future, Please take care of my small sect. The two of them exchanged a few polite greetings, but they didn't say anything useful. When Qian Xingyao heard that the prince wanted to leave, he was really reluctant. He hadn't licked enough. The prince wasn't tempted by him. Martial Path Mountain calmed down. Young master, breakfast is ready. Go Zi wore an apron and held a spatula in his hand as he shouted. He was a qualified Go Zi. I am coming. However, before he came, he went into the room and hid the bills. Close to 200,000 silver. He panicked a little when he placed it in the room. He didn't think that it was easy to earn money in Yu City. Who knew that after he came out he really didn't know what to say. Maybe it was even easier than drinking water. No wonder so many people wanted to create sections. Having a long-term business was better than anything else. During the meal, when Zhang Tianshan thought about the 100 silver on him, he panicked. After breakfast, what should he buy in the city? What a headache. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi looked at Zhang Tianshan's silly smile and couldn't understand what was going on. What kind of secrets were hidden in that smile? I am prepared to tidy up Martial Path Mountain, but I am still not satisfied with the renovations, Lin Fan said after drinking a bowl of shark fin porridge. Zhang Tianshan said, okay. I will always support sect leader's decision. Chapter 144. Zhang Tianshan's impression of Lin Fan changed. Kid was not bad. Not only was he generous, but he was also easy to talk to. I support sect leader's decision, but I have no money to support your decision to renovate Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan knew that he shouldn't show off his wealth. The sect leader knew that he had 100 silver, but he needed it to buy furniture, so he couldn't scam him right after giving it to him, right? Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi were like passers-by. You guys talk. The two of us will just watch. No matter what you do, it has nothing to do with us. Breakfast ended. Lin Fan pulled Zhang Tianshan to the corner. I'll give you 100 silver. If you want to make your house and courtyard like mine, that's basically impossible. But if you give me the 100 silver, I promise to make your courtyard exactly like mine. How about that? Zhang Tianshan held the 100 silver in his arms. He was robbing money and he regretted it just like that? Could he have some morals? He was praising him just now. However, nephew Lin's words moved Zhang Tianshan a little. He knew that 100 silver definitely couldn't buy such a high-quality one. But he was afraid that Lin Fan would cheat him and cheat him out of his money. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? Zhang Tianshan asked. He was a little afraid. The young people nowadays were so cunning. He was already over 100 years old and he really couldn't beat them. For example, that Yuan Tianchu. He was such a good young man, but the way he looked at him all day long revealed an extremely strange light. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder and said calmly, do I look like someone who would lie to you? I promise to do everything for you tonight. It will be exactly the same as mine. If there is a difference, I will pay it back 10 times. Zhang Tianshan was tempted. If he said that he wasn't tempted, he would be lying. Sect leader, I believe you. Zhang Tianshan hesitated for a long while, but in the end he was tempted by Lin Fan's words. He envied the decorations in Lin Fan's house. 100 silver indeed couldn't buy it. If Lin Fan didn't lie to him, then he would have earned a huge sum. Lin Fan smiled. Wait for the good news. Outside, Lin Fan wanted to head to Jiang City. He passed Go Zi 2,000 silver and told him to use that to decorate the house and courtyard. He bought everything according to the best price. Carrying a huge sum of money made one's heart flustered. Only by spending it slowly would one feel truly comfortable. When the things are delivered, remember to move all the furniture in my house to Zhang Tianshan's place, Lin Fan said. When he obtained such a huge sum, he wanted to enjoy it. His life had to be better than in Yu City. Zhang Tianshan wanted to decorate the room like his, so he had to help him. He didn't move it at all, ensuring that it was exactly the same. Also, I am prepared to build a fake mountain fountain on Martial Path Mountain to raise some fish. I will also build a 3-story building to rest in. Go arrange for that. Although Martial Path Mountain was a sect, he wanted to develop Martial Path Mountain into one with him as the main sect. As for finding a disciple, that was still too far away. But his heart had other ideas. He had to find a disciple who could serve him, not a disciple who he had to nurture. Yes, young master. Gozi didn't think so much and just said whatever young master said. Gozi noticed. He really did not have any talent for cultivation. He could only develop his daily life and cooking skills. He knew that the young master lacked these things, so he had to make arrangements for the young master. Rivertown. Tens of thousands of people sent him off. The scene was magnificent. Take a look. What did it mean to follow the hearts of the people? This was what it meant to follow the hearts of the people. Shaoqi's eyes were filled with tears as he waved his hands to say goodbye to the commoners. As a prince, his greatest gain from this trip would be what he had gained in Jiang City. He had done a huge thing. My people, don't send me off. I am leaving. One day in the future, I will come back to see all of you. Shaoqi said as he covered his eyes and cried. It was like he couldn't bear to part with these people. When the commoners saw the prince cry, they cried too. What a good prince. In the past, they didn't think that they would have such a chance to be so close to the prince. Now that they came into contact with him, they realized that they were living in such a blissful environment. With a prince who loved them so much when he sat on the throne, how blissful would that be? White Brow stood behind the prince expressionlessly. Amazing. The prince really followed the hearts of the people. This was a huge responsibility from the heavens. Lin Fan looked on from not far away. Amazing. Are the royal family disciples also good at acting? Or are they also good at acting? To the commoners, the prince was showing his true emotions. He really couldn't bear to leave them. But in the eyes of smart people, his acting skills were just too exaggerated. However, one had to say that exaggerated acting skills were able to touch the chord in other people's hearts. Shaoqi might seem a little dumb, but one had to say that his acting skills were really deep. Didn't they see that the people were being led away by his crying and talking? That moment, Shaoqi grabbed Chen Xingyao's hand and said sincerely, Your Chen family is a huge family in Jiang City. I hope that when I am not here you can help me take care of my people. If I hear that you use your status to bully my people, do you know the consequences? Chen Xingyao was willing to be a bootlicker by the prince's side. Especially when the prince grabbed his hand and said those words, his face flushed red from excitement. Don't think that it was a threat. But to Chen Xingyao it wasn't a problem. Don't worry, prince, I will help you take care of these people, Chen Xingyao said. He patted his chest and promised it. Shaoqi looked at the commoners. You all heard it. In the future, if you are bullied by those in power, find young Master Chen. If there is a huge matter, don't be anxious. When I come to Jiang City again, tell me and I will help you. Those were empty words. But one had to say that those words had a huge calming effect on the commoners. Prince. The commoners wiped their tears. The commoners were wiping their tears. What a good prince. If he could become an emperor in the future, they would definitely live a happier life. To the commoners, what they were thinking was just too beautiful. Shaoqi told Chen Xingyao to take care of the commoners. Wasn't that nonsense? He was just lying to the commoners. To Chen Xingyao, he was stunned. The commoners came to find him when they were bullied? What if they were bullied by him? Of course, Chen family's luck had been destroyed, and to recover to its peak, it would depend on whether or not Chen Xingyao worked hard. Shaoqi didn't expect to bring Chen Xingyao along. Just a Jiang City aristocratic family. What was the point of bringing him along? Young Master Chen, remember my words. My heart is bright, and I will have what I need in the future. Shaoqi patted Chen Xingyao's shoulder and put up a smokescreen. He didn't say anything threatening, but it did make Chen Xingyao feel a chill down his spine. Your Highness, it is late, we should head out. White Brow said. There were Yin demons around Jiang City, so it was best to leave early and get far away from the Yin demon area. If they faced Yin demons in the wilderness, they would definitely die. Shaoqi knew what White Brow was referring to. Thinking about that situation, he felt terrified. Yin demons and such things. Why didn't he kill them all that year? Shaoqi waved his hands, not taking away a single cloud, but the love and respect that the people had for him. This trip was worth it. He earned a lot. Brother Huang, why didn't you say goodbye to the prince? Lin Fan asked. Huang Boran and him stood in the distance and looked on as the prince left. They didn't head up to send him off. Chen Xingyao wanted to suck up to the prince, but unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough. He didn't manage to suck up to the prince, so he remained in Jiang City. What's there to go for? This prince looks a little inexperienced, but he's actually very powerful. That fellow Chen Shengyao still wants to rely on the prince to enter the center of power. In my opinion, he's licking until there's nothing left. It's all for nothing, Huang Boran said. He looked at it. Although the Jiang city aristocrats were decent, compared to those close to the imperial dynasty, it was like an ant to an elephant. Why would the prince care about the Jiang city aristocrats? Only the prince was in Jiang city and needed their help, otherwise, he wouldn't even bother about them. The prince left. The commoners were a little sad. Chen Xiao stood there, and he didn't feel good in his heart. Chen Xiao wasn't good enough. Or did I not lick him enough? He actually didn't bring him along. He also wanted to head to the imperial dynasty to take a look at the center of power. The sun set. Marshall Path Mountain was really busy. Slow down, all of you, slow down. Zhang Tianshan stood in his courtyard and looked at the luxurious furniture being moved in. He was really happy. As expected, the kid didn't lie to him. He really had to buy it for him. Yuan Tianchu silently looked at the furniture being moved into Zhang Tianshan's room. He was envious, but he didn't show it. There was definitely a deal that couldn't be revealed. Liang Yongqi couldn't take it. Where did you get all this from? Zhang Tianshan smiled. Didn't I tell all of you? Our sect leader is not bad. In the past, it was all a misunderstanding. Let me tell you, you are the grand disciple now. As long as you work hard and make the sect leader happy, you can have all this. Of course, you are weaker than me. After all, you are only the grand disciple, and I am the deputy sect leader. Damn! Those words were meant to kill. Zhang Tianshan didn't say anything that tempted him at all. Deputy sect leader? Grand disciple? There was a difference in status here. Liang Yongqi just wanted to go home and didn't want to stay here. He suffered too much. But the Liang family had no place for him. Father chased him out and gave all his love to big brother Liang Yichu. Damn. It wasn't like that in the past. What mistake did he make that led to him being chased out of the house? He tried his best to think, but he couldn't. Tisk, no one admits that you are the deputy sect leader. Liang Yongqi said unhappily. Zhang Tianshan was unhappy. How can a disciple speak to the deputy sect leader like that? Show your attitude, how can you get such treatment? In the future, if a new disciple enters and performs better than you, your grand disciple position will be given to someone else. Give what? I have had enough, whoever wants to stay in this place can stay. Liang Yongqi was furious. Maybe he had touched his sore spot. Liang family's position was taken, and now he said that the grand disciple position was going to be taken too. That was like a knife stabbing his heart. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. Young people nowadays. Just a few sentences and they were unhappy. Haze. Yuan Tianchu was really calm. He didn't join in the quarrel and just used his eyes to observe the development of things. He was searching for clues. Chapter 145. A bunch of fools, a bunch of demons. Liang Yongqi won't stay here anymore. Liang Yongqi walked out of Marshall Path Mountain. He was so furious that tears were about to flow out. Were they still humans? They suppressed him so much. Not to mention Lin Fan, just that Zhang Tianshan, what was so good about him? He caused Marshall Path Mountain to go bankrupt. Wasn't he the one who pulled him up? As for that Lin Fan, he was just a beast. He took away all the money on them and let himself eat and drink. Did he even have a conscience? Speaking of which, he was about to cry. He rode the horse and was about to leave without turning his head. Suddenly, he pulled the reins and stopped on the spot. The environment in front of him was a little terrifying. For some reason, he came to a really dense but dark forest. Something seemed to have flashed by just now. It was a red glow. The setting sun was slowly disappearing, and a warning line was drawn between the forest and the outside world. This warning line continued to shrink. A sense of danger surged into his heart, like something terrifying was about to happen. His ears trembled slightly as he heard some very strange sounds. These sounds were really weak. Demons. He suddenly recalled that there were demons around Jiang City that would come out at night. Just at that moment, he noticed that the light that separated the two areas was shrinking. He was so terrified that his head was covered in sweat. Oh, Zhang Tianshan, you bastard, purposely angering me and running out without thinking. He pulled the reins and turned around to run. Quick, quick run, horse run. He turned his head occasionally. The setting sun slowly disappeared, and he could even see things slowly climbing out of the forest like they were waiting for the darkness to descend. Damn, save me! Liang Yongqi shouted. He was nearly frightened to death by his own stupidity. Usually, he would be able to take it. Why couldn't he take it today? Run. He had to run. If not, if the Yin demons caught up, he would be ripped apart. Martial Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu looked at the room that didn't light up. He didn't expect that Liang Yongqi would actually leave. How stupid. Even if he wanted to leave, he chose to leave in the morning. Night was about to descend, so wasn't he asking to die? Those things outside, who knew if he wouldn't bump into them? He left. Zhang Tianshan only saw Yuan Tianchu and didn't see Liang Yongqi. He was a little worried. Yes, he was humiliated by you and left in anger. Yuan Tianchu said. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed and he raged. Is he sick in the head? To leave now, does he want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianshan immediately went down the mountain. It was already dark. If that brat encountered a Yin devil, he would have no chance of survival. Yuan Tianchu's expression changed. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would personally go down the mountain to find Liang Yongqi. This was different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, Zhang Tianshan definitely wouldn't go, but his actions were a little problematic. He pondered for a moment. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. What a brilliant plan. He understood. Zhang Tianshan purposely insulted Liang Yongqi. Maybe he thought that Liang Yongqi wouldn't be able to take it and directly leave Martial Path Mountain. At that time, night would descend, and the Yin demons would come out to make Liang Yongqi face them. When he was in despair, he would save him, leaving his image in Liang Yongji's heart. This made Liang Yongqi shed tears of gratitude and pulled him to his side. Wait a minute. What was so good about Liang Yongqi? No. So that was the case. He started from the weakest and slowly bought their hearts. In the future, when they fought for the sect leader position, everyone would stand by his side. Amazing as expected, amazing. He planned step by step, actually thinking so far ahead. However, that was just so. Yuan Tianchu had already seen through it. It wouldn't be so easy to buy him over. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu felt that he was the most clear-headed of all of them. Even if their actions were deeply hidden, as long as a single clue was exposed, he would be able to unravel the cocoon and follow the vine to the melon to find the ultimate source. No one could hide from his eyes. When he thought about that, Yuan Tianchu smiled. He smiled confidently. He felt like he was an expert. No one's little secret could escape from his eyes. This idiot. Zhang Tianshan rode his horse and looked into the distance. Yin demon aura gathered there, and it was obvious that they had already moved out. He really didn't expect that the young people now were so fragile. He didn't say anything too overboard, so why were they so fragile? If it was other people, forget it. The key was that they lived in Martial Path Mountain for a period of time, so at least they had some feelings. Moreover, as the deputy sect leader, he was also the grand disciple, so how could he not care? Hayes. He had to teach him when he returned. What young master, his mentality was just too weak. Not long later, he heard shouts. Don't chase me, I was wrong, let me go. Save me. I have a disease, my whole family has a disease, don't eat me. Liang Yongqi's face was covered in tears and mucus. The horse was running, and something was chasing behind. It was really quick, and in just a short while he would be caught. Instantly, a Yin demon jumped into the air, spreading its limbs and pouncing towards Liang Yongqi. Liang Yongqi's pupils constricted. His pants were wet. He was in despair. I am going to die, I am really going to die. Father, I am leaving. Pung. Just at that moment, a white light exploded in front of Liang Yongqi and covered the Yin demon. The Yin demon roared like it had suffered some kind of injury. When it landed, its claws grabbed Liang Yongqi's horse, directly leaving a long bloody mark. The horse felt pain and tossed Liang Yongqi off. Liang Yongqi exclaimed and his body shook. Just as he was in despair, a hand grabbed him. Kid, hold tight. I will take care of you when we return. Zhang Tianshan's expression was solemn. He pulled the reins and changed directions, heading towards Martial Path Mountain. When Liang Yongqi saw who it was, He instantly felt that the despicable Zhang Tianshan was like a hero who stepped on a rainbow cloud to welcome him. Deputy sect leader, I was afraid I was wrong. Liang Yongqi was so frightened that he cried. His heart was really weak. He was scared witless by the Yin demons. Stop crying if you know fear, then why didn't you do it earlier? Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube, the length of a palm. He pinched it with 2 fingers and then tossed it behind him. A golden light seeped out from the broken bamboo tube, and it lit up Zhang Tianshan's back. The Yin demon screamed, but more Yin demons chased crazily toward Zhang Tianshan. Kid, can you stop moving your hands? If you continue, I will toss you down. Zhang Tianshan scolded. Liang Yongqi was too timid. After Zhang Tianshan saved him, he grabbed onto Zhang Tianshan. Life and death was a huge terror. He could be considered to have personally experienced that terror. Zhang Tianshan didn't even turn his head. More and more bamboo tubes appeared in his hands, and he just tossed them behind him. These things wouldn't kill the Yin demons, but they could stop the Yin demons. After a long while, Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi up Martial Path Mountain. The Yin demons followed closely behind, surrounding Martial Path Mountain. They screamed and then retreated like a flood. What are you thinking? Do you really want to die? Zhang Tianshan asked. Liang Yongqi's face was ashen white, and he shivered. No, I don't want to die. I regret it. Deputy sect leader, thank you for saving me. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Now you know that I am the deputy sect leader? Nen. Liang Yongqi nodded his head. How would he dare to say no? What happened just now terrified him. If Zhang Tianshan hadn't rushed over in time, his life would have been lost. Yuan Tianchu saw Liang Yongqi return in a daze and understood that Zhang Tianshan had succeeded. That was the first step. Following that, there would be a second and third step. When he was free, he would head to the secret room to have a good chat with the Yin demons. The big Yin demons were the most tragic ones. At the start, the big Yin demons were unyielding, willing to fight against humans. They would rather die than submit. However, as the humans used more and more methods, they became more and more perverted. They couldn't take it anymore. Burning, stabbing, pulling out tongues. Everything was perverted. There were already small Yin demons that were tortured to death. They couldn't take the frequent and strong attacks from the enemy. The Yin demons' rage points were limited. Such frequent torture made them used to it. Maybe because they gave up on themselves, their rage points didn't increase. What a waste. Their mentality wasn't strong enough. A few days later, night fell. In the Wolf Brigade forest, 3 people appeared. One of them was huge but looked really haggard. He was actually being supported by 2 small and weak bodies. The 2 small Yin demons that were supporting the big Yin demon screamed towards the forest. Very quickly there was movement. Numerous Yin demons appeared. When they saw those scenes, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Yin demons in the forest screamed and talked to the Yin demons that returned. We are back. Take a look at him. He was tortured so badly by the humans. Bastard, he is a demon. He tortured us in all sorts of ways. The 2 small Yin demons supported the big Yin demon as they walked into the darkness. The surrounding Yin demons stared at the big Yin demon. They were astonished. What happened? What kind of torture did the big Yin demon face? Why did he feel like his mind wasn't clear? His body was bleeding black blood and he even lost a lot of flesh. Especially his back, which had a huge wound. What did he face? The big Yin demon was really weak. He didn't have any strength at all. He was like a few hundred men locked in a room for days. The big Yin demon was supported onto a stone and laid there. Yin demon sent flesh and blood over. However, the big Yin demon couldn't open his mouth. Even if he did, it was useless. He had no teeth, and many things on his body were dug out. The big Yin demon looked at his race with his red eyes. His aura became weaker and weaker as he said with much difficulty, remember, if you end up in the hands of that Martial Path Mountain person, don't wait to be saved. Kill yourself, you have to kill yourself. The moment he said that, the big Yin demon slowly closed his eyes. The pain in his body and mental state all disappeared at that moment. Numerous Yin demons raised their heads and screamed. Why did that have to happen? We're just eating a little bit of human flesh. Is that wrong? Chapter 146. Rage Points. 20737. The rage points of the Een demons won't continue to grow. As they continue to be tortured, it will turn into fear, causing it to be unable to reach its peak. During this period of time, he slowly noticed the theory. If that was the case, to maximize the benefits, he had to shoot once and then slow down. After a period of time when they forgot about the pain, he would shoot once more. To be more direct, he would beat them up. After a period of time when they recovered and forgot about the pain, when their emotions returned to their peak, he would beat them up again. This cycle would continue. However, this was a little problematic. It wasn't his style. He didn't like to let go of people who offended him. Normally, he liked to kill them. However, if that was the case, he would suffer huge losses. Actually, it wasn't impossible. He was a rich family young master, and his hands weren't stained with blood. He had always been determined to be an exquisite rich family young master. He had to be magnanimous. He felt that he was a magnanimous person and was friendly to everyone. Even if they had conflicts, it wasn't a problem. He would just smile and forget about it. For example, Chan Shengyao. He told the Wolf Brigade to trample Marshall Path Mountain, but he didn't say anything and even smiled at him. Normal people couldn't reach such a mentality. Let's not think about all that in at points first. He would raise his internal strength first. Now his internal and external realms had reached peak Marshall Path Grade 9. Improve. His internal strength started to jump bit by bit. Now 1 point needed 400 and it was slowly increasing. However, it was still okay and there weren't any huge fluctuations. Internal strength. 300, Marshall Path Grade 10. Instantly, the internal energy within his body exploded. Something was born out of nothing, and dense internal energy filled his body. He felt that he had truly stepped into the ranks of experts. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he definitely wasn't weak. He was left with 8,000 rage points, but he didn't use it to raise physique or mixed energy broken jade hand. He was the clearest about his current situation. Unmovable bright king body and purple sun for holy scripture, these two techniques, one focused on internal and the other focused on external, definitely couldn't be moved. Only Thunderblade 4 styles and mixed elements broken jade hand could be exchanged and refreshed. In the end, he didn't have enough rage points. If he had enough, then there wouldn't be so many problems. He was not in a hurry. This was just the beginning. He had not reached the end yet. He realized that cultivation was really a technical activity. It was not easy to do without some brains. Marshall Path Mountain Dining Area. Sect Leader, I noticed that the furniture you bought for me has been used. Those merchants are so despicable. Zhang Tianshan was furious, but he could accept it. He just grumbled a little. Lin Fan said, yes, there are profiteers everywhere. In the future, you have to be careful when you buy things. At this moment, Zhang Tianshan's bowl was empty. Liang Yongqi placed down his bowl and chopsticks and scooped porridge for Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan was used to it. He looked at what Lin Fan was eating and said enviously, Sect Leader, when can the few of us eat that of yours? We are sick of eating plain porridge every day. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi. Did this fellow see a ghost? In just a few days, he was so respectful to Zhang Tianshan. You guys don't need to. My cousin and I are weak and we need these to replenish our energy. You guys are healthy and eating too much isn't good for your health. Lin Fan said. Fuck. Was this something a human could say? He was just shameless. Zhang Tianshan was speechless. You are amazing, I haven't found any words to retort. His heart was tired. Marshall Path Mountain was filled with unfairness. As the deputy sect leader, he had the responsibility to let the people of Marshall Path Mountain enjoy fair treatment. But the kid was a little fierce. Yuan Tianchu drank the porridge and slowly became silent. He looked on with a sneaky gaze. Replenish, continue to replenish, in the end, you will realize that you have nothing. Didn't he see the relationship between Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan? The two of them were bickering with one another a while ago, but now they weren't. Didn't he feel a bit of danger? Now that Marshall Path Mountain was preparing to be repaired, Gozi found people to work on the request that Lin Fan told Gozi. Fake mountain fountain. 3-story leisure building. There were many places that needed to be repaired. Anyways, it would cost a large sum of silver to fix everything. Jiang City. The commoners returned to normal. The only change was that when the sky was about to turn dark, no matter how busy they were, They would return to the city and not stay outside. The city was safe, but that didn't mean that demons didn't exist. Chen Xiao didn't have time to mess around with the commoners. Father was dead, and Chen family lacked a pillar. The merchants in the city didn't give them face and were fighting for territory with them. If not for manager Yu trying to persuade them, he would have raised his blade and chopped them all to death. In the past, they didn't have the balls to fight with my Chen family. The moment my father died, all of them jumped out. City gate. A girl mixed into the crowd and entered the city. Very quickly she disappeared. Not long later, 3 males rode horses into the city, but they were stopped by the guards. Horses weren't allowed in. The 3 of them had blades by their waists. One of them had a fierce gaze and wanted to slash the guard to death. However, he was stopped by the people at the side. Remember our mission, don't cause trouble. The one-eyed male got off the horse and looked at the guard. Once the mission ended, he would kill him. If the guard found out, just because he said that horses weren't allowed in the city and one had to get off the horse, he would be hated. He would definitely shout that he was wronged. He didn't do anything wrong, so why did they want to kill him? Couldn't they be more reasonable? Big brother, where are we going to find her? The one-eyed male asked. There is no rush, she can't escape. The male who was called Big Brother had a black iron mask on half his face. His gaze was really sharp. He didn't care about such a small city like Jiang City. He then saw the notice on the city walls and directly tore it down. Let's go to Chen family. Chen Manor. Chen Xingyao's days didn't change much, but in his heart, he was still thinking about Prince Shaoqi. It wasn't easy for a guy to think about another guy. Without a certain level of feelings, one definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Suddenly, Li Zong charged in. Young master, not good. Someone kicked open our Chen Manor door and charged in. He even injured many of us. What? Chen Xiao got up, his face was dark and sunken. Who doesn't want to live? Do they think that I am easy to bully? Let's go and see who it is. Hall. The 3 men stood there, and there were quite a few servants lying around them. The servants were howling in grief, in great pain. Chan Sheng charged out in rage and hollered, "Hu, Shua!" He didn't finish. A snow-white blade was on his shoulder. It was close to his neck, and one could feel the cold sharpness. Do you want to die or live? The masked male asked coldly. Go. Chan Shengyao shifted his feet and wanted to move the blade away, but the blade followed his footsteps. His face was covered in cold sweat. It came too quickly and he wasn't prepared at all. Good man, let's talk things out, don't be rash. Chan Shengyao said nervously. What kind of world was this? His father had just died and so many things had come to his door. Father, how much trouble did you cause for me? Now those bastards in the city are snatching my territory, and someone came to my door with a blade. My heart couldn't take it. Look carefully, do you recognize the girl in the picture? Chan Xia stared at the picture. Good man, I can't remember this picture. Why don't you tell me the name and I will find it for you? The masked male said, Yang Fei, Father Yang Yi, Mother Qin Yu. She and her mother are the only ones in the family. Father died a long time ago. Chan Xiao sensed thick killing intent from his body. He wasn't joking, and if he didn't know, then he would really die. Oh my God. Who did he offend? At that moment, he noticed that the blade on his neck was a little closer. He was a little impatient and was about to attack. He was so terrified that his soul was about to fly away. Li Zong, where did you die to? Come out and see whether or not you recognize this person. Chan Shengyao shouted. When Li Zong saw the situation, he hid behind the pillar and didn't dare to come out. However, since young master called him, he didn't dare to not come out. Good men, don't be rash. Let me take a look. Li Zong's hands trembled as he took a close look at the picture. Hurry up and tell this hero where this woman's home is. Hero, don't be rash. I'll help you capture this woman and torture her, said Chan Shengyao. They came out of nowhere and they didn't even know their names. If they were killed because of this, they wouldn't even be able to cry. Li Zong panicked. Don't rush, I am looking. I am thinking that she does look familiar. Oh, I know, it is in the west of the city. The 3 of them looked at one another. Go, bring us there. Don't think about playing tricks. If you lie to us, your head will fall to the ground. If it is true, then we will let you live. The masked male said. West of the city. The houses here were all next to each other. It was really tough to find people here, but luckily they had names. Li Tsong pulled a passerby. Where is Yangshi's home? The passerby shrunk his neck. It is in front. Instantly, the three of them released Chen Xingyao and dashed forward. Chen Xingyao and Li Tsong ran right away. If they didn't run now, then they would be fools. Where did these three lunatics come from? They even dared to kidnap the Chen family young master. Did they still want to live in Jiang City? The three of them came to an old and broken house. The one-eyed male kicked the door open. He saw a person lying on the bed and charged over to grab her. However, he noticed that the old woman had no aura at all. The corpse was still warm and it was obvious that she had just died. "Big brother, she is dead," the one-eyed male shouted. The masked male walked in and saw the dead old woman. His expression was really ugly. Yang Fei, as expected from the gang leader's concubine. She is so vicious and doesn't even show mercy when killing her own mother. "Big brother, this place was opened. Seems like she took the thing away." Another male looked at a brick that was removed. There was a palm-sized space inside. The masked male thought about it. "Search, she hasn't left Jiang City," the masked male said coldly. The bug in the box by his waist didn't move, which meant that it was nearby and hadn't left. Chapter 147. Chen Xingyao was so scared that he didn't dare to return to the Chen family. He could only hide outside with Li Kong. Where did these three burly men come from? Never seen it before. Just like that, he appeared out of nowhere, holding a knife to his neck and threatening him. This was something Chen Xingyao could not accept. As the Chen family's young master, when had he ever been threatened like this before? This was clearly looking down on the Chen family. "Young master, where are we going now?" Li Tsong was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring as he observed the situation around him. He had never experienced the feeling of being threatened in Rivertown, especially in the Chen family. Chen Xingyao's face was gloomy. "Let's hide first. We won't return to the Chen family for the time being. Those despicable guys will probably look for us after seeing us run." "Young master, why not head to Martial Path Mountain?" Li Tsong said. He was thinking about Martial Path Mountain. Since he saw Lin Fan's strength, he felt that Martial Path Mountain was the safest place if he faced trouble. Shua. Li Tsong felt that young master's gaze was filled with killing intent. Holy shit. Did I say something wrong again? He didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Wasn't it normal to seek help from an expert when in danger? "Li Tsong, do you know what will happen if we go to Martial Path Mountain?" "Don't tell me about Martial Path Mountain. Even if I die, I won't go," Chen Xingyao said fiercely. He was sick in the head. Chen family and Martial Path Mountain had conflicts. If they headed to Martial Path Mountain when they faced danger, then where would Chen family's face be? Li Tsong looked at Chen Xingyao. Something wasn't right. A while ago when Jiang City was uncertain whether or not it was safe, didn't young master run to Martial Path Mountain to seek refuge? Why did he feel that it was inappropriate this time? Or was it that the danger was not clear? He had yet to feel the immense pressure from the crisis. But there was no other way. Whatever the young master said, how would Li Tsong dare to refute? "Yes, young master is right. We won't head to Martial Path Mountain." Li Tsong agreed with young master, but he was thinking about where to hide was the safest. So many things had never happened in Rivertown before. During this period of time, there were more and more things happening. There were so many of them that it was scary. Jiang City was shrouded in an unprecedented crisis. In the end, Chen Xingyao brought Li Tsong to hide in the biggest brothel in the city. In such a place, no one should be able to find them. Within Jiang City, the three men were still searching for Yang Fei. Yang Fei was the gang leader's concubine. She had been in hiding for many years and had stolen the gang's most respected treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that it was discovered early, it would have been very difficult for them to find out. "Big bro, if we continue to search like this, who knows how long we'll have to continue?" the one-eyed man said. The masked man's face was cold. Then he squatted down and placed his palm on the ground. Instantly, his arm was covered with countless tiny insects. These insects were smaller than grains of rice, and they quickly attacked in all directions. "Since we can't find her, then we'll just force her out. There are people dying in this small city, and they died for her," the masked man said. Although these insects would not actively attack people, they like to attach themselves to the human body, entering the body through various small holes, slowly laying eggs in the human body, and then breaking out of the eggs. At the same time, it was extremely useful in finding Yang Fei. Therefore, if someone was infected, they could only blame their bad luck. The next day, Old Li was a pork vendor. Although he looked a bit fierce, he had a gentle personality and had a good relationship with the surrounding residents. Old Li, your face doesn't look good. Are you sick? The regular customer who came to buy meat felt that Old Li's face was ashen white, and there was no blood at all. His eyes were blurry and there were small black dots. No, I have always been good, Old Li said. His voice was really soft and weak. Maybe it is a cold. The regular customer didn't think much about it and lowered his head to pick the meat. Suddenly, fresh blood slowly flowed on the meat stall. Old Li, how did your pig blood? The customer raised his head. Before he finished, he saw that Old Li's mouth was covered in fresh blood. There was also a large amount of blood flowing from his nose. Ah! They exclaimed. The commoners all gathered over. When they saw Old Li's state, they were all shocked. Damn! What happened? What was going on with Old Li? Why did he bleed so much? Did he get sick? Ugh! Old Li's stomach moved. He opened his mouth and a large number of black worms gushed out, landing directly on the stall. These worms were pitch black and had hard shells. They were very, very small and they were all larvae. They were many times smaller than rice grains. If one didn't look carefully, they would probably be ignored as dust. At this moment, not only were bugs surging out from his mouth, but even his nostrils and eyes had large amounts of bugs surging out. Ah! Ah! The commoners panicked and shouted. When had they seen such a scene before? They were so terrified that their souls flew away. The area around the stall was occupied by bugs. Those bugs pounced on Old Li and covered him. Quickly find young Master Chun. They remembered that the prince told them to find young Master Chun if they had any problems. Chun Manor's gate was broken by the commoners. Steward Yu was dumbfounded. Something happened in the city and they needed young master to solve it. Oh my god. Were these commoners real or fake? Did they really care about the prince's words? Didn't they know what kind of person their young master was? They actually came here to find young master. Why did it feel like they treated young master as their protector? Manager Yu, Old Li who sells pork is in trouble. Is young Master Chen here? We are anxiously waiting for him to settle the situation. The commoners blocked the gate and asked about young Master Chen's whereabouts. Quiet, my young master wasn't here last night and isn't here now. Manager Yu said. He couldn't handle the changes. In the past, the commoners feared the Chen family, but looking at the situation, it was different. Why did it feel like the commoners treated young master as their pillar? What? Young Master Chun isn't here? What should we do? I know where young Master Chun is. Yesterday I saw young Master Chun head to the brothel. Let's go, let's head to the brothel to find young Master Chun. Only young Master Chun can solve this. Instantly, the commoners scattered and headed towards the brothel. Jiang City's brothel was huge. The old brothel owner waited at the entrance. Recently business wasn't good and she was helpless. The girls were all complaining that there weren't any customers. Suddenly, she saw commoners surge over from afar, and they all pointed at the brothel. Oh my god! A huge business was about to arrive. The commoners ate their fill and had extra money to spend here. That was definitely the case. There was definitely no mistake. Girls come out to receive the guests, a large number of important guests are here. The old brothel owner smiled. Just as she went up to receive them, the commoners pushed her aside. Young Master Chun, young Master Chun. The commoners charged into the brothel to search for young Master Chun. The old brothel owner was pushed to the ground and cursed in her heart. Damn, what was going on? Didn't they come to enjoy themselves? Why did it feel like they came to find someone? Within the brothel's top girl's room, Chan Xingyao laid on the bed comfortably. Coming here last night was the right decision. Not only did he feel comfortable, but he also ensured his safety. Pa! The door was pushed open. A bunch of commoners surged in. Ah! The girl serving Chan Xingyao shouted in panic. What happened? Young Master Chan came to the brothel and people dared to cause trouble. Chan Xingyao was so frightened that he jumped up. He was naked and thought that those 3 people were attacking him. When he saw that it was a bunch of commoners, he reacted. Damn! What did they want to do? Were they arrogant? Or was it that Chan Xingyao couldn't even lift a blade? Young Master Chan, we finally found you. Something happened. The pork seller Old Li died, and he died in such a tragic manner. Right, young Master Chan. Only you can take charge of the situation, the commoners said one by one. Some of them wanted to bring Chan Xingyao away. Wait, I will wear my clothes. Chan Xingyao waved his hands. Oh my God, were the commoners so fierce? They weren't afraid of Chan Xingyao. This was simply unbelievable. Also, what did the death of the pork seller have to do with him? When Li Tsong heard that there was movement, he pulled up his pants and was prepared to charge over. However, when he saw so many commoners, he suppressed himself. He couldn't be too rash and had to look at the situation. Chan Xingyao was surrounded by a bunch of commoners as he walked out of the brothel. His mind was in a mess. He was having a good time, so what were they doing? What was going on that caused things to turn out like this? I'm not a fucking god. Why are you looking for me when there's a murder? He was the rich Chen family young master. Thinking back to what Prince Shaoqi said before he left, he felt that the commoners believed his words. Very quickly, under the protection of the commoners, Chan Xingyao came to Old Li's stall. Many commoners surrounded him. Move aside, young Master Chan is here. Let young Master Chan in. Some commoners shouted. Instantly there was a round of cheers. Young Master Chan is here. Let young Master Chan see what is going on. Hearing those voices, Chan Xingyao felt bitter in his heart. What was the point of him coming? He wasn't a detective. If it was bullying girls or slashing people, he would be more skilled. As for this, they found the wrong person. However, when he looked at the situation, he nearly spat out the food he ate last night. Old Li's death was really tragic. As time went on, his flesh and blood were eaten by the bugs, and one could see his white bones. Young master, this situation isn't something we can handle, Li Tsong said softly. Were the commoners fools? Couldn't they see how tragic the person who died was? Did they really think that young master knew about all this? I know, Chan Xingyao said and then looked at the commoners. He was bitten to death by bugs. The commoners discussed. Young Master Chan was right, Old Li was bitten to death by bugs. Chan Xingyao didn't dare to get close to take a look. Didn't they see that the bugs were still alive? At the same time, more bugs surged out from Old Li's body, and he felt like there were more and more of them. Young Master Chan, you have to find out the truth about why Old Li was bitten to death by bugs. Otherwise, we won't be able to feel at ease. The commoners placed their hopes on Chan Xingyao. Chan Xingyao was helpless. Damn, what did this have to do with me? What was the point of calling me over? Chapter 148. Chan Xingyao was annoyed. Where do you want me to find the truth? If he had to say it, the truth was very simple. The butcher had eaten something unclean, and the worms had escaped. It was so simple. But he felt that things weren't so simple. Last night, after those 3 men came to Chan Manor, there was a murder. It definitely had something to do with those 3. But those 3 weren't people to be offended. So what if he knew who it was? He would tell them who did it. If they had the balls, then attack. In the crowd, Yang Fei looked at the situation and retreated. She was searching for a chance to leave. She was even thinking about how to kill the 3 of them to end the danger. However, she knew that it was tough. Unless she had helpers. At the scene, Chan Xingyao told people to burn the corpses. With those bugs gathered together, it was just so disgusting. The commoners lit the fire and didn't dare to get close. They only dared to toss the torches over from afar. Zizi. The flames burned brighter and brighter. There was also that crunching sound. What was more terrifying was that there was actually the smell of roasted bugs. It was a little perverted and disgusting. Chan Manor. Young master, what do you think the commoners treat us as? Li Tsong asked. Jiang City had a prefect, but that prefect was just a figurehead. Before Prince Shaoqi left, he told the people to find Chun family if they had any problems. Didn't that mean that Chun family had to do things for the commoners? If old master was still alive, he would definitely spit out blood. My Chun family started off as bandits and killed many people. What bad things have we not done? Now you are actually helping commoners to do things. Where is the honor of my Chun family? I treat it as doing things, Chun Shengyao said. He treated it like it was free. Everything was given to him by the prince. He didn't feel anything, but now he noticed that there was a trap within. Moreover, he was willing to jump into it. It was true that the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. The key was that it was hard to stop the commoners. It was easy to spread it out. If the prince found out that not only did he not do things, but he was also going against him, that he would stop everything and stare at him. Would he be afraid? Truth? Where would he find the truth? The next day, Jiang City shook once more. 2 more people died. They died in the same way as the pork seller. The people of Jiang City fell into a state of panic again. The gates of the Chun Manor were trampled on once again. Chun Shengyao was annoyed to the point that he couldn't sit still anymore. Damn! Why do you have to stare at me? I can't do anything about it. However, the inexplicable deaths made Chun Shengyao panic. At this rate, no one knew who would be the next to die. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan was lying on a deck chair worth tens of taels of silver, eating fruits and swinging his legs. He was carefree and happy. His life was very leisurely. In just a short while, Martial Path Mountain would be brand new and a huge change would occur. Sect leader Lin. He was really happy and even tried to suck up to him. Lin Fan glanced. The one who spoke was Li Kong. As for Chun Shengyao, he walked over slowly, looking a little unwilling. Damn. He actually came. He didn't want to have anything to do with Martial Path Mountain. After all, they had conflicts. However, Chun Shengyao was on the verge of a mental breakdown after the insect-killing case that had happened in the past 2 days. The people trusted him and surrounded the Chun Manor every day. If his father wasn't dead and he let them surround him, they would definitely regret having one less leg. Lin Fan didn't bother and just laid there leisurely. Go Zi waved his fan at the side. Young master was used to such a life. Li Tsong saw that Lin Fan didn't bother about him, so he stood beside young master. It was better for young master to speak. Chun Shengyao took in a deep breath and said, Sect leader Lin, are you resting? Aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 66. Chun Shengyao squinted his eyes. Could he speak properly? He was just concerned about whether or not he was resting. Why did he have to say that? Why did he have to say that? It was just too hurtful. However, he had no choice. He was forced by the Jiang City people such that he didn't dare to head out. The moment he did, he would be surrounded by people asking about the truth of the bug-killing case. He wanted to holler. He wasn't a detective. He was just a rich family young master. Chun Shengyao calmed down the helplessness in his heart. Sect leader Lin. Recently there has been a bug-killing case. I hope that Sect leader Lin can take a look and help solve it. Lin Fan turned his head and said, Are you representing the Jiang City people or just you? Chun Shengyao was stunned. Didn't that mean that it was the same for everyone? I represent the Jiang City people. Not bad. Lin Fan was interested. He didn't expect that before Martial Path Mountain opened, business would come so quickly. It seems like young Master Chun is the representative of the Jiang City people, and wants to hire Martial Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. How about 48,000 silver a year? Lin Fan said. Chun Shengyao was stunned. Sect leader Lin, what is this money? Lin Fan said, This is a protection fee. If Jiang City has problems that you can't solve, then we will. In the future, as long as Jiang City has problems, my Martial Path Mountain won't sit still and not do anything. Damn, that was just too much. For 1,000 silver a month. He was robbing money. Sect leader Lin, this has nothing to do with me. I am just representing the Jiang City people to find Martial Path Mountain for help. Chun Shengyao said. Lin Fan smiled. If it has nothing to do with you, then why did you come? It isn't that Martial Path Mountain doesn't want to help for free, but we have no choice. We have a huge business and many people in the future. Without income, what will Martial Path Mountain eat and drink? Am I right? Moreover, is 4,000 a month expensive? It isn't expensive at all. The people in the city are happy to take out 1 copper each, and that is enough. Zhang Tianshan made Martial Path Mountain bankrupt, and that was the outcome of not having any business. He wouldn't follow in his footsteps. Sect leader Lin, your Martial Path Mountain only has 6 people, so how will it not have enough to eat and wear? Li Tsong said. He felt that Martial Path Mountain was really evil. All they cared about was money. I am talking about the future. Young Master Chun, you should think about it. You can find me when you are done, Lin Fan said. He then closed his eyes and leisurely enjoyed life. Chunjiao didn't leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really couldn't. As long as he returned, the people would surround him and ask him about this and that, making his head hurt. In the end, what did this have to do with him? Actually, it had nothing to do with him at all. Sect leader Lin, can you make it cheaper? Chun Shengyao asked. 4,000 a month was a little expensive. If he had to pay, he would have to pay for it first. If he couldn't, then he would have to pay. Before coming to Martial Path Mountain, he had thought about it. He had to pay something. Skills don't bargain. Moreover, it is tough for Martial Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. Sometimes when danger comes, Martial Path Mountain people have to charge up. They are all risking their lives. Or is young Master Chen's life not worth 48,000 a year? Lin Fan was really calm. Defending against the Yin demons cost 60,000 a year. If they negotiated this Jiang City job, then Martial Path Mountain's net income would be 108,000 silver a year. This was already a terrifying number. Chun Shengyao felt really bitter. Damn! Your Royal Highness, you really screwed me over. If you gave me some benefits, I would have some motivation. Now I felt like I was trapped. Gozi listened on and realized that young master had a talent in business. When he was in Yu City, he didn't see it. Who knew that after coming to Jiang City, young master's talent exploded out? Fortunately, Zhang Tianshan wasn't here. If he knew that protecting Jiang City required 48,000 a year, he would have been terrified. The price was too bold. If he was the one asking for it, a few thousand a year would do. Li Tsong said softly, young master, why not set up a Martial Path Mountain Protection Organization in Jiang City and split it among everyone? Actually, there isn't much. If we solve this matter quickly, then we can be at ease. Those 3 men are still in the city, so only Martial Path Mountain can solve it. That was the truth. Bugs killing people made one panic. To Chan Shengyao and Li Tsong, bugs killing people was still okay. The key was those 3 men. If they didn't agree with one word, they would pull out their blades and threaten them. That was the true danger. Chen Shengyao thought about it for a long while. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. Let's go, let's head to the city. He brought his cousin over while the others stayed behind to defend Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain hadn't even opened, but they already had a long-term income. This meant that Martial Path Mountain had a future. Jiang City, commoner houses. The commoners surrounded outside and no one dared to enter. It was so terrifying inside. The moment Chan Shengyao arrived, he was surrounded by commoners. It was tough for him to kill a path out. Could they let him settle the matter first? Now that they were all surrounding him, how was he supposed to deal with it? Sect leader Lin, 2 people died today. This is one of them, the one who sold pork was burned. Chan Shengyao said. Lin Fan pushed the door and entered. The room was still lit up. There was a corpse on the bed, but it couldn't be called a corpse anymore as it was covered by black bugs. Moreover, there were some bugs in the corners of the room. Suddenly, a small bug landed on his face, quickly entering his nostrils and entering his body. Lin Fan didn't kill the bug, but he sensed the changes in his body. After the bug landed in his body, it started to lay eggs. It was really quick, unlike normal bugs. So that was the case. He used internal strength to kill the bugs and eggs in his body. Those people had bugs enter their bodies and large amounts of eggs were laid. When the eggs hatched, they directly broke out of their bodies. Although he knew, but it was far from enough. Why would there be these bugs in a place like Jiang City? He had to dig out the mastermind. Silver wasn't so easy to earn. After taking it, he had to do work. How tiring. When he saw bugs, he thought about the bug controlling technique. This cultivation technique was for playing with bugs. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the returning to true realm. Instantly, he saw that there was a slight, or rather negligible black aura on the bugs' bodies. Of course, this method of controlling bugs couldn't be compared to the bug controlling technique. It was a really low method. Chapter 149. Outside the room, Chun Shengyao was really anxious. What was going on? Who knew if they saw any problems? That moment, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao walked out of the room. Chen Zhao asked right away, "How is it? Are there any leads?" What he was most concerned about was whether or not there were any leads. He was really annoyed by the commoners. He went to visit a prostitute and was caught on the spot. How was he going to live? Should he use a blade to chop those fellows to death? Or did they not want to live anymore? He was visiting a prostitute. What did they want to do? Haze. Chen Xinyao felt really bitter. He didn't even know what to say. He only felt that after His Royal Highness came to Jiang City, his trajectory had changed. Lin Fan smiled. Go back and prepare the money. We will solve this matter tonight. Chen Xinyao was delighted. It was obvious that he had found some leads. Okay, I will go back and prepare. I will pay for a month first. A month? You have to pay annually. If you don't agree, I will leave now and act like nothing happened. Lin Fan said. Damn. That was too much of a beast. For the first time, Chen Xinyao realized that people could be hated to such an extent. Rage points plus 88. He didn't pay monthly and had to pay annually. That was just too despicable. Okay, no problem. When he said that, he gritted his teeth. Who could understand the pain in his heart? He was in a rush to gather the rich merchants of Jiang City. It was impossible for him to fork out the money alone, so he had to get someone else to help him. The organization that Li Tsong mentioned was a good choice. He had a high chance of earning a huge sum. Of course, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to make those people fork out money. Unless the Yin demons wiped out their entire race once more, then the merchants would be afraid. As for this bug-killing incident, only 3 commoners died. To the merchants it was just a light rain, and it wasn't time for them to worry. That night, Jiang City was really quiet. The commoners went home early. Even those who sold snacks closed their stalls and didn't do business. The bug-killing incident caused many commoners to panic. The Yin demons killed the rich merchants, and now the bugs were killing the commoners. How could they not be afraid? Cousin, how do we find it? Zhou Zhongmao asked. The streets were empty, and the doors of the shops were tightly shut. It was very deserted. If it wasn't for the fact that there were living people, one would have thought that this was a ghost town. Don't rush, take your time. Lin Fan raised the bug controlling technique to the returning to true realm. Under the support of the thick and endless internal strength, his senses could reach 1,000 meters. A gray aura invisible to the naked eye emanated from his body. That was the special internal strength of the bug-controlling technique. Feng Poliu probably didn't expect that Insect Valley's unbreakable secret, bug-controlling technique, would be learned by someone just like that. Moreover, he could casually raise it to the highest realm. This cultivation technique was very powerful. If one's inner force was strong enough, then the range of his senses would be even further. In Lin Fan's perception, the ants hiding under the bricks, the earthworms crawling in the mud, and even the insects flying in the air were all under his control. But these were not what he was looking for. Even though Zhang Xian didn't know what the black insect he saw earlier in the day was, it was clear that it wasn't an ordinary insect since it was able to break out of a human's body. Lin Fan moved slowly and swept through every single corner of Jiang City. He noticed it. Within a civilian house, a male laid on the bed in pain. There were bugs laying eggs in his body, affecting his body greatly. The gray special internal strength pounced over and killed all the bugs in his body. On the next day, the shit that he excreted should be called bug shit. It was made up of the corpses of bugs. As he continued to sense, he realized that there were many of these bugs in Jiang City. They were hidden really deep, and normal people could suck them into their bodies if they didn't pay attention. Moreover, many commoners had such bugs in their bodies. If he didn't clean them up tonight, more people would die tomorrow. More and more would die the day after. Maybe in just a short time the entire city would die. Using the bug-controlling technique to sense the surroundings consumed a lot of internal strength. If it was a normal person, they would feel like their body was slowly being emptied. But Lin Fan didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt like there were no changes. Everything was normal. After leaving U City, he realized that to survive alone, to have a good life, one had to pay a lot. For example, now, the sky was dark. He should have slept long ago, but for money, he could only come out to work. He worked so hard to tell everyone that he, Lin Fan, came out from U City and could rely on his own hard work to live the life of a rich young master. In the distance, Young Fei was found and was being chased by 3 guys. Young Fei, hand over the thing and follow us back, the one-eyed male said fiercely, slashing towards Young Fei's shoulder. Gang leader said that as long as she was alive, it was okay even if her limbs were chopped off. This was why he slashed at Young Fei's limbs. However, Young Fei dodged it cleverly. The 4 figures chased after her, exchanging blows with each other. However, to Young Fei, she alone was no match for the 3 of them. The masked male didn't say anything. Internal strength gathered in his palm. This was green internal strength, like it contained a terrifying poison. His palm moved slightly and a green tail appeared. Without hesitation he slapped out, hitting Young Fei's shoulder. With a kacha, her shoulder bones were dislocated, her clothes were corroded, and a palm mark was left. The snow-white skin on her shoulder had a green palm mark. Big brother, gang leader wants her alive, the one-eyed male said. The masked male said, don't worry, she won't die. Young Fei was strong, but facing the 3 of them, as long as they caught up, she could forget about running. So what if she hid in Jiang City and didn't come out? They could force her out. It was a small matter if some people died. The bugs were doing things, so it was easy for them to find her. Young Fei had 9 bug gang's precious items and was supposed to be sent to Insect Valley. However, she stopped her. She was prepared to leave 9 bug gang. But who knew that such a problem would occur? She was discovered early. She could only leave early, but she was still chased. The uninhabited streets had become a place where the 4 of them fought. Young Fei knew that if she continued to run, she wouldn't be able to escape. Why not give it a try? Maybe she would have a chance to live. Young Fei, hand over the thing, the masked male said coldly. The 3 of them stood in a row, blocking off Young Fei's path. Young Fei was petite, her looks weren't outstanding, but she had a special aura. Let's see whether or not you all have the ability. Just as the 4 of them were prepared to fight, a leisurely voice spread into their ears. Slowly searching, I finally found all of you. Lin Fan brought Zhou Zhongmao out from the darkness. He had already killed numerous bugs. Under the suppression of the bug controlling technique's special internal strength, these bugs couldn't fight back at all. To Zhou Zhongmao, he didn't know what cousin was doing. He just walked and he actually found her. That was just too magical. Actually, how would he know that cousin didn't rely on luck, but on sweeping the area and finally confirming the location of the target? Lin Fan's appearance had the 4 of them bewildered. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Scram to the side, the one-eyed male said fiercely. He felt like if he didn't listen to him, he would kill him. The Jiang City bugs killing people should be done by you all, right? Lin Fan sized up the 4 of them, 3 males and 1 female. They were enemies, having conflicts and fighting one another. Especially that girl, she should have been injured. However, what was with that gaze of yours? Why did it feel like you were thinking about something unfriendly? Kid, who are you? The masked male asked. To appear here in the middle of the night and not be afraid when he saw them, it was obvious that he was confident in himself. People who were confident, apart from fools, had some ability. The one-eyed male was impatient. Big brother, why ask so much? Just kill them. I'm asking you all, did you all do it? Why is it so difficult? Are you all sick in the head? Just answer my question. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan's words infuriated the 3 of them. In a small city, there was actually someone who dared to say such words to them. Kiki. What a magical species. Young Fei looked at Lin Fan and then at Zhou Zhongmao. She felt like they didn't look like experts. However, at such a stage, she wouldn't let go of any chance. Maybe she could use the 2 of them as shields to fight for a chance to escape. The one-eyed male said viciously, Kid, are you sick in the head? Let me tell you, we did it. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Very good. Lin Fan understood. It was good that he admitted it. He was just afraid that he had hit the wrong person. As a rich family young master, he didn't randomly hit people. Everything he said was logical. Young masters, please save me. They want to attack me. Young Fei ran towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. She wanted to run behind them and push them towards the 3 of them when they weren't paying attention. She would have a high chance of escaping then. Just as Yang Fei got close to Lin Fan punched her stomach. With a pung, Yang Fei's expression froze. Her body bent and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes were filled with shock. How did this happen? Lin Fan grabbed Yang Fei's hair and lifted her up. What poor acting skills. You aren't serious enough to act in front of me. He reached out and took out a box from her clothes. The things in the box gave him a bad feeling. He tossed Yang Fei to his cousin. Cousin grabbed her head and smashed it towards the ground. The green bricks cracked and her entire head was buried deep into the ground. What poor acting skills. You want to lie to my cousin and you have to ask whether or not I agree. Zhou Zhongmao said. Damn. If Yang Fei didn't faint, she would have exclaimed, how did I meet such a lunatic? Lin Fan was satisfied with cousin's improvement. To be able to see such poor acting skills was not bad. Chapter 150. When the three men from 9 Bug Gang saw such a random scene, they found it really weird. Damn! What was going on with the two of them? They thought about many possibilities. For example, they thought they were heroes, the two of them saving the beauty. In the end, Yang Fei used them and they died while saving the beauty. But they didn't expect him to attack right away. He saw through it. Or was his goal the same as theirs? When they saw the box in Lin Fan's hand, the three of them had an idea. This was what they needed. Hand the box over. The masked male said fiercely. They chased Yang Fei for this box. Lin Fan looked at the three of them. Jiang City commoners spend 48,000 silver a year for my Martial Path Mountain to protect them. You killed people here, that means you aren't giving Martial Path Mountain face, so I have to teach you a lesson. Or rather a painful lesson. Cousin. Pung. Cousin understood what cousin meant. He didn't say any nonsense and attacked right away. The one-eyed male couldn't take it anymore and charged over with his blade. However, to Zhou Zhongmao he was still too weak. He was far from being on the same level as him. On the other hand, the masked male had some ability. Pung! Pung! Zhou Zhongmao grabbed his blade and clenched his fingers. Under his shocked gaze, the blade directly shattered. The broken blade floated in the air. You are still too weak. Instantly, cousin opened his fingers and slapped. Those broken blades were guided and stabbed into his body. They broke out of his body along with blood and flesh. Hunglong. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of the one-eyed male's mouth. He looked at Zhou Zhongmao in shock and then slowly fell. He didn't expect that he would be instantly killed. Amazing. Lin Fan praised. Cousin's methods were not bad. Especially towards enemies, he was really vicious. Basically, he wouldn't leave anyone alive if he could kill them. However, that wasn't good. You should at least let your cousin accumulate some rage points. Cousin, come back. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, there are 2 more. You don't need to do this, I will do it. Lin Fan said. If he let him do it, then he wouldn't have earned anything tonight. The masked male and the other male beside him had solemn expressions. They didn't underestimate the two of them anymore. This was an expert. Who are you? We are from 9 Bug Gang, we are on orders to take back our items. The masked male said. Although he was furious that one of his men had been killed, he also knew that the other party was very strong. Even if he continued to fight, it would only result in both sides suffering heavy losses. By right, for the sake of long-term rage, it was normal to let these two go. But for some reason he only wanted to kill these 2 people, or let his cousin kill these 2 people. Lin Fan threw the box to his cousin and walked a few steps forward. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds to be angry, otherwise you really won't have a chance. Rage points plus 444, rage points plus 555, 1. 2. Rage points plus 555, rage points plus 666. Lin Fan waited and didn't count to 3. He didn't expect that the 2 of them wouldn't provide rage points either. Wasn't he angry enough? The half-masked man's face gradually darkened. It seemed that he would not be able to complete the mission if he did not decide the winner. He already knew that his opponent was an expert. If he didn't take out his strongest strength, that would be a dumb thing to do. It was normal that the distant Jiang City didn't know how terrifying 9 Bug Gang was. As members of 9 Bug Gang, naturally, they couldn't lose their reputation. Instantly, green veins popped up on the masked man's forehead. Then a green mist spread out from his body. Kid, do you know that you will be eaten by bugs? Bugs are small, but sometimes, you will never be able to imagine how terrifying they are. The masked man took out the mother bug by his waist and crushed it. The green liquid flowed into his palms. He then clasped his palms together and hollered, "Pung pung." There were many small crawling sounds in the surrounding dark corners. Shortly after, a dense swarm of small bugs covered each other and attacked. The two of you offended a power that you can't afford to offend. No matter what the outcome is, you won't have a good ending. The masked man grinned. His smile was really dark and sunken. Feel the despair of being bitten by bugs. A dense cluster of bugs covered the entire street, and then struck towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. On the contrary, the masked man's face was ashen white. This was a sign that he had used up too much energy. Cousin, be careful. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to block in front of cousin, but Lin Fan stopped him. It is okay, don't be nervous. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't panic at all. He stood there, the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique slowly spread out and instantly covered all the bugs. Pooh! The masked man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt that his connection with the bugs was cut off. How did this happen? Lin Fan used the bug controlling technique to control the ants to steal grain. He felt that this was a good creative method. Now there were so many bugs here. He had never tried it before. He instantly controlled all the bugs here. With just a thought, he could order them to do anything. It was also really easy. He wasn't as weak as the masked man. He just played with a few bugs and he was sweating profusely. How did this happen? The masked man panted heavily. He tried his best to control the bugs, but there was no movement at all. Suddenly, a shocking sentence spread into his ears. Do you have the awareness that you will be eaten by bugs? Lin Fan said. Damn! The masked man was furious. Why did you copy my words? I was the one who said those words. Just at that moment, the bugs gathered together and formed an 8-meter-tall human-shaped bug. The mouth of the human-shaped bug was formed from numerous bugs. How is that possible? When the masked man saw this, his eyes went blind. That was impossible. How could he control bugs? Impossible. Definitely impossible. The masked man panicked and didn't dare to believe it. The 8-meter-tall human-shaped bug got close to the masked man. Its mouth was made up of bugs like it had no bones at all. It moved like waves. Lin Fan was waiting. Provide me with some rage points. Unfortunately, he didn't have any at all. How disappointing. Was it because he was scared silly by what he thought was impossible that his anger would completely disappear and be replaced by that kind of disbelief forever? Since that was the case, why waste time? The human-shaped bug slowly got close to the masked man like it was filled with disdain. It slowly raised its head. At that moment, it opened its mouth and swallowed the masked man. Save me. The other guy was so terrified that he peed his pants. How did such a terrifying thing appear in Jiang City? He couldn't run. He didn't run far before the human-shaped bug slapped him into meat paste. It is over. Lin Fan felt a little regretful. He didn't want to deal with the two of them so quickly. Instead, he wanted to have a good chat with them for rage points. However, he was disappointed. People who were terrified weren't worth mentioning at all. What was the 9-bug gang that he mentioned? It seemed to be related to bug controlling techniques in Insect Valley. Even his father didn't want to offend Insect Valley, but he killed 3 people who might be related to them. Was that a good idea? Forget it. Anyway, no one saw it. Why was he thinking so much? Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan said. The mastermind of the Jiang City bugs was killed, and Jiang City was safe once more. Oh, Zhou Zhongmao replied. He walked in front of Yang Fei. She wasn't dead yet. With a smacking sound, he twisted her neck. His expression didn't change at all. It was like he was doing something really normal. To Zhou Zhongmao, this was to cut off all future problems, to not leave any problems for his cousin. Zhou Zhongmao might look dumb, but he was really wary of some things. Returning to Martial Path Mountain, Lin Fan looked at the box in his hand. He got it from that woman. Those few people wanted to get back the thing in the box. He opened the box. Inside laid something that looked like an amber. He placed it in front of the light and looked at it carefully. There seemed to be something in the amber. It was small, but it was really clear. It was a bug with 9 heads. If one didn't look closely, one would think that the bug with 9 heads was dead. But if one looked closely, one would notice that the heart of the bug was beating slowly. The frequency was really slow. A living thing. To others, it was an important thing. To Lin Fan, it was just a mysterious thing. He pinched the amber with 2 fingers and slowly used strength. The amber didn't change at all. He slowly increased his strength. He couldn't even shatter such a small thing. That was really disappointing. Gotcha! The amber broke, and the bug inside landed on the table. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide and looked closely. He touched it with his fingers. What was this bug? It looked weird, but it was so small that it scared him. Maybe it was too weak. He could see the small bones and meridians in the bug's body. He had an idea. Lin Fan spread out the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique and wrapped it up. As expected, there was movement. The bug seemed to need this internal strength and was actually swallowing. However, it didn't take long before it stopped swallowing, as if it was full. That made sense. It was so small, so how much could it swallow? He looked for a while and didn't see anything worth being curious about. He placed the bug back into the box and closed it. The moment he closed the box, the bug woke up. The moment it stood up, it was smashed by the lid and fainted within. The next day, the first thing the commoners did when they woke up was to see whether or not the people around them died or to ask whether or not anyone died in the city. When they learned that no one died, they were so excited that they wanted to cry. On the streets where the battle happened last night, the commoners looked at the scenes in front of them with their mouths agape. The entire ground was covered in dead bugs. What the hell was going on? Where did so many dead insects come from? Could it be that those harmful insects were all killed? They didn't know what happened last night. But something huge definitely happened. If not, why would there be so many dead bug corpses? Cheers! They cheered excitedly. Chapter 151. Chun Manor. Chun Qinyao slept at home and didn't go anywhere. He was too lazy to head out. He really couldn't take it. The moment he went out, he would be surrounded by commoners. You made it sound like he was a good person. He really didn't understand. Whether or not he was a good person, didn't they know? Or are you saying that when this young master bullied people in the past, you all became blind and didn't see it? Who knew how long passed? It was really noisy outside, like there were drums and gongs being beaten. Was there an end to it? Chun Qinyao couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid of them. He wouldn't head out. They actually came to disturb him. He was really impressed. Chun Qinyao pulled out his blade, kicking open the door and dashing out. Damn. He was going to fight it out with all of you bastards. In the past, only he bullied others. No one could bully him. Young master. When Li Tsong saw young master walk out with a blade, he was shocked. What was going on? Who was young master going to kill with a blade? Chun Qinyao didn't bother about Li Tsong and just charged out in rage. Prince Shaoqi, you con me so badly. If I don't kill 1 or 2 today, my pride would be trampled by a bunch of commoners. However, when Chun Qinyao came outside, the situation outside was a little off. The commoners were dancing lions and celebrating. When they saw Chun Qinyao come out, they cheered. Young Master Chun is out. Young Master Chun, the commoners shouted. The gongs and gongs were beating continuously. It was obvious that they were celebrating something. Very quickly, Chun Qinyao was surrounded by the commoners. Young Master Chun, good job, the bugs are gone, they really are gone. No one died in Jiang City today, but many bugs died on the streets. Young Master Chun, you are so amazing. The praises were endless. Chun Qinyao was stunned and felt that things were different from what he had expected. The key point was that no one died in the morning, the bugs were dealt with. Chun Qinyao couldn't react to the current situation. He was the overlord of Jiang City. He had killed people, beat people up, and done many weird things. But this was the first time in history. At that moment, a little girl walked in front of Chun Qinyao. As she was too short, she couldn't reach him. She pulled his sleeves and looked at him cutely. The people around them quietened down. Chun Qinyao lowered his head and looked at the little kid. Whose family was he from? He looked pretty good. After 7 or 8 years, he would be able to be his concubine. What does that mean? Why are you staring at me like that? Does he want me to squat down? Chun Qinyao squatted down. He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Could it be that she dared to be presumptuous towards him? The little overlord of Jiangcheng? The little lowly seemed a little shy, but she still plucked up her courage and kissed Chen Xingyao's cheek. You are a great hero. I like great heroes. Papa. The commoners applauded and began to beat gongs and drums in celebration. Chen Xingyao was a little confused. I'm the hero? Oh my God. No one had ever said that to him before. How am I a hero? I've killed people, I've beaten people, I've done all kinds of bad things. When I'm unhappy, I'll take your life. Now there's a little girl saying that I'm a great hero? Chen Xingyao stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Could he say that this was actually a misunderstanding? He really wasn't a hero. Actually, I am Jiang City's little overlord. A bad guy who has done all sorts of bad things. Manager Yu stood not far away and listened. His young master was actually called a hero. Old master, did you hear that? Our Chen family has cleaned up. We will start from young master. He is actually loved by the people. Old master, open the coffin and take a look. If such a violent person like young master can be called a hero, then someone like you who hides a knife in your smile will definitely be called a saint. Guys, please listen to me. Manager Yu waved his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. The commoners quietened down and looked at Manager Yu quietly. My young master cares about the safety of Jiang City, so he didn't sleep last night to help all of you solve the bug problem. Did all of you see that my young master hasn't even put down his blade? Another manager hollered. Chen Xiao nodded his head. He raised the blade in his hand and waved it. What welcomed him was a round of praises from the commoners. Wait, Chen Xiao felt that something wasn't right. Since you said that, then how was he supposed to tell the commoners about the Martial Path Mountain Protection Guild? It was okay that he was conned by the prince once, but now even his own manager wanted to do the same to him. That was just too much. But with the current situation, even if he felt bitter, he had to face it with a smile. Let's disperse. I am too tired today, so I need to rest. Chen Xingyao said. Some commoners led the way to leave. They wanted to keep quiet and let young master rest. Very quickly, Chen Xingyao returned to the manor. I just want to ask why you said that. Do you know that if you say that, then I will have to fork out the money myself? Manager Yu was stunned. Young master's words made sense, but he definitely couldn't admit it. Young master, listen to my analysis. How do you feel today? Did you notice that the commoners love Chen family? Manager Yu asked. Chen Xiao nodded his head. That was indeed the case. No matter what, he was still the overlord of Jiang City. However, after today he had to restrain himself. However, no matter what, he was still the overlord of Jiang City. Manager Yu said, after this matter, it will be of great help to the Chen family in the future. Apart from the wolf brigade that was wiped out by Old Master, the rest are for the commoners. Now that this has happened, the commoners will definitely buy things from the Chen family. This is a huge blow to the other merchants. And that makes sense. Chen Xingyao nodded his head in agreement. However, when he thought about the 48,000 silver, his heart hurt a little. Send 48,000 silver to Martial Path Mountain. Chen Xingyao told Manager Yu to send the money over. He had to find those merchants. No matter what, he had to let them acknowledge it. He couldn't let him shoulder it alone, right? He understood that the bird that poked its head out would be shot. If one couldn't sit still, then he would be the one to suffer. It was like a gathering for a meal. In the end, the entire place was silent, waiting for someone to get up and pay the bill before it ended. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan and the others were eating. Cousin, eat more. If you eat so little, you won't grow fat. Lin Fan said. Understood, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao carried the wooden bucket and gulped it into his mouth. Zhang Tianshan and the others were envious when they saw that. Every day from morning onwards they would eat so much that they would drool. Sect leader Lin, my young master sent this over. Manager Yu walked in and passed the bills to Lin Fan. Damn! Zhang Tianshan didn't notice at the start, but when he saw what it was, an eye-catching glow exploded in his eyes. Bills. A thick stack of bills. Not bad. Lin Fan kept the bills and continued to eat. Manager Yu sent the money over and silently retreated. Chen family and Martial Path Mountain's relationship wasn't as good as he thought. They just worked together and took what they needed. Zhang Tianshan asked sect leader, this is? Nothing, let's eat. Lin Fan waved his hands calmly. Why did he ask so much? Apart from money, what else could it be? He was able to live so comfortably now because he bought it with money. Zhang Tianshan couldn't eat at ease. So much money flashed in front of his eyes, so how could he eat? He estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of silver. That was Chun family's manager Yu. Why would he send money over? What is this thing? Pa! At that moment, Liang Yongqi exclaimed and smacked the table. He was eating well and suddenly a small thing ran onto the table. He thought that it was a spider, so he couldn't help but smack it. Wait! Lin Fan picked up the bug that Liang Yongqi smacked. Wasn't this the thing he brought back last night? Wasn't it placed in a box? How did it come out? What is this? Liang Yongqi asked in fear. Since he was frightened by the Yin demons, he was much more timid. Nothing, just a normal bug. Lin Fan picked it up and shook it a few times to see whether or not it was still breathing. He didn't want it to die from one slap. That would be too useless. Zhang Tianshan stared at the nine-headed bug, and his expression turned solemn. He then said, "Sect leader, this bug is useless, why don't we throw it away?" "It is okay, this is the first time I have seen a nine-headed bug. It is worth studying." Lin Fan was really interested in the nine-headed bug. He had grown so much in his life, but he had never seen such a bug before. Moreover, this nine-headed bug was really firm. After Liang Yongqi smacked it, it didn't explode. Its small body contained huge strength. The nine-headed bug laid on the table and didn't move at all. Zhang Tianshan had something to say to Lin Fan, but the current situation wasn't suitable. Breakfast ended. "Kid, let me ask you solemnly, did you meet people from Insect Valley?" Zhang Tianshan pulled Lin Fan to the side and asked. Lin Fan wanted to say that he had to call him sect leader, but looking at Zhang Tianshan's solemn expression, he knew that he was serious. "I didn't meet Insect Valley, so they called themselves Nine Bug Gang." Zhang Tianshan thought about it and was stunned. This is a gang within Insect Valley's territory, so why did they come to Jiang City? Did you have any dealings with them? "I didn't, I just killed them," Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan was stunned. He was actually speechless and didn't know what to say. He pulled Lin Fan and said solemnly, "Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Although Insect Valley has closed, the power within their territory is still strong. If you are targeted, there will be a bloodbath. I suggest we wipe out that bug, don't let it live. Even if we keep it, we can't expose it before we are strong enough." Zhang Tianshan didn't want Lin Fan to have anything to do with Insect Valley. At least not now. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder. "You are so solemn, I am not used to it. Don't worry, I know what I am doing." He definitely knew what he was doing. Although his bug controlling technique was weak and couldn't compare to the bug controlling technique, at least that meant that it had something to do with Insect Valley. When he was in U City, his father found out that he was cultivating the bug controlling technique, so he destroyed the internal strength he used to cultivate it. That was enough to show that Insect Valley couldn't be underestimated. But his father was his father. Zhang Tianshan was Zhang Tianshan. He represented himself. What they couldn't do in the past didn't mean that he couldn't. Chapter 152. Zhang Tianshan dissed in his heart. What did he know? He just hoped that he wouldn't be noticed so quickly. Why would people from Nine Bug Gang appear in Jiang City? Were they sick in the head? They could go anywhere, but they had to come to Jiang City. Courtyard. Lin Fan felt that life was a form of comprehension, a form of enjoyment. What he lacked in the last life he would have in this life. His assets had reached 200,000, close to 300,000 silver. This was a huge sum. No matter where he went, he would be able to live comfortably. Not many people knew about this money. Especially Zhang Tianshan and the others, he definitely wouldn't let them know. The nine-headed bug, who fainted on the table, shook its head and slowly woke up. Its head hurt like someone had struck it. However, that wasn't a problem. He had to find Master. The nine-headed bug landed on the ground with 2 limbs and 3 claws on the sides of its stomach. Its 9 heads stretched out as it walked to the edge of the table. Its 18 eyes looked at the ground. It was a little high. Who cared? The nine-headed bug jumped off from the table and fell from the sky. A whistling wind blew past his ears. Pa! Its head fell to the ground and it directly fainted. Tragic. After a long while, the nine-headed bug shook its head and woke up once more. It then ran towards the door with its short legs. It sensed that Master's aura was really close to it. Brother Liang, wait. I have something to tell you. Yuan Tianchu saw Liang Yongqi being busy at Martial Path Mountain and felt like he should remind him. If he said too much, it would be too obvious. However, he had a responsibility to care for people who weren't smart enough. Pa! Yuan Tianchu didn't see the little thing running on the ground and stepped on it. He didn't care and walked beside Liang Yongqi. Follow me. The nine-headed bug rolled its eyes and fainted once more. It was too small, so small that it couldn't be ignored. What? Liang Yongqi asked. Yuan Tianchu thought about it and said, Do you know that you have fallen into someone's trap? Liang Yongqi blinked. What did he mean? He really didn't understand what he was saying. Looking at Liang Yongqi's expression, one could see that he didn't sense the problem at all. One would be marked by the company one kept. If he could understand, then he wouldn't be Liang Yongqi and wouldn't be the abandoned kid chased out of the family. IQ decides everything. Yuan Tianchu felt that he was smart enough to fight Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan and not be at a disadvantage. Recently you have been really close to Zhang Tianshan. I think you shouldn't be fooled. He isn't a simple person. He predicted that you would face danger when you left Martial Path Mountain. He wanted to save you when you were in danger so that you would be grateful and follow him wholeheartedly. I suggest that you stay with me and don't ask too many questions. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to escape in the future. Yuan Tianchu said it as if it was true. TSK crazy. Liang Yongji glanced at him. Brother Yuan, let me tell you, you're really thinking too much. Moreover, I feel like you're going to hallucinate soon. If you can't take it, you should take a good rest. I left Martial Path Mountain on my own. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang came to save me, but I didn't see you. Do you see what this is? Deputy Sect Leader Zhang said that my performance was not bad. So he gave me a profound martial arts secret manual. I still have to go back and study it, so I can't talk to you anymore. Liang Yongji left without looking back. To him, Yuan Tianchu's illness wasn't light. He slowly accepted Zhang Tianshan. During this period of time, he felt that this person was decent and treated him well. He felt like he was being cared for by a father. I am telling the truth, Yuan Tianchu shouted. However, Liang Yongji didn't listen and walked into the distance. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu shook his head helplessly. It was just too difficult to communicate with people who weren't smart. In this power struggle for the position of the sect leader, he was just a spectator. He wanted to see who would have the last laugh. You Lin Fan. Or you Zhang Tianshan. In the courtyard, Lin Fan felt his hands itch. He opened his eyes and noticed the nine-headed bug lying on the back of his hand. Its 9 heads rubbed against the back of his hand. If he didn't notice, if he treated it like a fly, he would slap it and it would really die. Lin Fan picked up the 9-headed bug. You little bug, you are a little bold. The 9-headed bug woke up and was really intimate with him. This was the treasure that the 4 of them fought for? His brain had problems. He really didn't see anything special about the bug. Refresh. He gathered the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique at his fingertips to see what was going on with the bug. Instantly, he noticed that the 9-headed bug's 9 heads opened their mouths and sucked. A weak suction force spread out from the 9 heads. The special internal strength of the bug controlling technique flew uncontrollably towards the 9-headed bug's mouth. Amazing. Lin Fan wanted to play around. Gozi was a little nervous. Why was there such a weird bug? He had raised the bug controlling technique to the highest realm, and the quality of his internal strength was really high. Not long later, the suction force disappeared. The 9-headed bug seemed like it was full and burped. It ended just like that? The duration was just too short. After the 9-headed bug was full, it laid on the back of Lin Fan's hand and rubbed against it like it was really happy. Gozi, our Martial Path Mountain is going to have a new member. Go make a fence on that empty land. Don't be too big and build a nest. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan didn't want to keep the 9-headed bug. This meant that the 9-headed bug was amazing. Any mysterious thing could make him curious. Before he understood the 9-headed bug, he wouldn't abandon it. Yes, young master. Gozi immediately went to work. The 9-headed bug seemed to understand Lin Fan's words, jumping happily on the back of Lin Fan's hand. When night was about to fall, the happy 9-headed bug was unable to maintain its happiness. It even panicked a little. In the future, this will be your nest. Stay here, I will raise you until you are white and fat. Lin Fan placed the 9-headed bug down. This nest was made well, it was made of wood, and there was a small room inside. The room was covered in a comfortable cushion. The bowls for drinking water and eating food were all there. Looking at the design, it looked like he was raising a dog. The 9-headed bug's small body stood inside like it was stunned. It didn't expect that it would receive such treatment. Perfect, really perfect. Go back to sleep. Lin Fan felt that Marshall Path Mountain was developing in the direction that he wanted it to be. Money was flowing in, the environment was comfortable, and he had a pet to look after the house. Zhang Tianshan looked at the 9-headed bug. He knew that a treasure that 9-bug gang had high hopes for was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that kid to treat it so casually. He wanted to tell the bug that it followed the wrong person. That night, in the dark forest of Wolf Brigade, numerous demons surged out. One of them was covered in muscles and it was 3 meters tall. It carried a stone steel and led the demon army towards Marshall Path Mountain. A dark aura covered the night sky. Beneath Marshall Path Mountain, many pairs of red eyes stared at Marshall Path Mountain. The light on the mountain made them hate it. Numerous demons climbed and roared out. Terrifying roars spread out in the air, gathering together to form a terrifying sound. They came to find Marshall Path Mountain. They were furious. Demons were furious too. However, they didn't know who was the one who insulted them. Anyway, they couldn't swallow this anger. Move aside. The new big demon's voice was low and hoarse. He raised the stone steel on his shoulder and smashed it towards Marshall Path Mountain. He then hollered in rage, "Human, we demons won't let this matter rest." His voice was really loud. Only demons ate humans, so no humans could bully them. However, the situation changed. There were really humans who came to bully them. Could they take it? They could, but they couldn't. The big demon roared crazily towards Marshall Path Mountain. His roar was really loud, forming a white energy wave. It was like a shockwave exploded out from his mouth. It was shocking and gave off a strong aura. The big demon didn't shut up. He wanted to use his roar to pierce through Marshall Path Mountain and blow it up. However, he knew that it was just a dream. His voice wasn't that strong. If it was, then he wouldn't just be the big demon but the king of the demons. When the surrounding demons saw how domineering the big demon was, they worshipped him. This was the image of the big demon in their hearts. He didn't fear anything. He dared to use his roar to shock everyone. It was enough for them to call him Big Brother. The next day, Gozi carried the washing tools in and helped young master get up. "Gozi, did you hear dogs barking for a long time last night?" Lin Fan asked. "Did I?" Gozi was curious. He didn't hear it last night. It should be. Last night, Lin Fan slept very soundly, and he vaguely heard some sounds. However, he wasn't too sure. Anyway, it didn't affect his sleep, so he didn't ask. Suddenly, Zhang Tianshan walked in. His expression was solemn. "Sect leader, take a look." Last night, a stone steel appeared on Marshall Path Mountain. Stone steel? Outside. Lin Fan looked at the stone steel in front of him. The words on it were really exquisite and extraordinary. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to recognize what was written. Truthfully, he really didn't understand it. Zhang Tianshan looked carefully and muttered, "Dog? Humans and demons aren't something we can deal with. No, you all can deal with them. Tonight we will meet at XX. "Oh, I understand. The demons want to meet you. However, I really can't recognize the location." It was really tough for Zhang Tianshan to recognize the demons' words. Crazy, not sleeping at night to fight them one-on-one. Are they sick in the head? If they are sick, then let them play. I am too lazy to bother. Lin Fan didn't want to bother with these demons. It was like their brains weren't developed. How old were they to fight one-on-one? Moreover, it was at night. If they had the ability, then do it in the day, when the sun shone high in the sky and one was full of energy. Moreover, they were just uncultured. One couldn't even recognize their words, so how was he going to find them? "Gozi, is breakfast ready? Open the pot and make some porridge for that bug. Don't let it starve." It wasn't easy for Lin Fan to think about those 9 bugs. After all, they were just too small. They could be ignored. Chapter 153. 9 Bug Gang headquarters was in Fuzhou. They were really strong and controlled the entire Fuzhou. On the surging river surface, an incomparably huge iron wheel floated on the surface of the river. That was the headquarters of 9 Bug Gang. What connected the ship to the shore was a thick iron chain, enough for 4 to 5 people to walk side by side on it. At this moment on the ship, head spare me, my father and you are sworn brothers, let me off. A teen was grabbed by the neck and hung on the river surface. His legs kicked about and his head was covered in sweat. His pants were wet and he was so frightened that he peed his pants. Nephew, it's not that I don't want to give you a way out. If you come and join me, I will arrange the best and most comfortable position for you. But you lost the sex treasure. I can't protect you. Don't hate me, just go. The man opened his fingers. The young man fell into the river. Then he splashed about in the water and cried for help. Suddenly, many black dots appeared on the river surface. These black dots were really dense. Looking closely, they were all bugs that could live in the water. Ah! Screams spread out. However, the screams were too short. The teen was instantly covered by bugs. Large amounts of bugs surged into his body from his mouth and nose. In the blink of an eye, only a white skeleton floated on the river surface. The man stood with his arms behind his back. His face was cold and his eyes were covered in a layer of frost. He looked at the few people kneeling on the ground and said, "The mother bug is dead, it is near Jiang City. Head out now and bring back the gang item. Don't disappoint me." Yes, head. The few people who knelt were hidden in black robes. Voila! The bodies of the few black-robed men seemed to be made of bugs as they fled into the distance. The head stood with his arms behind his back and looked at the river surface. His eyes were filled with rage. "Yang Fei, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and lie to everyone. If I capture you, I will let you know what true terror is." "Sorry. The woman you wanted to capture was already dead. Her neck was broken by sect leader Lin's cousin, Zhou Zhongmao." In the distance, a messenger pigeon flew over. Hetsu raised his hand and grabbed it. He opened the letter and when he saw the contents, he frowned. He hurriedly left to discuss with the gang leader. It was a troubled time. That night, Wolf Brigade's dark forest. The Een demons protected the big Een demon and walked out. "Tonight, I will fight that human alone to protect the honor of the Een demons." The big Een demon hollered. The little Een demons around replied. Translation: Good job, we will support you forever. Despicable human. Only by tearing him apart can we dispel the hatred in our hearts. I can't wait to see how that human will face the tragic end he's about to encounter. My blood is boiling, my desire is surging. Een demons ate people, but they had emotions too. The big Een demon was protected by the small Een demons, walking at the front with his head held high. His strong body was his true strength. Tonight, he was going to rely on his iron fists to rip that human into many pieces. They looked like this now. Like Chun Haonan bringing a bunch of brothers to kill people. The big Een demon was like Chun Haonan before he killed people. He would dig out his earwax or play with a lighter. Even if there was no war. He had to raise his aura to the extreme before the battle began. Very soon, the Een demons came to the battle location. It was really close to their main camp and wasn't too far away. If there were problems, they would be able to support in time. Tonight, I will use my hands to rip him apart, to use his flesh and blood to raise the honor of my race. The big Een demon said passionately. The small Een demons roared. They were all excited too. Time passed slowly. The big Een demon stood in the cold wind like a statue. His red eyes looked into the distance. He could only win tonight and couldn't lose. He looked behind him. There were numerous small Een demons looking on. He definitely couldn't disappoint them. After a long while, the area was really silent. There was no movement at all. There wasn't even a single person. The big Een demon frowned. The stone steel wrote it clearly. Why wasn't he here yet? Some small Een demons were restless. They were impatient from waiting. The big Een demon told them to be quiet. There was still a long time. There was no need to rush. A true battle needed time to brew. When it was brewed to the peak, the battle would be triggered. That would be the true peak. The small Een demon stood behind the big Een demon. They didn't move and didn't roar. The prestige of the Een demons couldn't be offended. They waited in an orderly manner to show the most domineering side to those small humans to see how strong we demons were. After a long while, "Where is he?" The big demon was anxious. How could humans have no sense of time? For this battle, he prepared for an entire day. The small demons looked on. The group was restless. Why wasn't the human here yet? In U City they were hurt by humans. They tore the contract, one person suppressing their entire race. That was a huge humiliation. An unbearable humiliation. After coming here, they faced humans who dared to provoke them once more. How could they take it? Did they really think that they were soft persimmons that anyone could bully? Dream on. It was a complete dream. After a long while, the sky was about to turn bright. The demons were restless. Where was the human? Where was he? Why didn't he appear? Did he look down on them? Looking at the color that day, it was about to turn white. People of the same race, we demons didn't retreat today. That human is so cowardly and doesn't dare to appear. The human is afraid to fight. In this battle, we demons have obtained a complete victory. The big demon turned around and shouted, announcing this exciting news. Carry the stone steel over. I want to give it to the human before the sun appears to tell them how strong we demons are. The big demon shouted. Very quickly, a small demon carried the stone steel over. The words on it were simple and one could recognize it right away. Weakling. The big demon carried it. Go back and wait for me to return. Under the welcome of the small demons, the big demon turned into a black mist that wrapped the stone steel and struck towards Marshall Path Mountain. They waited here for a night, but the human didn't arrive. The big demon was right. The human was afraid to fight. He was afraid of the demons and knew how terrifying they were. Marshall Path Mountain. The big demon saw that it wasn't early. He placed the stone steel down and could leave. Just as he raised his hands and was prepared to toss it towards Marshall Path Mountain, a voice spread into the big demon's ears. You are. Zhou Zhongmao sat cross-legged on a giant stone at the foot of the mountain. He didn't move at all and entered a meditative state. When he saw the big demon, he was slightly shocked, like he noticed something new. Last night, he cultivated and meditated here. His naked body was covered in dew and his muscles shone brightly. Zhou Zhongmao jumped off from the giant stone and slowly walked in front of the stunned big demon. He raised his hand and slowly grabbed towards the big demon. In the big demon's eyes, that hand slowly got close. Pa! Darkness descended. The small demons hid in the forest and looked around, waiting for the hero of the demons to return. However, after a long time, their big demon still didn't return. The big demon's actions convinced many small demons. Only the truly strong demons dared to challenge everything. That big demon was the hero in their hearts. The sky was bright. Lin Fan had just woken up. Go Zi carried washing tools as usual. Young master, breakfast is prepared, Go Zi said. And Lin Fan nodded his head. Such days were really comfortable. For some reason it was even more comfortable than in U City. He wanted to write a letter to his father, to tell him not to worry. His son was having a good time on Marshall Path Mountain. When he wanted him to return, just let him know. After washing up, he went to eat breakfast. There were basically no changes every day. Lin Fan and his cousin's food was really rich. Zhang Tianshan and the others' food was the same as usual. There were no changes at all. Cousin, I met this fellow at the foot of the mountain in the morning. Zhou Zhongmao grabbed a stone steel. His other hand grabbed the demon's ankle, directly dragging him on the ground. The big demon was in a bad state, his face swollen from being beaten up. He thought that this silly human would be delicious, but who knew that what welcomed him was a beating. And when Lin Fan saw this demon, he was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that there would actually be demons coming to Marshall Path Mountain. He got up and walked in front of the demon. Another big demon. One could tell from its size. The stone steel at the side was more obvious. The words weakling were really eye-catching. Yesterday this demon sent the stone steel over. He didn't go last night because he thought that I lost? That's why you sent a stone tablet to mock me. Interesting. It's fine if you're giving me a stone tablet, but you actually sent yourself over. You're too polite. Lin Fan wanted to laugh. This big demon was really unlucky to meet my cousin. Could he even live? Under the sunlight, demons were extremely weak. Maybe a little more powerful than a weak, sickly adult. Rage points plus 333. The big demon looked at the human who spoke through his swollen eyelids. He was insulting the noble demon. However, he didn't have much strength now. Let's eat first. I will leave this demon here. After we eat, we can play with it, Lin Fan said. He wasn't interested in a big demon. At most, he could provide a few thousand rage points. Maybe he didn't find the best way. It was best if he didn't kill it. As long as he was here, the threat of the demons to him was pretty much zero. I cultivated last night, and I am a little hungry. Zhou Zhongmao released the big demon and tossed the stone steel outside. He picked up the wooden bucket that cousin prepared for him and gulped it down. The big demon laid on the ground. The eye-piercing sunlight made him unable to open his eyes. His body that was filled with power actually didn't have much strength left. That damn glow. How could he do that? The people of the same race were waiting for him to report back. Zhang Tianshan was a little confused. In the past, everyone said that demons were terrifying beings. However, he felt that it wasn't the case. Kid Lin was a little sick in the head. He actually liked to study demons. What was he thinking? Demon? How sad. Chapter 154. Human, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. The big demon was tied to the cross and felt really wronged and humiliated. How could a 3-meter-tall demon man suffer such humiliation? But there was no other way. He really couldn't resist. The cross was easy to make. Cousin directly plucked 2 trees and pieced them together. It was perfect and there was no problem tying the demon on it. Lin Fan was lying on a chair, holding a teacup and drinking tea leaves that cost 20 taels a gram. This was already a top-notch tea. Using the price in his previous life, it would be more than 20,000 renminbi per gram. Smells good. Zhang Tianshan and the others were filled with hatred towards such an evil life as a landowner. They were furious. How could he live such a luxurious and corrupt life? Kiki, I didn't expect a big demon like you to be so literate. You even know that one can be killed but not humiliated. Luckily, I don't kill people, I just like to humiliate you. Lin Fan smiled. Rage points plus 444. The great demon was furious. He felt that these humans were really despicable. No wonder they became their food. Such a despicable race, what else could they be other than food? Doggy, use more strength on my shoulder. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and then said comfortably, a few days ago there was a big demon. I let him go, did you see him? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. The moment he said that, the big demon's body shuddered. Just what kind of terrifying scene did he experience to become like that? The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind. The big demon who was covered in injuries was carried back. Even when he died he was still muttering, "Don't get caught by Marshall Path Mountain." Suicide. He had to kill himself. At this moment he was a little nervous. Death wasn't scary, but tearing off the pride of the demons was something truly terrifying. Lin Fan looked at the big demon and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. That smile made the big demon shiver. Rage points plus 555. Lin Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed Gozi's service. He hummed a song. Although he didn't know what song he was humming, it had to have a certain style. He didn't bother about the big demon. Sometimes silence was the greatest fear. Zhang Tianshan wasn't interested in the demons. He was confident in his own ability. What he was most concerned about was the 9-headed bug. At this time in the kennel, the 9-headed bug stood in front of the food bowl, its 9 heads spinning like a windmill, constantly stirring the food into the bowl. Many grains of rice and meat flew out, scattering all over the ground. But to the 9-headed bug it was really satisfying. Sect leader, what did you feed this little thing? Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Fan didn't say anything and let Gozi reply. Gozi said, he ate pork egg porridge and some of the bird's nest and shark fin that young master ate. Zhang Tianshan raised his head and looked at Lin Fan before lowering his head to look at the 9-headed bug who was happily eating. He silently retreated to the side. He didn't really want to talk. This was terrible. Are you even humans? Do you even treat us as humans? It was even worse than a bug that could be trampled to death at any time. Tell me about it. What does he take us for? Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, don't be sad. Liang Yongqi felt bitter in his heart. At the same time, he understood why Zhang Tianshan was so sad. Zhang Tianshan sighed and shook his head. It feels bad. Yuan Tianchu calmly watched this scene. He finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to attack? He didn't expect his first move to be so vicious. One had to say that this surnamed Lin person was really amazing. Be it methods or schemes, normal people couldn't fight against him. He didn't expect that surnamed Lin person to attack from breakfast, using the unfairness of breakfast to destroy Zhang Tianshan's heart. At the same time, he clearly told him that they were eating worse than a weak bug. This showed one problem. That is, you are not even as useful as insects. However, to him, Zhang Tianshan probably wouldn't leave. Although this plan was vicious, Zhang Tianshan would be able to see through it right away. He even knew what Lin Fan was planning. Amazing. Really amazing. When experts clashed, each move was lethal. That moment, the Big Demon was left there to dry by Lin Fan. To the Big Demon, this didn't feel good. What did he want to do by tying him up here? Sect Leader Lin. At that moment, Huang Boren walked over from afar. When he saw the monster tied to the cross, he was shocked. What was that? It was a little terrifying. Brother Huang, why do you have time to come to my Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Huang Boren looked at the Big Demon curiously. This is a Demon, the Demon that wiped out the entire race in the city. Huang Boren was frightened and didn't dare to get too close. He asked in fear, Sect Leader Lin, why do you still have this thing? It is so scary. The Big Demon roared at Huang Boren in rage. Scary? You humans are the true scarier ones. Huang Boren was terrified by the Big Demon's roar. Although this thing looked like a human, the gap between them was too huge. Lin Fan asked, Brother Huang, why do you have time to come to Martial Path Mountain? Nothing much, I just came to see when Martial Path Mountain would accept disciples. Huang Boren was concerned about this. He invested money into Martial Path Mountain because he wanted it to get stronger. However, during this period of time, he noticed that Martial Path Mountain had been renovating. Anyways, it didn't stop. How much did it have to be renovated into? Within 100 miles. Just one sect, even a gang, existed. He didn't ask for much. As long as Martial Path Mountain could develop into a normal sect, that was enough. Lin Fan smiled. He was really impatient. To Lin Fan, it didn't matter if Martial Path Mountain opened or not. His life now was really comfortable. As for taking in disciples, he didn't need to say much. He didn't have such thoughts at all. Why would he take in disciples? It was a waste of time and energy. The current situation was good. However, Huang Boren invested in Martial Path Mountain, so he couldn't kick him out just because he had money. As a U-City rich family young master, he had to be honest in everything he did. At this moment, Huang Boren said softly, Sect Leader Lin, why did Chan Xiao take the spotlight for the bug incident? Now he is called Hero Chun. In the future, when we face such things, can we let our Huang family take the spotlight? After all, our Huang family and Martial Path Mountain are working together, right? One had to say. Since Chan Xiao was called Hero Chan by the commoners, their popularity would be different. In the past, Chan Xiao brought his lackeys to roam the streets. They ate whatever they saw and didn't pay for it. However, it was different now. As long as Chan Xiao went out, the stall owners would give things to Chan Xiao. It was like if Chan Xiao didn't eat, they wouldn't give him face. To that, this wasn't the first time Chan Xiao made a fuss at home. I, Chan Xiao, am also a person who wants face. I like to eat and drink for free. Moreover, your helpless look makes me very excited. What's the situation now? You're giving it to me just like that? Don't you take me, Chan Xiao, seriously? So, other people only saw how good Chan Xiao was, but they couldn't see how angry he was. Huang Boren didn't see Chan Xiao's bitterness and only saw his beauty. Moreover, in business, Chan family rose from the ashes. The commoners' first choice was Chan family. This caused all the merchants in the city to open their mouths wide. Some of them regretted it. When Chan Xiao asked them to fork out money to set up a Martial Path Mountain Protection Organization, no one agreed. Who knew that Chan Xiao would grab such a good chance? Lin Fan nodded his head. Okay, don't worry. Next time I have such a chance, I will give it to your Huang family. One Jiang city allowed him to earn so much. Although the leader of Wolf Brigade supported it with 100,000 silver, one had to say that the ability of a sect to earn money was really strong. As long as one had the ability, then the speed at which they earned money was something that all aristocratic families couldn't catch up to. What was money now? It wasn't much at all. Martial Path Mountain couldn't be gold and jade. To others it might seem vulgar, but Lin Fan liked that. It was best if the buildings on Martial Path Mountain were all made of gold. 2 days later. Wolf Brigade Forest. A big demon walked under the sunlight. He was in a daze, his footsteps were a little unstable. In front of him was a dark forest. At this moment, there were many demons hiding in the forest. They didn't want to come out and attack the sunlight which suppressed them. The hero is back. The demons in the forest exclaimed. The news of him returning instantly exploded. However, demons were cold. The hero they called himself returned, but no demon welcomed him with burning gazes. Pooey. Plastic friendship. Not long later, the big demon stood at the entrance of the forest. His body shuddered and shook. That moment, only then did many hands reach out from the darkness and pull the big demon in. Just as the small demons wanted to cheer, they noticed that the big demon's expression wasn't right. His empty eyes looked like he had gone through a really intense tribulation. Saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. His tongue hung down like he had gone through some intense torture. What happened? This was what all the small demons wanted to know. The big demon carried the stone plaque out and thought that he would return quickly. Who knew that he would return 2 days later? After he returned, he became like this. Suddenly, the big demon opened his mouth in a daze. Martial Path Mountain. Dangerous suicide, suicide. The moment he said that, the big demon fell to the ground and fainted. His situation was much better than the last big demon. That big demon died not long after he returned. He just fainted. All the demons exchanged glances with one another. What was going on? Why did he say that again? Martial Path Mountain suicide? Was it really so terrifying? This wasn't the first time. The last one also said the same thing. Or was it really terrifying, even more terrifying than us demons? Chapter 155. The big demon didn't give Lin Fan many rage points. Just 3,000 rage points. This was the number he expected. He noticed that each person's rage points seemed to have a fixed range. The big demon wasn't weak, around Martial Path Grade 8 or Martial Path Grade 9. Actually, the truth was that each living being had a fixed amount of rage points. Maybe they could farm it repeatedly, but they weren't able to farm so much at once. To confirm that thought, Lin Fan released the big demon. However, even if he released it, he still had to reap the rage points. If not, he would have let down the big demon who personally came to him. Of course, his methods were a little overbearing, and the big demon obviously couldn't take it. If he continued, he might really kill the big demon. Although he didn't enjoy it to his heart's content, it was enough. The next day, the 9-headed bug grew up. Its body along with the length of its neck was palm-sized. Apart from the neck, its body was just half a palm tall. Its growth was too quick, like it ate Jingda feed. What did the advertisements say? High technology, good pig farming, 3 treasures. Everyone said it was good. Gozi was surprised. He had never seen someone grow so quickly. Just a few days had passed. Zhang Tianshan's expression became much more solemn. Bug, it was definitely a bug, and it wasn't a normal bug. Bugs needed a long time to grow, and this 9-headed bug grew too quickly. It didn't eat any treasures. It was all things that humans ate, and it could even turn food into energy. Its internal structure wasn't simple. Who knew what it would grow into in the future? Pung! Pung! The 9-headed bug wasn't well behaved after being locked in the dog cage. Its back claws dug the dirt, and then it charged around, smashing its head onto the wooden fence. The sound was really low and heavy. Felt a little dizzy. It shook its head. Its back legs continued to dig the ground. It went all out and charged forwards. Pung! The wooden fence broke. The 9-headed bug shook its 9 heads and walked out from the small hole. It smelled its master's aura and ran really quickly, disappearing right away. Lin Fan had nothing to do and spent his days doing nothing. He wasn't motivated at all. However, it was precisely this kind of person who casually did some things and was lucky enough to have nearly 300,000 silver in savings. Not everyone could be envious of him. As for cultivation, he didn't need to cultivate every day. Once he had enough rage points, he just needed to increase them. Occasionally, he would spar with cousin to train his combat skills. However, the so-called combat skills weren't practical and were rarely used. They would never take the initiative to provoke others, but if someone took the initiative to provoke them, the other party would not be able to live. "Young master, the bug is here," Gozi said softly. "Wasn't it locked in a cage? How did it escape?" He was a little afraid of the nine-headed bug, but because it was raised by the young master, this fear was hidden deep within. The nine-headed bug came to Lin Fan's feet and sat on the ground. It raised its 9 heads and looked at Lin Fan. "You are growing really quickly. It seems like the nourishing food I gave you didn't go to waste." Lin Fan smiled. He wanted to see how different the bug that 9-bug gang paid attention to was. At least not yet. It just had a lot of heads. Lin Fan picked up a grape. This wasn't a normal grape but a really precious one. One bunch cost 1 silver. It was expensive and normal people couldn't afford it. Even some rich merchants couldn't bear to eat it. Not long after eating it, it came out. It was all silver, so how could he not feel pained? Lin Fan tossed the grape to the ground. The 9-headed bug's 9 heads looked at one another and kept silent for a moment. They started to fight, causing dust to spread out. It was like a gangster fighting on the ground. One of the heads snatched the grape and swallowed it. Blood flowed from its nostrils. Its lips curled up like it was delighted. Lin Fan knew that the 9 heads each had their own thoughts and would fight with one another. That was interesting. Lin Fan picked up another grape and tossed it into the distance. "Go pick it up." He was totally raising the bug like a dog. With a dog at home, it was much more fun. Of course, although this was a bug and not a dog, he could call it a dog. Who agreed and who objected? The 9-headed bug picked up the grape and started to fight. It was really intense. Dust flew everywhere. Not long later, one of the heads snatched the grape and ran back happily. The last time he looked, he didn't notice that the 9-headed bug had a tail. Who knew that it would actually have a tail now? The tail in the middle was really obvious, but the other tails weren't too obvious. This wasn't fair. He needed to carefully develop it. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the highest realm and used the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique to feed it. The 9-headed bug sucked the internal strength. It was like it was enjoying it. This time it sucked a little more than the first time. It was more edible than the first time he fed it. Such a sucking was definitely something normal people couldn't handle. Each time they were sucked, the bug controlling technique's special internal strength would need to be slowly cultivated back. However, Lin Fan's gray special internal strength didn't decrease at all. He could casually suck it. How much he could eat depended on his ability. He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish it. Zhang Tianshan stood in the distance and looked expressionlessly at the naughty bug. He hoped that nothing would happen. Lin Wani trusted him and sent his son over for him to take care of. Although he didn't take good care of him, he definitely had to let the kid live safely. He knew why Lin Wani sent his son over. That was because what they had to face was something more terrifying than anything else. Even Lin Wani himself didn't dare say that he could protect his son. Zhang Tianshan felt huge pressure on him. It seemed like he needed to continue working hard to suppress this kid, and not let him be too arrogant. That night, Lin Fan had nothing to do, so he looked at the small support system. Rage points. 16886. After coming to this world, he had the small support system to accompany him. Although it had few functions and was a little weak, he could still play around. He really envied those amazing support systems. At points, physique slowly jumped from 270 to 271. 272. He didn't max it out at once. When external cultivation and internal strength weren't enough to support the strengthening of physique, that feeling of his body tearing apart was just too terrifying. That pain was worse than giving birth. It was still okay now. There wasn't that feeling. Not long later, physique rose from 270 to 300. Physique. 300 Martial Path Grade 10. After raising Unmovable King Body to the highest realm, it was enough to support the increase in physique. It was not bad. He felt that his physical body had been greatly improved. There was a wave of qi filling every corner of his body. He wondered if he could improve his physical body to an extremely high level. Would he be able to reach the point where his physical body would be immortal? TSK. He was dreaming again. Each time he used the small support system to add points, he would have such unrealistic thoughts. Now each point required 400 rage points. Raising physique to martial path grade 10 consumed 12,000 points. Martial path grade 12. Who knew how many more he would need for the last two? Now that he was both at martial path grade 10, he could tell anyone that he was strong and that they shouldn't offend him, otherwise the consequences would be severe. However, he didn't like to fight. He just wanted to live a carefree and happy life. With that as his goal, he worked hard to achieve what he wanted. At least, he was working hard now, and the results were not bad. Few days later, at the entrance of Jiang City, a few uninvited guests came. They were covered in black robes and weren't afraid of attracting attention. They slowly walked into the city. When the guards saw these weird people, they didn't stop them. After seeing so many people, they knew who they could offend and who they couldn't. These people didn't look like good people, so who dared to offend them? Maybe they wouldn't even know how they died. They came to a street. The four black-robed people stood there. Their noses, which were covered by the black robes, sniffed. This is the place. The mother bug died here. The smell hasn't dissipated. How should we search? So much time has passed, who knows if they left or not. Young Fei isn't their match, so she definitely didn't kill them. But who did it? The four black-robed people discussed. Then they asked the person who set up the stall there. They wanted to know about the weird things that happened in Jiang City. When the stall owner saw the four of them, he was a little afraid. However, when they took out Silver, the smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It was so bright and beautiful. The few bosses were just so generous. He then talked about what happened a while ago. The bug-killing incident. Many people died in Jiang City and everyone panicked. Just as everyone didn't know what to do, young Master Chan was a hero and solved the matter. The next morning, the entire street was covered in bug corpses. It was really terrifying. The four black-robed people listened to what the stall owner said and slowly had some clues. These bugs were black corpse bugs. Apart from finding the mother and son bugs, they would also crazily lay eggs in people's bodies. These bugs had to be controlled. If they weren't controlled, then they would move on their own and randomly invade the surrounding living beings. The entire street was covered in bugs. That meant that they were forced to a certain stage and had an intense battle with the enemy. The young Master Chan that the stall owner mentioned seemed to be related to this matter. "Boss, where's the Chen family?" one of the black-robed men asked. The stall owner pointed into the distance. "Walk forwards and turn left. Then continue walking and turn right. You will see Chen family." The four of them looked at one another and left right away. They headed to Chen family to take a look. Of course, before they understood the exact situation, they wouldn't enter Chen family. Since they had the ability to kill one-eyed and the others, it meant that they weren't weak. They looked at the Chan family gate from afar. It was really majestic, a rich family. The four of them came to the tea stall and sat there. They ordered tea and waited quietly. They observed Chan Manor's movements. At the same time, they chatted with the stall owner to ask about the Chan family situation. Chapter 156. The tea stall owner looked at the four weirdly dressed people and shook his head. Why did people nowadays bite off more than they can chew? A while ago, there were young people who sat here and looked at Chan family for a long time. In the end, maybe they thought it through and left. He didn't expect to meet such people today. What was the point of looking? Did they think that they were such a strong family like Chan family just by looking? Stop dreaming, kids. Just go back to work. Boss, is this Chan family? The four of them were dressed the same. There was a red bug embroidered on their robes. It was vicious and lively, like there was a bug attached to their clothes. The tea stall owner said, "Right, this is Chan family, one of the biggest families in Jiang City. Since old Master Chan was murdered, Chan family young master worked hard and did many amazing things." Did he know how to brag? Of course he did. The bug had nothing to do with Chan Xingyao. He was a victim, but he had no choice. The commoners all thought that he did it, so he had to admit it. Especially when Chan family's situation improved, it actually made him feel good. So amazing, then Chun family must be really strong? One of the black-robed men asked. The tea stall owner smiled. I don't know about that. I am just a tea seller, so how would I know how strong Chun family is? However, you definitely didn't expect that an important person came to our Jiang city. At this point, the tea stall owner's face revealed a proud smile. If he had something to say, just say it. Why hide it? If this wasn't Jiang city and it was broad daylight, they would have attacked, personally prying open the old man's mouth and smashing his teeth to make him finish his words. There was only one word to describe such a person who didn't finish his words. Despicable. Oh, what important person? The black-robed man asked. He was curious. In the eyes of others, the news was something to be proud of, but for some, it was very important news. The old man carried a pot of tea. It was obvious that he wanted to chat with these outsiders. The black-robed man moved a spot for the old man to sit down. Don't rush. Chat slowly. Guess first. If you guess correctly, then this tea is free. The tea stall owner said. Damn. He was about to cry from anger at the old man. He actually asked them to guess. What a courageous old man. They usually took out their knives and asked people to guess whether they would stab you next. Boss, how do we guess? Why don't you tell us? The leader of the black-robed men asked with a smile. The old man at the tea stall smiled. Forget it. Let me tell you, the first prince came to Jiang City some time ago and even stayed for a period of time. Do you think he's a big shot? Our Jiang City has never had a big shot come before. Now that the first prince is here, I feel that the air in Jiang City has become fresh. Bullshit, you bootlicker. Even the air was fresh. First prince? That's incredible. The black-robed men exchanged glances. Clearly, they had not expected the first prince to pass by Jiang City and even stay there. This was an important piece of news that had to be reported to the gang. The slightest clue could very well affect the future direction. Of course, for the first prince to come to Jiang City is our honor. Moreover, let me tell you that the first prince has drunk my tea. The prince that you are sitting on has also sat on it. How is it? Do you smell a celestial energy? The old man bragged. Making things out of nothing could only deceive outsiders. Of course, these outsiders weren't easy to deal with. The old man was just naive and didn't see the true faces of the black-robed men, so he kept on bragging. The black-robed men knew what words were trustworthy and what words weren't. Although they were talking to the old man, their eyes were locked onto Chen Manor. Hetsu gave them a mission that they had to complete. If they didn't, the consequences weren't something they could handle. Just at that moment, someone came out from Chen Manor. The four black-robed men looked over. Who is that? The tea stall owner smiled. That is the Chun family manager. Behind him is the Chun family young master Chansha. How is it our Jiang City hero is not bad, right? He was just a little bad in the past, but he is much better now. All of this is due to the first prince. He must have instilled ideals into young master Chun, which is why he became better. The black-robed men were confused. Maybe things weren't as they thought. Did Crown Prince Shaoqi instill ideals? Clearly, that was impossible. He must have said something that caused the other party to change. They observed Chan Xingyao and noticed that the way he walked didn't look like a martial path expert. He looked really weak, but that was impossible. If he was really so weak, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill one-eyed and the others. What was hidden within? Before they understood, they didn't dare to attack. Let's go. The black-robed man took out money and then left. The credibility of the old man's bragging was just scarily low. Chanjiao couldn't stay in the manor, it was just too boring. That scene of being surrounded and praised made him feel good in his heart. One had to say that such a feeling didn't fit his style at all. This was why his heart was rejecting it. Chanjiao looked around the city. He didn't know what he was going to do. He felt like his life had lost some meaning. In the past, when he saw girls, he would tease them to kill time. But now? Tease? What a joke. Who knew how many people wanted to tease him to enter the Chun family? Did they really think that he couldn't see through them? In the distance, the black-robed man moved his fingers and a flying bug flew over. He didn't want to alert them, but if he didn't test their strength, they wouldn't dare to act. The flying bug flapped its wings and was really quick. As long as he was an expert, he would be able to react right away and counterattack. Unfortunately, when the flying bug was about to touch him, he didn't react at all. He didn't even know what was attacking him from behind. The black-robed man swiftly recalled the bug. Do you think he is faking it or is it real? The black-robed man asked. The other three kept silent for a moment. I am not sure, let's continue to observe. Chen Xiao didn't know that 9 Bug Gang had their eyes on him. Manager Yu felt excited that his young master had such a high position in the hearts of the people. If this continued, Chen family would be able to recover to their peak and even exceed it. In the past, he had always believed that he had to use gentle methods to make the commoners respect the Chen family. But unfortunately, old master only listened to him a little. Sometimes, he relied on his methods to make them fear him. Naturally, not to mention young master, he was just so cruel and violent. It was really tough for him to become like this now. The 4 black-robed men followed Chen Xingyao and realized that this fellow was like what the stall owner said. He was really welcomed by the people. They wanted to know 2 things. First was whether or not he killed one-eyed and the others. Second was what did the crown prince say to him. These 2 were huge matters. The second was a bonus. Maybe if he reported it to the gang, he would be rewarded. As time went on, they were more and more confused. Was he strong or not? They followed him for so long. If he noticed their tracks, it would be a reminder to them. But looking at the situation, it seemed like he didn't notice them at all. It was really unpredictable. That night, Chen family courtyard was really quiet. 3 black shadows entered Chen family. Outside there was a black shadow waiting. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would leave right away. He would head back to report to the gang. The black-robed man waiting outside was really nervous. Please don't let anything happen. Even if something happened, he had to run out. He couldn't stay here. They were all people who lived on the edge of the blade. The missions they faced were really weird and sometimes dangerous. However, they relied on their steady mentality to survive until now. Not long later, 3 people walked out. One of them carried Chen Xingyao on his shoulder. We were all wrong. He is really weak and it is really easy. One of the black-robed men said. They knew that he was so weak. They attacked right from the start. Why wait until now? It really made them speechless. They were to blame for thinking too much. Actually, the situation wasn't so complicated. When they entered the room, they were really wary. But he was still snoring. They thought that he was fishing, but after they knocked him out, they realized that he wasn't faking it. He was really weak. Within the city, in an old and abandoned house, the black-robed man casually tossed Chen Xingyao. With a pang, Chen Xingyao screamed and woke up. Li Tsong. He habitually called him a lackey. But slowly he realized that the situation wasn't right. This wasn't Chen manner. Then, he saw 4 people wrapped in black robes appear in front of him. Gulp. Chen Xingyao was a little nervous. What was going on? Where the fuck am I right now? Why did they kidnap him here? I haven't done anything bad recently. The people in the city all love him very much. Did you kidnap the wrong person? If you didn't, then tell me if you need ransom. I will pay any amount. Anyway, don't be rash, Chen Xingyao said. He was really afraid. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you won't get anything. Moreover, he wasn't sick of these days. Pung. One of the black-robed men punched Chen Xingyao's face without hesitation. The fist was really heavy and left a fist mark on Chen Xingyao's face. Chen Xingyao retreated. His voice was filled with a crying tone. If you have something to say, then say it nicely. Why did you hit me? I didn't offend you. What was going on? If you had something to say, then say it. Why did you have to attack? I, Chen Xingyao, have never been hit in my life. No, I was hit by that dumb guy from Marshall Path Mountain. That was the only time, so why did someone come to hit him? The black-robed man didn't want to let Chen Xingyao off so easily and punched him once more. Continue to act. Chen Xingyao was stunned. Act your mom? I was having a good sleep, and you all tied me up for no reason. You even said that I was acting. Can you be more reasonable? Chapter 157. Chen Xingyao wanted to cry. What was going on? He could swear to the heavens that if he acted or offended others, his entire family would die. However, he really didn't offend anyone. Especially these 4 people who came out of nowhere. He had never even seen them before. The black-robed man didn't say any nonsense. He just beat Chan Xingyao up like he was venting the rage he had during the day. You acted. You wasted our time. The other 3 black-robed men didn't stop him. They needed time to vent out their tense emotions. They had already brought him back. As long as he didn't die, it was normal to beat him up. They were really furious. They had never been scared by anyone before. They were careful just to be safe. But today, they were scared by this fellow and didn't dare to attack. At night, they even left one person outside to retreat. Such a high-standard action was actually wasted on a piece of trash who didn't know anything. It was a little embarrassing to say that out loud. Chan Xingyao hugged his head and curled up his body. He silently endured the undeserved fist. It hurt. It really hurt. Someone save me, Chan Xingyao shouted in his heart. He was tied up here for no reason and was beaten up for no reason. Couldn't they tell him why? At least give him a reason, right? Beating him up for no reason had no artistic beauty at all. After a long while, maybe because he was tired, he stopped. Chan Xingyao felt his face swollen. His bones felt like they were about to shatter. He suffered heavy injuries today and felt really bad. Till now, he still didn't know what had happened. Was there such a thing? The black-robed man asked. You are the Chan family young master, Chan Xingyao, right? Damn. Wasn't that a nonsense question? You didn't even know who I was when you captured me, why don't you just die? But he didn't dare to say that. He could only nod his head. I am Chan Xingyao. Fellow heroes, please speak. I love to help others. Maybe we can become good friends. The black-robed man knelt down and grabbed Chan Xingyao's hair. I am asking you, where is the thing? Thing? Chan Xingyao was stunned. What thing? Pung. The black-robed man smashed Chan Xingyao's face to the ground. Tears and mucus flowed out. The black-robed man raised his face and asked sternly, I'll ask you again. Where is it? If he still wanted to be stubborn at this moment, he would be courting death. If they couldn't even get this information out of him, then they would have wasted their time. I really don't know what you're talking about. Chan Xingyao was about to cry. This was an undeserved calamity. He didn't do anything, nor did he snatch anything from others. You're still being stubborn? Very good. Let's see how tough your bones are. The black-robed man opened the black jar on his waist and took out a fat worm. Under Chan Xingyao's terrified gaze, he stuffed the fat worm into his mouth. The black-robed man let go of Chan Xingyao and stood there with a cold smile on his face. What did you give me to eat? Chan Xingyao scratched his throat, wanting to spit out the worm, but it was already in his stomach. The black-robed man didn't reply and just watched. When dealing with stubborn people, they had 100, 1,000 ways to make them open their mouths and tell them what they wanted to know. And now I'll let you experience it properly. Not long later, Chan Xingyao hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground. He felt like someone was using a knife to stab his stomach again, and again like his intestines were being ripped apart. He screamed and his head was covered in sweat. So painful, it really was painful. Who did I offend? I really don't know what it is. Can't you all speak clearly? I am going to die. I am really going to die. My stomach hurts so much and my bones feel like they are about to melt. My brain feels like there are many needles stabbing into it. It is really painful. Save me. Who can save me? I really can't take it anymore. After a while, the black-robed man asked, Tell me, where is the thing? Chan Xingyao rolled on the ground in pain. His head was covered in sweat and his words were unclear. I don't know. Good, that was really good. He was really stubborn. The black-robed man didn't say anything. He would let him experience the consequences of not telling the truth. He screamed continuously and Chan Xingyao's voice started to become hoarse. He shouted too fiercely and was about to faint. I will give you one more chance. Where is the thing? The black-robed man asked. This was one of the few stubborn people he had seen before. I really don't know. Chan Xingyao had no strength to speak. The pain made him suffocate. He was about to die from the pain. The black-robed man exchanged glances with one another. He was shocked. He underestimated him. He had no strength, but he was really stubborn. If this goes on, he will die from the pain. If he dies, our mission will have failed. I didn't expect this fellow to be so stubborn. In the past, there weren't many people who could hold on to such an extent and not say anything. A small Jiang city actually has such a person. He is indeed worthy of respect. Unfortunately, He did something he shouldn't have done. The black-robed man discussed with one another. Since this method was useless, then he changed it. No matter how stubborn a person was, he would have to say everything when he met them. Very quickly, the black-robed man placed his palm on Chen Xingyao's stomach and used a special internal strength to kill the bug. With a poochie, Chen Xingyao seemed to have farted. His pants were a little red. When the bug died, it would release a special aura that would cause one to have diarrhea and send the bug's corpse out. The black-robed man helped Chen Xingyao to lean against the pillar. You felt the pain. I will give you one more chance. Where is the thing? What is it? Chen Xingyao asked weakly. At least tell him what it was. They didn't even tell him what it was, so how was he supposed to answer them? You have balls. The black-robed man was impressed. He really did have balls. Was he challenging their patience, or did he really think that they couldn't do anything to him? Chen Xingyao was thinking about whether or not there was some misunderstanding between them that they didn't explain. But just as he was about to ask, the other party violently opened his mouth and poured the liquid from the black tube into his mouth. This is corpse bug water. It will make your entire body itch. As long as you scratch, your flesh will fall off piece by piece. The black-robed man said coldly. They had many ways to torture people. You are stubborn, right? Sure. Let's see how stubborn you can be. Stop playing. Chen Xingyao was in despair. Instantly it acted up. The corpse bug water started to act up. He felt his body itch. As time went on, it got more and more itchy. He really couldn't take it anymore. So itchy. Chen Xingyao rolled on the ground. His entire body, from his toes to his scalp, was itchy like numerous bugs were biting him. He really wanted to scratch. But when he thought about what he said, he felt fear. If he scratched, his flesh would fall off piece by piece. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even if it was, he couldn't scratch it. But it was really itchy and he really wanted to scratch it. When he raised his hand to scratch his face, he placed it down. His body constricted, his legs kicked, he struggled and he bore with it. He couldn't scratch it. I Chen Xingyao am handsome, I definitely can't be disfigured, I can't. Ah! Suddenly. Who knew where Chen Xingyao's courage came from? He charged towards the pillar and fainted. He laid on the ground and didn't move at all. The black-robed man looked at one another. You are too stubborn. So what if you say it? Why do you have to compete with us like this? They definitely couldn't kill him now. If they didn't get anything, they wouldn't get anything if they killed him. But if they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to pry open his mouth and get the information they wanted to know. What should we do? Wake him up and continue to torture him. I am afraid he will go crazy. I have seen people who are stubborn. Let's wake him up and ask him what he wants. If he continues to fight with us, he won't have a good ending. No, okay. The four black-robed men were helpless against Chen Xingyao. This fellow was a little fierce. He was slightly different from the people they had seen before. Very quickly, Chen Xingyao woke up. His eyes were filled with shock. When he saw the four of them, he was so terrified that his body trembled. He had never encountered such a crime in his entire life. Chen Xingyao felt really uncomfortable. He even wanted to die. Where did these people come from? They were just too vicious. The black-robed man squatted down and looked at Chen Xingyao. You really aren't going to say where the thing is? Wait, can we have a good chat? I feel like there is a misunderstanding. Chen Xingyao said weakly. He felt like there was definitely a problem. He could swear on his dead father that he, Chen Xingyao, had never taken anything. If he did, let the heavens strike his father's coffin into smithereens. I really don't know what the thing you are talking about is. Can you tell me what it is? Chen Xingyao asked. One of the black-robed men was furious. At such a time, you still dare to be stubborn. Do you really think we won't kill you? However, the leader of the black-robed men stopped his furious companions. Let me ask you, did bugs appear in Jiang City before? Chen Zhou nodded right away. Yes. In one night, many dead bugs appeared on the streets. You know about that, right? The black-robed man asked. Chen Xingyao said, I know about that. But I definitely didn't do it. Don't rush, listen to me slowly. That day, someone died in the city. The commoners found me and asked me to solve it. So, I found Marshall Path Mountain to help. Since many bugs appeared on the streets, no one died. Chen Xiao felt like things weren't right. He felt like he was taking the blame for someone else. Martial Path Mountain? The black-robed man was confused. Where did Martial Path Mountain come from? To have the ability to kill one-eyed and the others, that was a little unbelievable. Shortly after, the four black-robed men seemed to understand something. Damn. Pa. The four of them slapped their own mouths in rage. So that was the reason they were really stupid. Chapter 158. They didn't believe it. He was so weak, so how could he kill one-eyed and the others? Especially when the item was on Yang Fei. Such a meticulous and vicious woman wouldn't die so easily. So everything was just smoke. Right, Martial Path Mountain. There is a mountain not far from Jiang City that is Martial Path Mountain. Let me tell you, there are a total of 6 people on the mountain. Based on what I know, only 2 of them can fight. The 4 of you will be fine. Chen Xiao told him everything he knew in one go. He understood. He was the scapegoat. It had nothing to do with him, but because of his reputation, people misunderstood him and he suffered such a tragic torture. Prince Shaoqi, you are the culprit who harmed me. If not for Shaoqi telling the people to find him, he wouldn't have been surrounded by them. In the end, he found Martial Path Mountain and spent 48,000 silver to solve this matter. He said that he didn't like such fake reputations. Now, it was these fake reputations that harmed him. Who said that he was stubborn? The black-robed man felt a little ashamed. All of them said that this person was a rare stubborn person. Stubborn what? That was because they didn't make things clear, such that he didn't know how to reply. He would definitely say that he didn't know. The more he said that he didn't know, the angrier they got, so they wanted to torture him. Only now did they understand that they were asking for it. Look at how smoothly this fellow replied. Before they even asked about the Martial Path Mountain situation, he said everything about it. How many people, how many could fight, he said it clearly. He was really afraid of death. Who knew how many such people they had seen? In the past, when they carried out missions, they often faced such people. At the start, they were stubborn, but when the torture started, they would cry and beg. They would say anything, even what illnesses they had. That moment, Chen Xiao curled up, like a little girl who was bullied. He shivered as he looked at the 4 black-robed men. Shortly after, the black-robed man's words shocked him, and his face turned white. Since that is the case, then he has no value. Next is Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain. Who knew that a sect would dare to snatch our 9 bug gang's things? Once we deal with it, we will let him evaporate. Chen Xiao panicked. They wanted to kill him and make him disappear from the face of the earth. Didn't that mean that even his corpse couldn't be found? No, absolutely not. I have to live. I can't die. Can I make a suggestion? Chen Xiao slowly raised his hand. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He was about to cry. These people were too dangerous. No matter what, Chen Xiao was a top young master in Rivertown. Moreover, he was a young master of a wealthy family. You guys didn't give me any face at all and killed me just like that. Have you considered my feelings? Speak, what is it? The black-robed man asked. Their goal was to retrieve the important treasure of the gang. As for the process, it was not important at all. What was important was the result. In order to survive, Chen Xiao started to brag. He could tell that money was not attractive to these people at all. Perhaps to them, finding the so-called thing was the most important thing. I have a good relationship with the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. He is really strong, so to reduce problems, you can tie me up and let him take out things to trade with you. Don't think that I am joking. What I said is true. My Chen family invested in Martial Path Mountain, because the Martial Path Mountain sect leader is my best friend. Chen Xiao started to brag. He just hoped that they wouldn't hurt him. He just wanted to live. Was there a problem? There was no problem. Is what you said true? The black-robed man asked. Yes, I swear to the heavens that I am not lying. Chen Xiao went against his conscience. All of this was fake, but if it was true, then he would lose his life. Only Martial Path Mountain Lin Fan could save him now. The black-robed men interacted with one another. They just wanted to complete the mission. If they could really use this person to trade for the item, then naturally they would. Who knew what those black-robed men were talking about? One of the black-robed men pried open Chen Xiao's mouth and fed him a type of insect. Kid, you dare to lie to us. You are dead. As long as we get the item, we will help you get rid of the bug. If not, your entire body will rot and you will die. I am going to faint. When Chen Xiao heard that, his eyes rolled and he fainted. How was there such a vicious person? What kind of bad luck did he have for all sorts of bad things to happen to him? The next day, young master. Li Tsong woke young master up as usual, but today was a little weird. He shouted for a long time, but there was no movement at all. Weird, usually young master should be awake at this time. Li Tsong was really curious. He didn't care much and pushed open the door. There was no one in the room at all. Young master. Li Tsong left the room and searched outside. Where did young master go? Based on young master's habits, he definitely wouldn't wake up and head out. He would only wake up when someone came to serve him. Damn. He searched outside the room. Li Tsong, what are you doing? Manager Yu saw Li Tsong looking around and asked curiously. Young master is gone. Li Tsong exclaimed. He was actually panicking. Not right, this was really not right. Young master wouldn't disappear for no reason and wouldn't bring anyone out. In the past, no matter where young master went, at least he would bring either him or manager Yu. Young master is gone? What nonsense are you saying? Manager Yu stared at him in rage. He then entered the room and noticed that young master wasn't there. The two of them looked at one another and went to the door to ask whether or not young master went out. The reply they got was that they didn't see young master go out at all. They instantly felt that things weren't right. Something definitely happened. Li Tsong, bring the people in the manor and search the entire place. If there isn't anything, then search every corner of the city. We have to find young master. Manager Yu said solemnly. Young master disappeared from the manor. This was a huge matter. Old master hadn't died for long, and if something happened to young master, then Chun family would be finished. Li Tsong nodded his head. He gathered people to search within the manor. He didn't even let go of the toilet, using wooden sticks to stir. Don't think that he was crazy. What if young master went to the toilet in the middle of the night and fell into the pit? Everything he did was to be safe. He didn't miss any corner. All the way until the afternoon. They still didn't find any traces of Chen Xiao. This caused Li Tsong and manager Yu to feel a chill down their spines. Where did young master go? They searched the entire city, even the brothels that young master liked to go to. They even went to the most impossible place, which was old master's tomb. What should we do? We still can't find young master. Could he have been kidnapped? Li Tsong said. Manager Yu's face was dark and sunken, and he didn't reply. Actually, there was such a possibility. Continue to search in the city, I will return soon. Manager Yu said. Until now they still hadn't found young master, so there was a high chance that he was kidnapped. Young master did whatever he wanted in Jiang City, but he slowly cleaned up so no one hated him. Moreover, Chen family was huge, so there was a high chance that he was kidnapped. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan waited for the sun to set. He looked at it and drank tea. That was life, that was true leisure. Sect leader Lin. In the distance, manager Yu ran up from the foot of the mountain. He panted, and his head was covered in sweat. Why did Martial Path Mountain have so many steps? Lin Fan took a look, so it was Chun family's manager Yu. He wasn't interested. That was weird. Why did Chun family people always run over to his place? They made it seem like they had a good relationship. Lin Fan drank tea and asked leisurely. So it is manager Yu, what is the matter? Sect leader Lin, my young master is gone. Manager Yu panted and said. What does it have to do with me that your young master is gone? I wasn't the one who caused him to disappear. Or is your Chun family trying to frame me? Lin Fan asked. Manager Yu waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that. I just want sect leader Lin to help search. Lin Fan smiled. Manager Yu, your words are interesting. This is a sect, not a place to search for people. You should go back and search for him yourself. Sect leader Lin, my young master gave 48,000 silver to Martial Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. Now that he is gone, isn't that? Before manager Yu finished, Lin Fan interrupted him. Wait, did you get it wrong? Of course we will protect, but the content is that if there is a murder case in Jiang City or if someone comes to cause trouble, our Martial Path Mountain won't sit still and do nothing. But searching for people is out of the scope. Based on what you said, if someone is gone in Jiang City, then does our Martial Path Mountain have to help find them? Lin Fan said. He was helpless. What was going on with these people? Of course. He knew that Chun Xinyao was kidnapped. Actually, this situation was within the scope of his service. What a waste. The target was Chun family. Their conflict wasn't so easy to solve, so he had to knock on their door. Steward Yu was rendered speechless. For a moment he did not know what to say. Sect leader Lin's words made sense. Forget it. I see that you are worried about your master. It is rare to have such a good family member, so I will give you face. Give me 20,000 and I will help you search for your young master. The chances of finding him should be higher. Lin Fan said. What? Why don't you just rob him? When Manager Yu heard that, he exploded. Oh my god. 20,000 taels of silver, he actually dared to say that much. Lin Fan said, I can't help you. My Martial Path Mountain has so many people waiting to eat, so I can't help you. Manager Yu cursed Lin Fan to death in his heart. Didn't they have some conflicts in the past? My young master sent people from Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain. That was all in the past, so how could he still remember? But they sent out so many people and couldn't find him for an entire morning. There was nothing they could do. If they still couldn't find him, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Okay, 20,000 then. Sect leader Lin, please help me find my young master. Manager Yu said. Lin Fan nodded. Don't worry, I will try my best. You head back first, I will prepare. Manager Yu cupped his fists and left hurriedly. When he left, Lin Fan took out the paper that he was pressing under his butt. Hey's weird, what does your kidnapping of Chuncha have to do with me? You even want me to bring something over to ransom him. You make it sound like I have a good relationship with him. Also, what is this thing? It is good to make it clear. This paper was sent over by a commoner. When he saw the content, he felt that it was a joke. It had nothing to do with him. He was prepared not to go. Now that he had these 20,000, forget it, he would take a look. However, it was dangerous to go at night. What if the Yin demons came out? Gozi called Zhang Tianshan over. Lin Fan knew that Zhang Tianshan had methods to deal with the Yin demons. He didn't ask to save him and just wanted to be safe. If he really faced the Yin demons, he would just retreat. If Chun Xinyao died, bringing his corpse back would be considered completing the mission.